Chapter 1 Go Find Another Woman. Today is the second anniversary of He Zhongliang and his wife's marriage.
As soon as they got home from get off work, He Zhongliang couldn't wait to rush into the room with his wife in his arms.
A hearty celebration.
After the two finished their meal, the wife took a shower and went into the bedroom and lay on the bed. He Zhongliang looked at his wife wearing a pink suspender nightgown, with a beautiful face and a plump and well-proportioned figure.
He couldn't wait to start touching her. Go out and find another woman. The wife shouted impatiently and pushed He Zhongliang's hand away from her.
She didn't blame her husband, but she was really tired of the past year. He Zhongliang also noticed that his wife was impatient. He knew that he was ill and could not control his desires.
Her excessive demands made both husband and wife physically and mentally exhausted. He sighed and said, "I'll go to another room. We can't sleep well in the same bed." Then I got out of bed helplessly and left. The wife couldn't help but feel distressed when she saw her husband's lonely back.
But she was really tired, and because of too frequent sex, she also suffered from some gynecological diseases.
She is really powerless.
After He Zhongliang returned to another room, he had to solve it by himself. He didn't want to do this, but he couldn't control himself and couldn't get satisfaction.
He couldn't sleep all night.
I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night, and I felt even more tired the next day. It's okay during the day because I'm busy with work, but once I have some free time at night, my mind is full of those impulses, and I can't control them at all. 2 years ago, He Zhongliang was 24 years old and was an air conditioner installer. He is 1.8 meters tall and weighs 80 kilograms, which is considered a standard strong body.
He also looks fair and handsome. My hometown is in the countryside.
It's not rich, but I don't have any burden either, so it's not bad. It was because of the home air conditioner installation that my mother-in-law and her family took a liking to me. As the saying goes, if a girl chases a boy, it's easy for her to get him. My mother-in-law is an only child in her family, and her conditions are pretty good. She has 2 houses in the same community, so she doesn't have to worry about buying a house, which makes He Zhongliang feel a lot more relaxed. He also had a good impression of his wife, with a small nose, small mouth, and big eyes. She was not tall but pretty, with a fair and plump figure. Although she was spoiled and had some princess syndrome symptoms, for He Zhongliang, that was not a problem. His wife was meant to be spoiled, and it was enough for her to have good character. The two fell in love not long after they met each other. They spent time together whenever they had time and were inseparable. They have been very loving after marriage, and even though both sets of parents urged them to do so, they have no plans to have children. The two got married relatively early, they were both young, they coveted each other's bodies, and they hadn't had enough of their own world.
But accidents always come unexpectedly.
The couple had been married for more than half a year.
When He Zhongliang was installing an air conditioner, the equipment malfunctioned. He fell from a height and injured his head. He had been in a coma in the hospital for 2 days and was given a critical illness notice. The doctors thought he had no chance of survival. In the end, he pulled through, miraculously woke up, and everything seemed normal. The whole family was very happy, especially his wife, who cried with joy. After a few days of observation, He Zhongliang was found to be in good condition and was discharged from the hospital smoothly.
After resting for more than 3 months, He Zhongliang recovered and returned to work as normal. The accident left him with several broken bones, but they were not serious. It may also be because he was young and recovered quickly, so it did not have much impact on him. But the compensation he received from the company and insurance was a considerable sum, which made him feel that it was not a loss. To him, his body was no different from before. The only thing that was hard to talk about was that he had a strong sexual desire and wanted to have sex several times a day. He knew that at his age, he was full of energy, and it was normal to want it every day. As long as his body was not tired or uncomfortable, it would be fine. But since he was discharged from the hospital, once a day did not quench his thirst at all. He guessed that it might be because he had been in the hospital for too long. In addition, he suddenly became inactive and ate too well every day, so he had a greater need after returning home. The first thing He Zhongliang does when he gets home from get off work every day is to have sex, as if he can't hold it back any longer. If his wife comes home late due to work or overtime, he will rush to her as soon as she enters the house, not even giving her a chance to catch her breath. And when I go to bed, there are shows. At first, his wife didn't care much about it. Although she blamed He Zhongliang for being too much trouble, she was actually very happy in her heart. But as He Zhongliang's demands became excessive, he wanted sex 3 to 5 times a night, every day, which seriously affected his wife's sleep. After a year, both of them became thinner and more haggard.
The long-term lack of sleep made my wife unbearable.
Although she enjoyed the process at night, her body could no longer bear it. He Zhongliang also became thinner and more haggard, losing more than 30 pounds in more than a year. He exercised at least 3 to 5 times every night, an average of 20 minutes each time, and his six-pack abs were as sharp as a knife. His wife suggested that he go to the hospital for a checkup, but he Zhongliang didn't take it seriously at first. But after more than a year of this, he became restless and unbearable whenever he couldn't get what he wanted, and he thought it was not normal. After examination at the hospital, it was discovered that he Zhongliang had suffered brain damage due to a previous head injury.
As soon as there is stimulation from the opposite sex, dopamine begins to be secreted excessively. Dopamine is responsible for rewards and pleasure, thus generating the need for strong pleasure and satisfaction.
This kind of pleasure and satisfaction is what causes him to have a strong desire and dependence on sexual behavior, and he is unable to extricate himself.
Simply put, he Zhongliang is now a sex addict.
Doctors recommend that they undergo regular physical therapy and psychological counseling.
Surgery is risky and is not recommended.
He Zhongliang and his wife went home and tried hard for a while. He tried not to have sex more than twice a night so as not to disturb his wife's sleep. But he was obviously not satisfied and often got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. Long-term repression made him, who had a gentle personality, become irritable.
The conflicts between the couple are becoming more and more frequent. So on the second anniversary of their marriage, the wife finally couldn't stand it anymore.
I said that on impulse, go out and find another woman. The next day, after breakfast, his wife was anxious to go to work. He Zhongliang had a day off and did not have to go to work.
After finishing breakfast, the wife looked at He Zhongliang's lost look and couldn't help but feel distressed.
She knew that the effect of solving such a problem by herself would never quench her thirst.
Before leaving, he asked tentatively, "It's still early, if you want, let's go to the bedroom." He Zhongliang could hear his wife's concern, but he could also hear her helplessness.
He looked up at his wife, smiled and shook his head. "You are also very tired after a day's work, so you don't have to worry about me." The wife knew that her husband wanted it, but she had been having an inflammation these days and was really powerless. When He Zhongliang was about to see her off, she joked, "Hubby, you're so handsome.
If you can't handle it, go out and find another woman. I don't mind, really."
He Zhongliang smiled and nodded, "Okay. I'll go out and look for young women who are in need today." Both of them spoke in a joking tone, but they were not entirely joking.
This way, the two of them really can't live anymore. Chapter 2: There is a cure for my illness.
After He Zhongliang cleaned up the table, he took a few tissues and went to the computer. He was going to ask the teachers who collected it for help.
He had to relax once he got up in the morning, otherwise he would be restless all day long.
As soon as he sat down, he felt an itch on his butt. He stretched out his hand and scratched it a few times, and actually felt a stinging pain.
He Zhongliang went to the mirror, pulled down his pants and took a look.
On his buttocks, there were 4 or 5 blood-red herpes in a vertical row, which looked very large and did not look like mosquito bites. And it seemed to appear instantly, without any signs of discomfort in advance. He took off his pants and examined them carefully, and found some small blisters on his thighs and around his knees.
I also feel a little discomfort around my knees.
It's not very painful, but it's obviously uncomfortable from the inside out. After hesitating for a moment, he put on his pants and walked out. "I don't have time to communicate with the teachers, let us go to the hospital to see a doctor first."
He Zhongliang did not go to a big hospital, but came to a clinic not far from his home.
It had 3 floors and was quite large. When he arrived at the outpatient clinic, he was received by a female doctor in her 40s.
He Zhongliang rolled up his trouser legs and let the doctor take a look at the herpes on his knees. The female doctor asked him, "Do you feel anything?"
He shook his head.
"It doesn't hurt or itch, but there's a little pain inside my knee.
I can't tell if it's the bone or the nerve." The female doctor lowered her head and looked carefully, but was not sure what kind of symptom it was. She was wearing a mask, and He Zhongliang noticed that she had a pair of beautiful eyes. There were faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, which had a special charm, exuding a real and natural beauty. And her eyes were very clear, as if they had the effect of purifying the soul. He Zhongliang's brain instantly stopped secreting dopamine, and his thoughts were no longer controlled by lust. In the past year, it was the first time he felt so calm and in complete control of his desires.
The female doctor wasn't sure what the symptom was, so she looked up and asked, "Are there any other parts of your body?"
At the same time, he also noticed He Zhongliang's obsessed eyes. When the two looked at each other, they both felt a little embarrassed. He Zhongliang avoided the female doctor's gaze and answered nervously, "Yes, there are a few big ones on my butt." The female doctor narrowed her eyes slightly. She also had a good impression of this handsome young man. She smiled and called He Zhongliang, "Come behind the curtain and let me take a look." He Zhongliang quickly stood up and followed the female doctor behind the curtain, while noticing the female doctor's figure. She is of medium height and slender, but not skinny, and has a very good temperament, which makes people want to protect and love her. The female doctor pulled the curtain closed and reminded him, "Pull down your pants so I can see."
He Zhongliang unzipped his pants, revealing most of his buttocks. The female doctor didn't pay attention to the herpes at first, but was attracted by the boy's butt. She suddenly became excited and couldn't help blushing. "I have been practicing medicine for many years and have seen too many bodies of the opposite sex, but this is the first time I have seen such an unprofessional reaction. The fate between people is so wonderful." He Zhongliang secreted too much dopamine, which made the primitive carnal desire like an elephant, running rampant in his body and unable to control it. "Whenever I see the opposite sex, I can't help but feel the impulse. No matter how good looking the other person is, as long as they don't look scary, I can accept them. But when I see this female doctor, I won't have that kind of impulse. Even if she is wearing a mask, you can tell that she is a beautiful woman with a good figure. She can help He Zhongliang control the elephant in his body." The female doctor had been calm for many years, and never had any wild thoughts when she saw the opposite sex's body while working. But today, because of He Zhongliang's half-butt, her heart was disturbed, and she had the idea of making herself embarrassed. She admitted that the young man was very good-looking, thin but strong, but she often saw good-looking patients of the opposite sex, and she had never been so excited in the past. He Zhongliang looked back at the female doctor and asked, "Doctor, what kind of symptom is this?" The female doctor finally stopped staring blankly. Fortunately, she had a mask on to hide her embarrassed expression. She quickly said, "Pull up your pants." He then opened the curtain and took He Zhongliang to sit outside. "You have several obvious herpes on your buttocks, it should be shingles. But you found it early, and you are young, so you should recover quickly after a few days of foredrip." The female doctor comforted He Zhongliang while prescribing medicine. He Zhongliang had heard of this disease and asked curiously, "Is it also called snake around the waist?" The female doctor nodded, "Yes, it's called that in the countryside. Older people have lower immunity and are more susceptible to this disease." "Then why do I have them on my butt and legs?" "This type of herpes spreads along the nerves. Your situation is normal, so don't worry too much. In fact, you are so young, your own immunity should be able to recover. But since you have discovered it, you should treat it early, so that you can recover faster and suffer less." He Zhongliang sighed, guessing that it might be because he had indulged himself too much in the past year and was under too much psychological pressure, so his immunity was low, allowing the virus to take advantage of the opportunity to enter. The female doctor noticed He Zhongliang's lost expression and reminded him with concern, "Pay attention to your diet and rest, adjust your mentality, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. You will recover soon." Then he handed a list to He Zhongliang and told him, "Go over there and get the medicine. Then take the medicine to the second floor for an foredrip. I'll prescribe 2 days' worth of medicine for you." When He Zhongliang took the list, he noticed the white and slender fingers of the female doctor. She was so beautiful, but he had no distracting thoughts about her. It was amazing. He pointed to the scribbled words at the bottom of the list and said, "How do you read these 3 words?" The female doctor smiled and said, "That's my name. It has nothing to do with your medicine. I just want to know your name." Faced with He Zhongliang's direct and honest attitude, the female doctor looked into his eyes and hesitated for a few seconds. She answered shyly, "My name is Shinkaiwa." He Zhongliang smiled, nodded, and left excitedly. Shinkaiwa watched him leave, feeling a little unreal and wondering why she would have such feelings for a young man. She took a deep breath, persuaded herself not to let her mind wander, and then continued to ask the next patient. He Zhongliang took the medicine to the second floor, where he first had 2 injections in his buttocks, and then had 2 foredrips. It would take nearly 2 hours before he could leave. A young nurse gave him an injection and looked at his butt with a shy smile. After the beating, she asked him with concern, "Does it hurt?" He Zhongliang smiled and shook his head, "It's okay, it doesn't hurt. Go find an empty bed over there and wait. I'll bring the 4 over in a minute." The young nurse has a crush on He Zhongliang, but He Zhongliang has only one thought about her. Only when facing Shinkaiwa can he maintain a calm and rational state of mind. Chapter 3: The Wife's Helplessness. He Zhongliang waited on the bed for a few minutes before the nurse came over with a medicine bottle.
She hung the medicine on the bracket at the head of the bed, checked his name, and began to insert the needle into his hand. He Zhongliang sat on the bed, facing the nurse's chest. The bulge in his shirt collar made He Zhongliang unable to help but think wildly and excited. He regretted that he should have solved it at home before coming here. He quickly recalled his medicine, the beautiful and clear eyes of the female doctor, to help him drive away those obscene and crazy thoughts.
I couldn't help but ask the nurse, "How old is Dr. Shen?" Dr. Shen? The nurse was very surprised and didn't understand why He Zhongliang wanted to ask this question. Yes. It's Dr. Shen Kaiyue from your clinic. Looking at He Zhongliang's excited and expectant expression, the nurse guessed that he had that idea. He frowned and reminded her, "You have good taste. Mrs. Shen is very nice and beautiful. But she should be in her 40s. Her children are in high school this year. How old are you? Are you 30? I am 26. He Zhongliang confessed the truth and smiled awkwardly. I'm 2 years younger than you. The nurse told He Zhongliang, and then asked mischievously, "Do you have a partner?" I am married. Then why are you asking about Dr. Shen? The nurse glared at He Zhongliang and said, "Call me when the medicine is almost gone." Then he put away his smile and turned away. He Zhongliang looked at her twisting waist and hips, closed his eyes helplessly, and silently chanted Amitba. During the infusion, He Zhongliang thought a lot. He realized that this was not a solution. He was too depressed to resist his physical needs and could not bear it emotionally. It would be troublesome if you get depression or go crazy. But if I indulge myself, my wife will not be able to bear it. My body will also be exhausted sooner or later. I am young now and I don't feel it obviously, but I will probably have problems in a few years. He went to the hospital several times, but psychologists and physical therapy had no effect at all. Surgery was too dangerous, and even doctors did not recommend it, fearing that it would leave more serious sequelae. Although today was the first time he met the female doctor, He Zhongliang felt that she was his panacea and savior. If I live with her, I can stay calm when I go home and face her every day. Then, how is that possible? Why would anyone want to live with me? He Zhongliang covered his face and sighed, interrupting his crazy thoughts. After the infusion, it was almost noon. The nurse reminded him that he still had 1 day's supply of medicine left and asked him not to forget to come for the injection tomorrow. He Zhongliang had to go to work tomorrow and had no time during the day, so he asked, "What time does our clinic close at night?" The nurse told him, "We get off work at around 8 o'clock. Your infusion will take about 2 hours. It will be fine if you can get there before 6 o'clock in the evening." He Zhongliang nodded, turned, and walked downstairs. When he passed the outpatient department, he saw Shen Kaiyue talking to a patient. He smiled and moved closer. Shen Kaiyue saw him and asked with concern, "Have you finished the infusion?" He Zhongliang nodded and asked awkwardly, "Dr. Shen doesn't eat lunch?" He wanted to chat with Shen Kaiyue, and it would be best if they could have a meal together and talk about the problems that bothered him. But with other patients around, he was embarrassed to speak. After all, his illness could not be cured in ordinary outpatient clinics. Shen Kaiyue was confused by He Zhongliang's abrupt question. Why would a patient who comes to the clinic worry about whether the doctor has lunch? She replied politely, "Don't worry, we will arrange for shifts to go upstairs for dinner later." "Oh, I'll be leaving first then." He Zhongliang had nothing to say and left awkwardly. Shen Kaiyue watched him leave with a smile, although she could sense that this young man seemed to have something to say that he couldn't. But apart from the patient's condition, she was not in a position to ask more questions. At the same time, I also reminded myself not to let my imagination run wild. He Zhongliang returned home and tried hard to recall Shen Kaiyue's appearance to restrain his desire. It had a slight effect, but it wasn't very noticeable. Only when I saw her and felt her around could I really calm down. His wife didn't come home at noon, so He Zhongliang ate a few bites of lunch and sat in front of the computer. Teachers are invited to make their debut. Although solving it by yourself is not as good as quenching your thirst in actual combat, the conditions are limited, and this is the only solution. He Zhongliang endured the torment and finally waited until the evening, when he heard familiar footsteps, which should be the footsteps of his wife coming up the stairs. He couldn't wait any longer, and had been expecting his wife to come home early so that he could relax. Hearing the footsteps coming up the stairs getting closer, he couldn't wait to go behind the door and prepare to open it. Suddenly I heard the older sister from next door coming out, and she met my wife, and they started chatting. "Where are you going, sis?"
I'm too lazy to make dinner, so I told my boyfriend not to go home after get off work and wait for me outside so we can go out for dinner. Your boyfriend's company is great. He's a leader, so he must make a lot of money every year. Well, not counting wages and miscellaneous things, the year-end bonus alone is several $100,000.
He Zhongliang's wife praised with envy, "Sister, you are so lucky. Your family is well off.
You two are so young, you don't have any pressure at all. And your boyfriend is so handsome and strong. If my boyfriend had that look and body, I would rather he earn less money." The eldest sister's tone became even more envious, and then she asked with a smile, "But your partner has lost a lot of weight since you first got married.
Does he love you very much?"
He Zhongliang's wife sighed and confessed helplessly, "Not only has he lost weight, but can't you see that I am also haggard?" The eldest sister pretended to be angry and asked, "Oh my God.
Are you showing off?"
With another long sigh, He Zhongliang's wife couldn't help but start complaining.
"Didn't my boyfriend have a head injury a year ago?"
The doctor said it caused his brain to secrete excessive dopamine. He has a strong desire for sex, several times a night, and each time lasts more than 20 minutes on average.
To be honest, I can't take it anymore.
I've thought about divorce several times, but I'm too embarrassed to say it out loud.
It's really a drought or a flood.
If your boyfriend works hard, he can produce what my boyfriend produces in half a year in one night. He does it every few days, and each time lasts only 2 or 3 minutes.
The eldest sister sighed and her expression became even more painful. I admit that sometimes I do enjoy life. Stop talking, you're making me hungry to death. The eldest sister shouted with envy and jealousy.
He Zhongliang's wife couldn't help but smile and patted her elder sister's shoulder to comfort her. Then he said seriously, "But this is not just an occasional indulgence, it's every night.
I still have to go to work during the day. Who can stand it all year round?"
Although the eldest sister was very envious, she nodded and admitted that it was indeed too much to do this every day.
Is there nothing the doctor can do?
I went to the hospital several times, but it was useless. The two chatted outside for a while before the eldest sister went downstairs and left. He Zhongliang heard his wife opening the door from behind the door. He quickly sat down on the sofa and tried his best to suppress his desire.
Chapter 4 Second Meeting. When his wife entered the room, she saw He Zhongliang sitting quietly on the sofa watching TV.
She asked with relief, "Why are you so quiet today?" Usually, as soon as she came home in the evening, He Zhongliang couldn't wait to pounce on her and pull her into the bedroom.
Of course, there are times when we are in the living room. He Zhongliang glanced at his wife and smiled ashamedly, "Let's eat first."
Then he went into the kitchen and brought out the meal that had been prepared long ago. When the two of them were having dinner, He Zhongliang suddenly asked with a guilty look on his face, "Did you feel very hard and tired in the past year?" His wife looked at him blaming himself and comforted him distressfully, "There are also many happy and satisfying times."
"Tell me if you have any ideas. You are still so young and we don't have children. It's not too late for you to start a family."
His wife neither agreed nor opposed, but it seemed that she had had the same thought. If He Zhongliang continued like this, he would ruin his health sooner or later. When they first got married, he still had collagen on his face, and his skin was shiny, white, and tender. In less than 2 years, he still looks handsome, but obviously thinner and older, with dull and pale skin. "My forehead used to be rosy white, but now it is black and looks unhealthy."
"Just wait and see. Maybe you'll get better soon." The wife was reluctant to divorce He Zhongliang and still held on to the last glimmer of hope.
But she was just deceiving herself, she was already prepared for the divorce.
After finishing their meal, they walked into the bedroom. After more than 20 minutes, He Zhongliang finally got a brief moment of peace.
Before going to bed, He Zhongliang held his wife in his arms and began to feel impatient again. The wife was no longer interested, but she still tried her best to satisfy him once more. After the incident, He Zhongliang told his wife, "I will go to sleep in another room and will not disturb you in the second half of the night." The wife smiled and nodded, and warned him, "You'd better stop playing and go to sleep."
He Zhongliang said nothing and left the room with a smile.
This kind of thing was not something he could have the final say on, especially when he was lying in bed late at night and felt like he was about to explode. He could resist his desire, but the result was a sleepless night, which made him feel even more tired the next day, which was not worth it. The next day, during breakfast, He Zhongliang told his wife that he had to go to the clinic for 4 in the evening and would be home late. The wife looked at the herpes on his butt and legs and wondered why she hadn't noticed it last night. Just when his wife was puzzled, she noticed that He Zhongliang's eyes began to become anxious again. "I quickly pulled up his pants and said, you're going to be late for work." Then he walked away quickly with a smile. He Zhongliang also showed a helpless smile. His excessive demands scared his wife. When he is working during the day, his desires will subside a little so that he won't be so impulsive all the time. But at night, the spring tide would come like a raging wave, and it would be impossible to sleep peacefully without releasing it 3 or 4 times. In the evening, as night fell, He Zhongliang began to feel hungry and thirsty again.
Walking on the street, he didn't dare to look around.
Especially some women with pretty faces and domineering figures, if they were dressed a little more revealingly, it would be fatal. The shock to He Zhongliang was so great that he dared not even look at it.
After entering the clinic, He Zhongliang saw Shen Kaiyue sitting in the outpatient department, talking to a patient.
The moment he saw this woman, He Zhongliang's lust subsided instantly. It was as if the dopamine in his body returned to normal as soon as he saw Shen Kaiyue.
He Zhongliang smiled and went over to say, "Hello, Dr. Shen, are you still off work?"
Shen Kaiyue nodded at him. "Yes, I'm on the night shift today, you should go up and get the infusion. It will be finished before I get off work." Before He Zhongliang went upstairs, he tried to look at Shen Kaiyue as much as possible to help himself maintain inner peace. Although it could not solve the problem from the root, it could at least make himself feel relaxed for a while. He is now sure that he can be saved. Shen Kaiyue is his savior. At nearly 8 o'clock, He Zhongliang came down from the second floor and found that Shen Kaiyue was not in the outpatient department. He looked around and saw Shen Kaiyue chatting with an older woman at the window where she was getting medicine. He Zhongliang didn't feel comfortable going over to disturb her, so he just stared at Shen Kaiyue's back for a while.
I couldn't help but admire in my heart. What a beautiful back view.
This woman has no blind spots at all. She looks beautiful no matter how you look at her. He Zhongliang walked out of the clinic, his heart was still calm, and his desires were easier to control. But he knew that once he returned home, he would soon fall into a morbid state of insatiable desire. Not to mention that his wife couldn't stand it, he himself was a little afraid of himself who never stopped at night.
He Zhongliang stood at the door of the clinic and did not leave.
He wanted to talk to Shen Kaiyue. The woman looked very kind and might be willing to help him.
The woman in the pharmacy noticed He Zhongliang outside the glass door and asked curiously, "Dr. Shen, is that young man outside waiting for you?"
Shen Kaiyue looked outside and saw He Zhongliang standing at the door, walking back and forth.
That shouldn't be the case. Why is he waiting for me?
The woman in the pharmacy reminded her, "He was staring at you from behind just now, and his eyes were weird."
Is he attracted to you? How is that possible? How old is he?
You are so ridiculous. Shen Kaiyue smiled and blamed her colleague.
That's not necessarily true. Some guys like mature ants.
Besides, you've taken good care of yourself, so I don't think it's impossible for you too.
I'm not going to talk nonsense with you anymore. I'm going to change my clothes and get off work.
Shen Kaiyue said this and walked towards the locker room with a smile. After a moment, Shen Kaiyue walked out of the clinic. She took off her white coat and wore a simple white shirt and black straight pants, plain but radiant. She also took off her mask. Not only did she have beautiful eyes, but her face shape and facial features were also perfect. He Zhongliang stood at the door and looked at Shen Kaiyue, who came out. He didn't dare to say hello for a while. When she was in the clinic, she had been wearing a mask.
At this moment, He Zhongliang couldn't recognize her. But his feeling about her didn't change. It must be her.
Just when He Zhongliang was hesitating about how to greet her, a middle-aged man got out of the Mercedes-Benz next to him and rushed to Shen Kaiyue. With a smile on his face, he asked, "You're finally off work?" Shen Kaiyue originally wanted to say hello to He Zhongliang, but now she turned to face the middle-aged man and asked curiously, "Why are you still here?
Haven't you gone home yet?"
"I came to ask you out for dinner in the evening, but you said you had to work the night shift."
"Now that I'm finally off work, can you give me a chance and let's have dinner together?" "It's so late, let's just forget it. Besides, I'm not hungry. If you don't want to eat, you can just find a place to sit down." The man was still unwilling to give up and tried to ask Shen Kaiyue out. Shen Kaiyue didn't want to go out with him, but seeing his sincere attitude, she felt embarrassed to say it too directly. She actually looked at He Zhongliang next to her with a helpless look. Chapter 5 sent her home. Shen Kaiyue gave him a look, and He Zhongliang quickly took 2 steps forward and asked nervously, "Dr. Shen, are you off work?" Shen Kaiyue nodded, then stood with He Zhongliang and looked helplessly at the man opposite her. The middle-aged man looked at He Zhongliang carefully. Although he had a Mercedes-Benz and his financial conditions were good, He Zhongliang was young and handsome. Standing next to Shin Kaiwe, although the age difference was a bit big, they did look well matched. He understood instantly and said awkwardly, "Since you have something else to do, forget it, let's talk about it another day." Then he turned around and left tactfully, stepping on the accelerator and rushing out with anger in his heart. He didn't expect that Shin Kaiwe, who looked conservative, would find a young man. It turned out that she was in her prime, and her usual serious appearance was all fake. After the man left, Shin Kaiwe sighed and asked with a smile, "Why haven't you left yet? Are you waiting for someone here?" He Zhongliang answered frankly, "Yes. Dr. Shin, I am waiting for you." The lights upstairs in the clinic were turned off, and the nurses were off work and about to come out. Shin Kaiwe didn't want to stand at the door with He Zhongliang, lest her colleagues see her and cause misunderstanding. "Let's talk while we walk." He Zhongliang nodded quickly and followed Shin Kaiwe out of the clinic. The two walked to a bus stop not far away. Shin Kaiwe stopped and turned back to ask, "What are you waiting for me for?" He Zhongliang felt very embarrassed and didn't know how to start, so he asked casually, "Do I need to come for an for tomorrow?" Shin Kaiwe smiled and teased, "It's too dim here, and it doesn't look right to pull down your pants to see." At this time, a bus drove into the station, and Shin Kaiwe left a message, "Come to the clinic again tomorrow." Seeing Shin Kaiwe was about to leave, He Zhongliang asked anxiously, "Dr. Shin, can I take you home? I have something else to tell you." Faced with He Zhongliang's excessive request, Shin Kaiwe should have decisively refused. But looking at his sincere attitude, Shin Kaiwe actually hesitated. She neither agreed nor refused, and tacitly allowed He Zhongliang to get on the bus with her. The two sat separately along the way and had no chance to talk. When they arrived at the stop, He Zhongliang followed Shin Kaiwe off the bus and came to the downstairs of her house. Shin Kaiwe only then realized how ridiculous it was to bring home a young man whom she had only known for 2 days. The two of them stood under the streetlight, and at first glance they looked like a pair of lovers. "I can't take you home, just tell me what you want to say here." He Zhongliang carefully looked at Shin Sayue's face under the streetlight. He was so fascinated that he couldn't help but praise her. "Dr. Shin, you are really beautiful after taking off the mask. Is that all you want to tell me?" Shin Kaiwe asked seriously, but she was not angry in her heart. She also had an inexplicable liking for He Zhongliang, which she realized when she examined the herpes on the young man's buttocks. But she was sure that the two of them were not suitable for each other and didn't dare to think too much about it. He Zhongliang put away his admiration and asked tentatively, "Is the man at the door of the clinic just now your friend?" Shin Kaiwe sighed and answered helplessly, "He was introduced to me by a friend, but I don't think he and I are suitable. But he has been unwilling to give up, but when I saw him walk away today, he seemed angry. He probably won't pursue me again in the future. He thinks I'm your boyfriend, doesn't he?" Shin Kaiwe glared at He Zhongliang, trying her best to suppress her joyful expression, and reminded him, "Don't be disrespectful to me." "I'm sorry, Dr. Shin." He Zhongliang quickly nodded to apologize and couldn't help staring at Shin Sayue's slightly raised mouth corners. Curiously asked, "Are you single now?" "I got divorced a few years ago." Shin Kaiwe answered honestly, and then continued to urge, "Do you have anything serious to say?" "Yes, yes, yes." He Zhongliang hesitated for a moment, then mustered up the courage to explain, "About a year ago, I was working at a height and fell from a height. I suffered a head injury and was in a coma for 2 days in the hospital before I woke up. It was like a near-death experience. After the examination, nothing unusual was found and I was discharged smoothly. But as my body gradually recovered, my sexual desire became unusually strong. It's okay when I'm busy at work during the day, but once I lie in bed at night, I'm very eager. 3 to 5 times a night, every day, it makes myself and my wife exhausted physically and mentally. If I can't get satisfaction, I can't fall asleep all night. I'm not an expert in that area. You should go see a neurologist or a psychologist." Shin Kaiwe seriously suggested to He Zhongliang, although what He Zhongliang said sounded ridiculous. But as a doctor, Shin Kaiwe did not doubt his words. "I know. I've been to the doctor several times and tried many methods suggested by the doctor. But none of them worked. I couldn't stop those impulsive thoughts in the dead of night. If this continues, I don't know how long I can hold on." Shin Kaiwe looked at He Zhongliang's face and turned on the flashlight on her phone. She reached out to touch his face and carefully observed his eyes, hair, skin, and some details. "Stick out your tongue and see." He Zhongliang complied with Shin Sayue's request and did not rush to explain. After a moment, Shin Kaiwe reminded him distressfully, "You have indeed indulged yourself too much. You are strong on the outside but weak on the inside.
If you don't take good care of yourself, your body will have problems.
I have a friend who is a well-known expert in this field. She lives abroad and is planning to return to China soon.
Please prepare your medical records and past medical records, and I will make an appointment with her to take you to see the doctor.
The clinic has your phone number.
I will call you after I make an appointment with her.
It's useless. I've been to other hospitals and the experts said the same thing. It doesn't work. He Zhongliang no longer had any hope in what those experts said.
She's my friend, and she's very experienced in this area.
It's a rare opportunity to meet her, so go and give it a try.
Shen Kaiwei comforted him, and seeing that He Zhongliang had no expectations, she asked curiously, "If you don't want me to help you, why are you telling me all this?"
He Zhongliang replied, "You can help me yourself." Shen Kaiwei helplessly reminded again, "I said that's not my major. It has nothing to do with my professional expertise as a doctor.
As soon as I see you, I will stop having those crazy thoughts and return to a normal and rational state."
Shen Kaiwei murmured in disbelief, "Am I so unfeminine?"
He Zhongliang explained excitedly, No, you are very beautiful and have a good figure.
You are very feminine and attractive. But you can help me restrain that kind of morbid desire and let me just desire you like a normal person."
As soon as Shen Kaiwei frowned, He Zhongliang immediately shut up, knowing that he didn't express himself very well. He lowered his head in shame, covered half of his face with his hands, and sighed helplessly. Shen Kaiwei looked at He Zhongliang's white, tender and slender hands, and her heart was actually filled with ripples. She hadn't felt this kind of spring tide for many years.
She had this impulse when she checked He Zhongliang's buttocks for herpes that day.
After that, she couldn't forget about this young man, but she knew that they couldn't be together, so she didn't want to admit that she was tempted.
Okay, you don't have to explain. There are indeed some subtle feelings between people. I can understand what you mean. But I still hope you can go with me to meet that friend and see what she says. Chapter 6, Confessing the Illness.
Hearing Shen Kaiwei's sincere comfort, He Zhongliang felt warm in his heart and discussed with her seriously.
"Dr. Shen, I have an idea. I hope you won't be angry when you hear it. I really don't mean to disrespect you."
Although Shen Kaiwei didn't know what the young man was going to say, she became inexplicably excited and nodded as calmly as possible. "Say it out, let me hear it." He Zhongliang took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to tell his plan. "I believe that if I am with you, I will be able to stop those crazy thoughts at night and fall asleep peacefully. Maybe if I live with you for a while, I will be able to return to normal." Before Shen Kaiwei got angry, He Zhongliang quickly raised his hand and swore, "I promise not to do anything excessive to you. You can call the police in advance. If I disrespect you, I will be punished by law immediately."
"That's not necessary. If you want to do something bad, why go through so much trouble?"
Shen Kaiwei calmly comforted He Zhongliang, and then suggested, "Let's arrange for you to meet my friend first. Let's hear what she has to say, okay?" He Zhongliang nodded, "Okay, I'll listen to you."
Seeing He Zhongliang being obedient, Shen Kaiwei couldn't help but smile.
She really liked this young man, and she felt sorry for his current physical condition. But she didn't dare to think too much and could only treat him as a patient, only then would she feel more at ease. Seeing that there was no one around, Shen Kaiwei turned on the light of her mobile phone and motioned He Zhongliang to pull his pants down a little so that she could see. He Zhongliang turned around and half of his buttocks were exposed in front of Shen Kaiwei again. Shen Kaiwei was excited again. She really wanted to observe the situation of herpes, but she couldn't help but have distracting thoughts. This was something she had never seen before in all her years of medical practice. Perhaps the two of them really had an inevitable fate. Shen Kaiwei turned off the light from her mobile phone and couldn't help but sigh helplessly.
He Zhongliang saw Shen Kaiwei's expression and asked nervously, "What's wrong? Has the condition not improved?"
Shen Kaiwei quickly explained, No, it's under control.
You're so young and your immunity is fine. Just take the medicine you brought back on time these few days and you don't need to go to the clinic anymore." He Zhongliang nodded, "Then should I wait for your call these few days?"
"Yes, wait for my call."
Shen Kaiwei watched He Zhongliang leave.
In fact, she was very worried about this young man. She really wanted to take him home and take good care of him, but she knew she shouldn't do that. They still needed to keep a proper distance. She has conservative ideas and has a daughter who just entered high school. She didn't dare to enjoy life as she wished. After He Zhongliang returned home, his wife heard the noise in the bedroom and began to get nervous. She guessed that her husband would rush into the bedroom impatiently after coming home so late. After waiting for a few minutes, She still didn't see her husband enter the bedroom, and wondered in her heart, why is this guy not in a hurry today? She put down her phone, walked out of the bedroom and saw He Zhongliang sitting at the dining table. She found some leftovers from the kitchen and had just opened a bottle of beer. His wife sat opposite him and asked with concern, "Haven't you eaten yet? I thought you didn't come home this evening, so you must have eaten out." "No, I went to the clinic for an 4 after get off work."
He Zhongliang poured himself a glass of beer, looked up and asked, "Would you like some?" "Drink it yourself." The wife shook her head. "Didn't you say the infusion would take more than an hour? Why did you come back so late?"
He Zhongliang drank a glass of beer, lowered his head and answered hesitantly, "After I finish the infusion.
I have something else to do."
Seeing her husband calm, he was no longer as impatient as before.
After a moment of silence, the wife suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Did you cheat tonight?"
He Zhongliang shook his head, looked at his wife's relaxed smile, and poured himself another glass of wine.
His wife asked him, "Why are you so calm today? Usually, you are always in a hurry when you see me at home." He Zhongliang sighed, looking somewhat helpless, not knowing how to explain.
Seeing that he was in a dilemma, his wife decided that he had another woman outside. She picked up a cup and put it hard in front of her.
He Zhongliang quickly poured her a glass.
After she took a sip, tears began to well up in her eyes. After a moment's silence, she did not let the tears fall. With a sigh, he said helplessly, "Actually, this situation cannot be blamed on you.
You are sick, not unfaithful.
Although I don't blame you, but if you continue like this, how will we live in the future?
If you indulge in excessive sexual activities every day, how long can your body last?"
The wife finished the wine in the glass, and this time she couldn't control her tears and started crying. She wasn't angry, she just didn't know how to face their future. It was definitely not okay to continue living like this, but she couldn't bear to divorce. He Zhongliang smiled and patted her shoulder, comforting her, "You think too much, I didn't cheat.
I just met a female doctor in the clinic.
As long as I see her, I will stop those uncontrollable thoughts and return to the state of a normal person. I sent her home tonight and I'm still relatively calm now because I talked to her for a long time."
The wife stopped crying and asked excitedly, "Are you okay now?"
"No, after we separated, I gradually started to have those impulsive thoughts again."
He Zhongliang answered helplessly, staring at his wife with an impatient look in his eyes.
But the wife still saw hope, that is to say, as long as you are with her, you will have no desires and no impulses, right? "It's not that I don't have desires, it's that I can control myself like a normal person."
The wife murmured curiously, "How old is she? How ugly must she be?"
"She is the one who can make you stop secreting dopamine and control your desire after seeing her." He Zhongliang nearly spit out his drink and explained with a smile, "She is in her early 40s. But she has taken very good care of herself, is very pretty, and has a much better figure than most young girls."
"If she's really that pretty, how come you didn't have any impulsive thoughts after meeting her?" His wife suspected that He Zhongliang was lying. He Zhongliang smiled and was too lazy to explain further.
The wife did not continue to dwell on the aunt's appearance, and excitedly suggested, "Then you should spend more time with her, even live with her for a while.
As long as she can cure your illness, I have absolutely no objection."
Actually, after meeting her, I had the same thought. He Zhongliang rubbed his face in embarrassment and said shyly, "But she may not be willing. I confessed my illness to her today. She has a friend who is an expert in that field and plans to take me to see him in the next few days."
"Okay. Just follow her arrangements for now.
If it doesn't work, talk to her husband and ask her to treat you as a patient and keep you at home for a few days. We can give her money and treat it as a visit to her house for medical treatment. She was divorced a long time ago. She has a child who just started high school and lives in school.
She lives alone now. That's a bargain for her.
I gave her a young handsome guy to take home and she didn't want to live with him." When the wife heard the woman's conditions, she couldn't help but shout excitedly. Then he comforted her generously, "As long as you can recover from your illness and return home healthy, I will never care about what happened between you and that aunt.
You should also think more positively. Saving your life is the most important thing. Everything else is trivial in the face of life and death." He Zhongliang poured his wife another glass of wine and said jokingly, "What if it can't be cured? What if she gets sick as soon as I leave her?"
The wife picked up the wineglass and comforted him helplessly, "That is the fate of the two of you. You are destined to live with an old lady.
It is better than ruining your body. I would rather we divorce and let you be together than watch you die of exhaustion." "Don't say that. We too are willing, but Dr. Shin may not agree. She's an old lady in her 40s with a child that old. Doesn't she look down on you? All right. We've gone too far.
He Zhengliang smiled and waved his hand. After eating a few bites, he hurried into the bedroom with his wife.
Chapter 7 Going Home with Her. After they entered the bedroom, the wife asked helplessly, "Do you want more tonight?"
He Zhengliang was also helpless and replied with shame, "Of course I did. I started to get anxious not long after I got home." Seeing his wife's tired and resisting look, he discussed again, "Forget it. You should go to bed early."
"I'll go to that room."
His wife held his hand and comforted him, "I'll help you this time.
"You can go to sleep in that room after I'm done."
"I know you'll be busy sleeping in that room.
You can't go on like this.
You'd better let that old lady help you as soon as possible. She's not that old, so you can just call her big sister. Even if you call her auntie, there's no need to add the word old in front of her." Hearing He Zhengliang's correction, his wife laughed and blamed him. "He Zhengliang, you were so good, you are now speaking for her.
Have you already decided to spend your whole life with her?"
He Zhengliang did not answer, but explained with an innocent expression, "If I don't stay with her, my life will be in danger.
I don't think I have any other choice.
I have to stick with her no matter how shameless I am."
"Yes. God's plan is the best. I can't blame you."
His wife couldn't help but make a joke and expressed her understanding for him. She had had enough of it this year.
Was she really going to wait until the day her husband's health broke down and then end up like that? Although she was reluctant to separate from her husband, if that woman could really help He Zhengliang recover his health, separation would be the best option for both of them.
A day of marriage brings 100 days of love, and 100 days of marriage is as deep as the sea. What's more, you can have sex several times in one night.
As a couple, we both hope that the other can live a better life.
The next day, He Zhengliang went straight to the clinic to find Shin Kaiwei after get off work.
Shin Kaiwei got off work early today and was about to leave after changing her clothes when she saw He Zhengliang walk into the clinic and walk towards her. Curiously asked, "Are you feeling unwell?"
He Zhengliang politely replied, "No, I just came to see you, you are off work now."
"Come here."
Shin Kaiwei called him aside, touched his thin face, and examined him carefully again.
Worriedly asked, "How many times did you have sex last night?"
He Zhengliang lowered his head and whispered the truth. "I went back to see my wife once, went back to another room, and then did it twice by myself in the second half of the night."
"I think you've reached your limit. You can't go on like this.
It will cause big problems. My friend will be returning home in 2 days, and I've already made an appointment with her."
"Can't you restrain yourself for 2 days?"
"I tried to control myself for a whole night, but it was very hard.
I couldn't sleep the whole night. I had to go to work the next day, and I felt even more tired. Last night was a little better because I met and talked with you."
Normally, if I want to sleep until dawn, 3 times is sometimes not enough. After listening to this, Shin Kaiwei felt sorry for him but also felt a little amused.
"So why did you come to see me today?" "Nothing, I just want to see you. Seeing you will make me less impulsive and help me calm down and relax. I would like to treat you to a meal if you have time."
Shin Kaiwei looked at He Zhengliang's expectant and nervous expression and guessed, "You just want to spend more time with me, right?" He Zhengliang sighed and confided helplessly, "I don't want to disturb you, but I am very tired after a day's work, but I am extremely excited when I see my wife when I get home."
"I am a little afraid of that feeling. Even if I am excited for a few days in a row, I can at least take a day off.
I am so exhausted from not taking a rest for 365 days a year." Shin Kaiwei couldn't help but feel sorry for the young man and raised her hand to give him a hug. But there were too many people around, so she didn't dare to touch him. It was just a friendly invitation. "I don't like going out to eat.
If you don't mind, come home with me and have a meal." Then he led He Zhengliang out of the clinic. He Zhengliang followed her and asked cautiously, "Are you home alone? Didn't I tell you last time? I'm single now. My daughter lives in the high school dormitory and only comes home once a week on weekends. Thank you for trusting me so much and taking me home."
When Shin Kaiwei first met He Zhengliang, she had a special liking for him. She even developed feelings and desire for him, which went far beyond simple trust. But she was too embarrassed to respond or believe that feeling, so she casually told He Zhengliang, "I don't think you are a bad person, I just treat you as a patient." He Zhengliang quickly nodded to express his gratitude. "Dr. Shin, you are such a kind person.
A doctor should be as caring as a parent.
Your condition is indeed very serious and special. When Shin Kaiwei thought of He Zhongliang's strange disease, she turned around to look at him and couldn't help but smile shyly. He Zhongliang was attracted by her sweet smile. She was so beautiful and charming, but she could suppress the restless desire. He Zhongliang felt that he was ridiculous and funny, and could only smile awkwardly without saying anything. Shin Kaiwei brought He Zhongliang back home, a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment of about 100 square meters. The decoration and furniture were not very high-end, but it was very clean and tidy.
Every corner gives people a comfortable feeling. Just sit on the sofa and wait for a while.
I'll go to the kitchen to cook a simple home-cooked meal, which will be ready soon.
Shin Kaiwei gave some instructions and walked towards the kitchen.
He Zhongliang followed closely and discussed with her, I often cook at home, and I am embarrassed to bother you.
Let me help you with some work.
Shin Kaiwei turned around and advised earnestly, it's too crowded for 2 people to stand in the kitchen, and I'm not used to being disturbed by others while I'm cooking.
Just wait patiently. We'll be able to eat soon. Well then. Sorry to trouble you. He Zhongliang nodded and retreated back to the sofa helplessly.
Shin Kaiwei walked into the kitchen with a smile, took a deep breath to regulate her breathing, put one hand on her chest, and couldn't help feeling excited. This was the first time I brought a man home after all these years of divorce, and I started to have all kinds of wild thoughts.
How old is he? There's a generation gap between us. And he's a patient, is he going to take advantage of his situation?
Shin Kaiwei blamed herself in her heart, stopped those inappropriate thoughts, and immediately started preparing dinner.
Chapter 8 Fell asleep on the sofa.
He Zhongliang sat on the sofa, looking at the kitchen door. Although he couldn't see Shin Kaiwei, he could vaguely hear the sounds coming from inside.
She was busy inside.
Feeling everything in this house, He Zhongliang suddenly had a sense of déjà vu, as if he had experienced it in his previous life.
He knew that his fate with Shin Kaiwei must be extraordinary.
Maybe I fantasized about such a woman in my previous life and really met her in this life. It is true that what God has arranged is the greatest.
God's will cannot be violated.
He Zhongliang had never felt so comfortable and relaxed since he was injured in an accident. He leaned back on the sofa, feeling tired physically but at peace mentally. He felt extremely sleepy, and his upper and lower eyelids began to fight with each other. I collapsed on the sofa and soon fell asleep. 20 minutes later, Shin Kaiwei brought the food to the dining table and gently called to the sofa, come and eat.
Seeing that He Zhongliang didn't respond, she took off her apron and walked towards the sofa.
When I came to the sofa, I saw He Zhongliang lying on it in a crooked position. He looked very uncomfortable, but he was sleeping soundly. Shin Kaiwei wanted to ask him to get up and eat, but she raised her hand and stopped it in the air with an embarrassed expression. I guess he might not have had a good night's sleep for a long time. Seeing him sleeping so soundly, I really couldn't bear to wake him up.
But the food is ready.
Shin Kaiwei hesitated for a moment and decided not to disturb him from sleeping.
She could reheat the food if it got cold.
He really needs to rest well, recuperate and recharge his energy. Shin Kaiwei wanted him to sleep more comfortably, but she definitely couldn't hold He Zhongliang with her own strength. Even though he was now much thinner and more haggard, he still weighed more than 130 pounds, and was so big that Shin Kaiwei was helpless. I had no choice but to take out pillows and blankets from the bedroom, straighten He Zhongliang's body, and let him sleep on the sofa. After everything was arranged, Shin Kaiwei was about to leave when she was suddenly attracted by He Zhongliang's profile. She sat beside him and looked at him carefully, questioning herself in her heart, was it because she had been alone for too long and was beginning to have sexual urges? Or was this young man really meant to be with her? Although Shin Kaiwei is low-key and modest, she knows that she has good conditions in all aspects. If God really wants to help her end her single life, it is not difficult.
But why can't he arrange a man of similar age for her?
I am 42 years old this year, 16 years older than this young man. And he is married. This sudden fate is too ridiculous. Shin Kaiwei was trapped in her own size, but her eyes were reluctant to leave He Zhongliang's profile. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening when Shin Kaiwei put the food in the pot, planning to wait for He Zhongliang to wake up before they eat together. But now I am already sleepy, and He Zhongliang is still sleeping soundly, with no sign of waking up. It seems that if I don't wake him up, he will not get up tonight. Just when Shin Kaiwei was wondering whether she should wake him up, He Zhongliang's cell phone rang in his pocket, and the vibration and ringtone woke him up. He Zhongliang opened his eyes drowsily, lifted the blanket and took out his cell phone. It was his wife calling.
After he answered the phone, he heard his wife's voice, have you gone to see that old lady again? Are you coming home tonight? He Zhongliang was half asleep.
He glanced at Shin Kai-wei in front of him, then looked around before he realized where he was.
I quickly replied, yes, I am with her, I will go home now.
After hanging up the phone, Zhongliang glanced at his phone and found that it was already past 10 o'clock.
I said to myself in shame, why did I fall asleep?
Then he said goodbye to Shin Kai-wei and prepared to leave.
Shin Kai-wei asked anxiously, aren't you going to eat before leaving? Eat? Did I fall asleep before I even eat? Zhongliang covered his stomach with a confused look on his face. He was really feeling hungry. Shin Kai-wei smiled and reminded, yes. You fell asleep when I was cooking, and I didn't have the heart to wake you up. It's all ready, let's eat first. It was already so late, and there was still time for a meal. Zhongliang nodded awkwardly. I'll turn on the fire and heat up the food. It will be ready in 2 or 3 minutes. Don't fall asleep again.
Shin Kai-wei instructed with a smile on her face and walked quickly towards the kitchen.
Zhongliang rubbed his face, sleeping so hard that he could hardly tell the difference between day and night.
He had never slept so soundly in the past year, and felt full of strength. He stood up and walked to the kitchen door, and saw Shin Kai-wei standing in front of the stove, staring at the steamer with a smile on her face.
She turned around and saw Zhongliang, so she put away her smile and asked, what are you doing standing at the door? Stand here for a while. I'm afraid I'll fall asleep again.
Looking at Zhongliang blinking his eyes, he looked like he was not quite sober. Shin Kai-wei couldn't help laughing and told him, go sit at the dining table.
Warm it up a little, it will be ready soon. 10 minutes later, Shin Kai-wei looked at Zhongliang wolfing down his food.
She felt happy from the bottom of her heart and said, it seems you are really hungry.
Zhongliang nodded, swallowed the food in his mouth, and urged, eat quickly. Didn't you not eat either? It's so late now. If it weren't for your company, I wouldn't want to eat a single bite. You shouldn't have waited for me, you could have just eaten first.
I don't work hard during the day, so eating less at night is good for my body, so I can consider it as losing weight.
Do you still need to lose weight with your figure? I don't think it's necessary. At my age, it's too late to lose weight after I get fat. I can't compare with you young people.
When Shin Kai-wei mentioned the age difference between them, she suddenly felt a sense of loss.
You're not that old, you look about 30 years old. Zhongliang glanced at her secretly with a smile. You're so smooth-talking, why don't you eat your meal?
Although she knew that Zhongliang was trying to please her, Shin Kai-wei was still very happy. It turned out that she didn't like men with smooth tongues before, but she just didn't like those men, and it had nothing to do with smooth tongues. After Shin Kai-wei put down her bowl and chopsticks, she propped her face with one hand and watched Zhongliang clean up the food like a whirlwind. She felt very relieved and praised with satisfaction, you are quite a good eater.
You are such a great cook before I came to your house for dinner. I always thought I could cook, but it seems I have misunderstood myself.
Shin Kai-wei rolled her eyes at Zhongliang, making her feel a little uncomfortable with his praise.
Go home quickly after eating. Don't let your wife worry about you. Shin Kai-wei urged Zhongliang to go home.
When he was sent to the door, he solemnly warned him, go back and sleep well, don't let your mind wander anymore. Your body needs a long rest before it can recover.
I see. Anyway, it's pretty normal now, but I don't know what will happen when I get home.
Zhongliang left without finishing his words. He wanted to go home and sleep while his emotions were relatively stable. He hoped that he could continue sleeping and sleep until dawn.
Chapter 9: The Best Choice.
When Zhongliang returned home, his wife was waiting for him in the living room.
She asked in surprise, you really went to that old lady's house? And you slept there?
I originally wanted to invite her to have dinner together, but she invited me to her house. While she was cooking in the kitchen, I fell asleep on the sofa and have been sleeping ever since.
Zhongliang said this and walked into the room. The wife followed up, are you so free of distractions when you are with her? Yeah. I just want to go to bed now. I hope I can sleep well tonight.
Zhongliang took off his clothes and went to bed, and urged his wife, don't disturb me in this room, go back to your bedroom and sleep.
Okay, then go to bed early. The wife nodded repeatedly and quickly left her husband's room. Zhongliang tried to keep himself calm and fall asleep as soon as possible.
But after lying there for more than half an hour, he started to have random thoughts again and couldn't stop. His brain began to secrete dopamine again, disturbing him. Even if he tried hard to recall Shin Kai-wei, it was useless. He couldn't deceive himself. He knew very well that the woman was not here, and he couldn't calm himself down. The next morning, when his wife prepared breakfast, she saw He Zhongliang coming out of the room, looking listless and exhausted.
I walked up to him and asked distressfully, "Didn't you lose control again last night?"
I got it under control, but I didn't sleep all night. He Zhongliang shook his head helplessly. Although he did not indulge in his desires, he did not gain any advantage.
Insomnia all night was also very harmful to the body.
For a healthy young person, occasional insomnia is no big deal and he can make up for it by eating a full meal and having a good sleep. But he had been overdrawn for a year and no longer had the money to stay up late. After breakfast, He Zhongliang endured all night and looked at his wife with eyes like a hungry beast seeing its prey.
The wife understood and said, "Hurry up. Otherwise you will be late for work."
Then she stood up and walked towards the bedroom with a helpless look on her face. She was already exhausted physically and mentally, and had no interest in doing so. She just wanted to help her husband. He Zhongliang knew that he shouldn't torture himself, but if he didn't vent, he would be restless, so he had to rush into the bedroom.
After finishing, the two went out and went downstairs together.
His wife looked at He Zhongliang's tired and haggard appearance, and comforted him distressfully. "Husband, you can't go on like this. If being with that aunt can keep you healthy, then you should try to pursue her and live with her."
"I don't blame you." He Zhongliang understood that his wife was planning to give up the marriage.
She must have considered it for a long time and made a decision after careful consideration. The two walked down the stairs in silence, without continuing to discuss the issue. But they both knew in their hearts that separation was the best solution.
After get off work in the evening, He Zhongliang came to the clinic again.
Shen Kaiyue was treating a patient.
She turned around and glanced at He Zhongliang's haggard appearance. She knew that he did not sleep well last night. "I'm off work late today. Have you eaten yet?" He Zhongliang shook his head, looking weak.
Shen Kaiyue suggested distressfully, "Go eat first."
He Zhongliang nodded, turned and left the clinic, walking towards a noodle shop not far away.
Half an hour later, He Zhongliang returned to the clinic and sat in the waiting area, occasionally glancing at Shen Kaiyue. He couldn't help dozing off and almost fell off the chair several times.
Shen Kaiyue looked at his funny appearance, feeling both distressed and amused. Finally, it was past 8 o'clock, and He Zhongliang dozed off while leaning against a chair, almost slipping off the chair. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw Shen Kaiyue standing in front of him after changing her clothes. He quickly stood up and asked expectantly, "Are you off work?"
Shen Kaiyue smiled and nodded. "You have already had dinner. Why are you still waiting for me here?"
"Nothing, just came to see you. Let me take you home.
My friend will be returning home tomorrow, and I have an appointment with her to have dinner together in the evening."
"You can go with me then and hear what she thinks of your situation." He Zhongliang nodded and followed Shen Kaiyue out of the clinic. The two of them stood downstairs of Shen Kaiyue's building. He Zhongliang was too embarrassed to speak and could only say goodbye awkwardly. Shen Kaiyue called him, "Can you sleep well when you go back tonight?"
He Zhongliang shook his head and confessed helplessly, "As long as you are not by my side, I will soon have a seizure and will not be able to calm down." If any other man said such absurd words, Shen Kaiyue would definitely think he was a liar. But for He Zhongliang, she did not doubt him at all. She believed that this young man was really desperate and would only pester her.
"Will your wife call you again tonight?"
No, she also supports me coming to you."
Shen Kaiyue couldn't help but smile and teased, "She must have been exhausted by your torment, right? She did it for my own good. She didn't want to see me getting weaker day by day."
He Zhongliang lowered his head in shame, very disappointed with himself.
"If she doesn't mind, you can go to my house tonight and have a good sleep. Get some rest, and I'll take you to see that expert friend tomorrow evening."
Shen Kaiyue invited He Zhongliang to go home with her. He Zhongliang let out a long sigh and followed him upstairs. He finally got some rest tonight, he was already exhausted. Shen Kaiyue took He Zhongliang to a room, tidied it up simply, and planned to let him sleep there.
He Zhongliang took off his coat and couldn't wait to lie down on the bed.
He had never felt so relaxed before.
"You look so sleepy, go to bed early." Shen Kaiyue was about to turn around and leave. He Zhongliang suddenly asked, "Can you sit with me for a while? I will fall asleep in less than 2 minutes if you stay next to me."
Shen Kaiyue frowned, sat on the edge of the bed, and looked at He Zhongliang expectantly.
Smiling, she held his hand. "Is this okay?"
"Close your eyes." He Zhongliang almost cried. He didn't understand what magic this woman had that could make him so relaxed and at ease.
"Dr. Shen, thank you." He Zhongliang expressed his gratitude excitedly and then closed his eyes. Finally, he was no longer controlled by dopamine and could enjoy a normal sleep.
Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, Zhongliang's breathing became steady, with a slight snoring sound. He fell asleep, and with the help of Shen Kaiwei, he finally had his first peaceful and restful night since his injury. Shen Kaiwei gently let go of Zhongliang's hand and wanted to stroke his face, but tried hard to suppress that strange thought.
Could it be that I really have a connection with him in my previous life? If it wasn't arranged by God, how could we know each other in this way? And let me become the medicine to save him, or maybe he is lying and just fooling me. But I know that my feelings for him are real, and I can't be deliberately deceiving myself. Shen Kaiwei looked at Zhongliang's face and muttered to herself in confusion. After a moment, she comforted herself, let everything go with the flow. Then slowly stand up, turn off the light, leave the room and gently close the door. Chapter 10, Meeting the Experts. The next morning, Zhongliang opened his eyes and felt like he was reborn. In the past year, I have felt extremely weak and sleepy every morning after opening my eyes. This morning, I finally said goodbye to that pain and found the long-lost vitality again. Zhongliang walked out of the room, came to the kitchen door, and looked at Shen Kaiwei who was preparing breakfast inside. Her eyes were focused and serious, and her slender fingers were flexible and skillful. She was wearing a simple knitted top and trousers, as well as a simple apron, but it could not hide her graceful figure. Her long, smooth hair was casually tied behind her head, with a few strands of hair falling on her fair neck, showing her gentle temperament. The sunlight shone through the window onto her face, and that scene fascinated Zhongliang. Maybe he had a good rest last night, which made him feel aroused towards this woman. But it was not the kind of lust that he could not control, close but different. Even if he could not get her, he would not feel pain, and the feeling of anticipation and desire was also a kind of happiness. Shen Kaiwei noticed Zhongliang standing in a daze at the kitchen door, stopped what she was doing, walked closer to the door and looked at his face carefully. Then he nodded with satisfaction, "You look better now than yesterday. It seems that you had a good rest last night." "Yes. I slept until dawn. I haven't slept so soundly in a long time. Your hair is a mess. Go wash your face. You can eat soon,"
Shen Kaiwei urged, then turned around and went back to work. Zhongliang looked at her back, thin but not skinny, with beautiful curves.
Shen Kaiwei turned around and looked him in the eye, and asked curiously, "Do you have anything else to say?" "No, no."
Zhongliang quickly put away his admiration and hurriedly turned to the bathroom. While the two were having breakfast, Zhongliang's wife called him and they chatted briefly.
After hanging up the phone, Shen Kaiwei asked, "Is your wife worried about you?"
Zhongliang replied, "She just wanted to make sure that I could return to a normal state as long as I was with you."
Shen Kaiwei was a little embarrassed and asked a little embarrassedly, "Won't she be jealous?"
"No, she doesn't want us to continue like that.
If I can stay healthy living with you, she thinks it's best for us to separate. That's better for everyone." "Living with you?" Shen Kaiwei exclaimed in surprise.
She just wanted to help this young man recover his health, so why was the progress so fast? Although she was very excited and looking forward to it, she couldn't believe it for a moment and didn't know how to accept it.
Looking at Shen Kaiwei's surprised expression, Zhongliang quickly explained, "That's not what I meant. I'll rent you a room and you'll be my landlord. We can live together this way." "I don't plan to rent a room, and can you live alone forever?" Shen Kaiwei was not very satisfied with what Zhongliang said.
In fact, he could have that meaning, and Shen Kaiwei would be happier. "Maybe after a period of recuperation, I won't get sick again, and then I won't have to bother you anymore."
"Whatever you want. Let my friend help you take a look tonight,"
Shen Kaiwei said casually with a serious expression.
Zhongliang didn't know why she was suddenly unhappy, and wondered in his heart, could it be that she had the same idea? He secretly glanced at Shen Kaiwei's face and nervously discussed, "If I get sick whenever I leave you in the future, I wonder if you can consider it?" "Considering what?" As soon as Shen Kaiwei asked the question, she reacted.
She understood what Zhongliang meant, but she didn't dare to respond directly. Before Zhongliang could make his point, she quickly said perfunctorily, "Let's observe for a while before we talk."
Zhongliang nodded repeatedly. Since he was not rejected, it meant there was a chance, which made him overjoyed. After dinner, the two went to work and made an appointment to meet the expert in the evening. Today was the most relaxing day for Zhongliang since he was injured.
It also made him determined not to go back to his old life. Whether it was to save his life or because of a special fate, he had to be with Shen Kaiwei. In the evening, Zhongliang came to the address given by Shen Kaiwei and met at a high-end hotel. Originally, the old friend came back to China with the intention of having a meal with Shen Kaiyue to reminisce about the past. Now that Shen Kaiyue brought He Zhongliang along, the friend didn't feel comfortable objecting.
Shen Kaiyue's friend is 3 years younger than her. She graduated from the same university and is considered her junior. She went abroad to study and settled abroad.
Although they are 3 years apart, they have a very good relationship.
This is the patient I told you about.
It's been more than a year and there has been no improvement. Shen Kaiyue introduced He Zhongliang's situation to her friend, whose surname is Huang. After carefully looking at He Zhongliang, the friend told Shen Kaiyue, "Let's talk about it after dinner.
It's been a long time since we last met. Tell me how you have been these past 2 years. Are you still living alone?"
The friend didn't care much about He Zhongliang's illness, but talked to Shen Kaiyue about their past and current life, leaving He Zhongliang awkwardly aside. From their conversation, He Zhongliang could tell that Dr. Huang had a completely different personality and outlook on life from Shen Kaiyue.
She has a very open personality and advocates living life to the fullest.
She has been married 3 times, her first husband was a foreigner, her second was a local, and her third was also a foreigner. She also has many lovers outside, but she always gets along well with everyone. It can be seen that although she is indulgent, she is a person of integrity. When they talked about some emotional and physical topics about Shen Kaiyue, both Shen Kaiyue and He Zhongliang felt very embarrassed. Shen Kaiyue signaled to her friend not to be so explicit, but He Zhongliang felt that he was in the way and really wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Although he was very interested in everything about Shen Kaiyue, he felt embarrassed to talk about women's topics nakedly in front of 2 aunts who still had charm. Dr. Huang saw that He Zhongliang was fidgeting, so he gave him the room card and told him his room number. He asked him to go upstairs and wait, and after he and Shen Kaiyue finished their meal, they would go upstairs to talk about his condition. Shen Kaiyue was a little surprised, but did not stop it. He Zhongliang glanced at Shen Kaiyue and seeing that she had no objection, he followed Dr. Huang's instructions and went to her room to wait.
After He Zhongliang left, Shen Kaiyue asked curiously, "Why did you let him go to your room?"
"I want to understand his situation.
I have my own way, so don't worry about it.
Unless your relationship with him is more than just that of a doctor and a patient."
The friend stared into Shen Kaiyue's eyes, suspecting that her relationship with He Zhongliang was not simple. Shen Kaiyue quickly explained, "Do you think I'm the same as you? He and I have nothing to do with each other. We don't have any messy relationship." Then I'm relieved.
"In fact, even if you have a relationship with him, I don't mind. You are living more and more freely and at your own will, and you haven't restrained yourself at all even as you get older."
"Why should I restrain myself?
The older I get, the more I need to learn to enjoy myself."
The two began to talk about interesting things in the past and women's private topics. Chapter 11. Even the experts can't help.
More than 2 hours later, Shen Kaiyue finished her meal with her friends. The friend wanted to go back to the room to see He Zhongliang, and Shen Kaiyue also wanted to go with her. Her friend advised her, "Just wait in the cafe. If the handsome guy doesn't come down to see you in half an hour, you don't have to wait for him." Shen Kaiyue looked puzzled, but did not argue. After watching her friend leave, she walked to the coffee shop, sat down, glanced at the time, and waited patiently. She believed that although her friend was rather indulgent, as a top psychologist, she should have her own set of methods. He Zhongliang waited in Dr. Huang's room for more than 2 hours. Her nightgown and underwear were scattered on the bed, which made He Zhongliang feel excited. Although Dr. Huang is nearly 40 years old, she has a pretty face and fair skin, and rich people are willing to spend money on maintenance. She is not tall but has a plump chest and hips, and looks curvaceous and charming. Without Shen Kaiyue by his side, staying in the room of this sexy young woman late at night, He Zhongliang's dopamine began to overflow again, and he couldn't control his wild thoughts, making him feel burning with desire and thirst. Suddenly there was a knock on the door.
He Zhongliang took a deep breath and adjusted himself, then rushed to the door. After opening the door, I only saw Dr. Huang, and asked curiously, "Dr. Shen is not here?" "She's waiting in the cafe on the first floor. After I finish examining you, go find her."
Dr. Huang walked into the room, asked He Zhongliang to close the door, and sat down with her beside the bed.
He Zhongliang closed the door and walked to the bedside, breathing heavily.
He saw Dr. Huang taking off his coat and sitting on the edge of the bed with his legs crossed. The slightly tipsy cheeks were flushed. She was wearing a white lace low-cut short dress. The silky fabric on her chest was tight and high, as if the thin shoulder straps could not bear the tension and were about to burst out. The skirt hem, which just reaches the thighs, also appears relatively tight, and the plump thighs and buttocks fully demonstrate the charm and sexiness of a mature young woman. Under the influence of dopamine, He Zhongliang's face turned red and his breathing became rapid. He stood in front of Dr. Huang at a loss, trying his best to restrain the urge to pounce on her. Dr. Huang saw that He Zhongliang was about to burst out with excitement, but she still patted the door beside her seductively and invited He Zhongliang to sit down. She wasn't worried at all that the boy wouldn't be able to control himself, so she just thought of it as a medical accident. She looked very excited and eager.
He Zhongliang was extremely nervous after sitting down, and he didn't dare to look up at Dr. Huang. Because as soon as he saw her, his eyes went straight, and he couldn't wait to. Dr. Huang held He Zhongliang's face and carefully examined every detail of him. He Zhongliang couldn't tell whether she was caressing him or checking him, but he couldn't hold on any longer. He had only two choices: either he let it out without hesitation, or he would go find Shen Kaiwei right away, and he would calm down naturally when he saw her. After an examination, Dr. Huang came to a conclusion: "You are indeed very handsome." He Zhongliang looked at her in surprise and muttered to himself, "You, the psychologist, must be a fake." Seeing He Zhongliang's surprised expression, she added, "It's a pity that he has overindulged himself. To put it bluntly, he is already terminally ill. If he continues like this, he will soon become a disabled person, and he may even lose his life. Judging from your physical reaction now, it is not a psychological problem. I have read your case and there is no other way except surgery. However, brain surgery is very risky, and other doctors should have told you that long ago." He Zhongliang took a deep breath and asked, "You mean my condition is basically hopeless, right? I heard from Shen Kaiwei that you can stay calm whenever you are with her, right?" "Yes, as soon as I see her, or make sure she is by my side, I will calm down and return to normal." Dr. Huang stared into He Zhongliang's eyes, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and asked in a frivolous tone, "Don't you have any other thoughts about her?" He Zhongliang answered truthfully, "I respect her very much and I like her very much. When I first met her, she was still wearing a mask and I was moved just by seeing her eyes. Her eyes are very beautiful and full of tenderness. Any man will be moved when seeing them. It is normal for you to like her, not to mention that she is your life-saving medicine. But one night is not a big deal. Let me diagnose your condition tonight. You don't have to restrain yourself, just show all the symptoms." Dr. Huang lifted her two plump thighs onto the bed and placed them in front of He Zhongliang, staring at him intently. He Zhongliang felt like he was about to explode, and asked hesitantly, "Dr. Shen, are you still waiting for me downstairs? I told her that if she didn't come down in half an hour, she would have to go home by herself. Now there are less than 5 minutes left, and it might be too late for you to go down. Let her go. Can you stay with me tonight?" Dr. Huang came up to He Zhongliang, blinked his big eyes, bit his lips and asked gently. The desire in He Zhongliang's eyes burned like a raging fire. He wanted to leave the room to find Shen Kaiwei, but his legs were out of control and his hands were trembling as he was reluctant to push Dr. Huang away. "Don't make it hard on yourself. You're just sick. This has nothing to do with your character. Don't feel any psychological burden. I'll accompany you tonight, as many times as you want." Dr. Huang comforted He Zhongliang and put his hand on He Zhongliang's waist. The moment Dr. Huang touched him, He Zhongliang forced himself to jump out of bed and shouted, "I want to find Dr. Shen." Then quickly escaped the room. Dr. Huang watched him flee in a panic, then smiled and picked up his phone to call Shen Kaiwei. Shen Kaiwei stood up and was about to leave the cafe when her cell phone suddenly rang. "He ran away from my room, take him home." After hearing her friend's words, Shen Kaiwei asked anxiously, "What do you mean? What should we do about his illness? Is there any treatment plan? You are his only treatment option. If you are interested in him, just accept him. Not only does he need you to control his condition, he should also really like you. If you are not interested in him, just let him die on his own. You are also a doctor, you should know that his condition is very serious. If he doesn't restrain himself and take care of himself, he will die soon. But his problem is not psychological, I can't help him." Shen Kaiwei sighed and hung up the phone silently. A few minutes later, He Zhongliang ran to the coffee shop and rushed in front of Shen Kaiwei. Panting, she thanked, "Fortunately you haven't left yet. Seeing you makes me feel relieved and a lot more relaxed. Why are you so nervous? What were you doing in her room?" He Zhongliang was too embarrassed to say bad things about Shen Kaiwei's friends, so he hesitantly explained, "I don't understand what Dr. Huang means, maybe he is testing my condition." Shen Kaiwei smiled and told him, "You misunderstood her. She must be seducing you on purpose. I know her. Then why did you let her treat me? If you are sick, you should try any possible means. What if she can help you? I am also hoping for the best. It seems that no one can help you except me. Shinkaiwa said helplessly, and then asked, will you come with me, or go back to your home? Of course I'll go with you. I can't stay idle tonight when I get home. Will your wife mind? She's already tired of my annoyance, and she doesn't want to see me getting weaker and weaker day by day. Then come home with me. You'd better call her and tell her so that she won't misunderstand. Shinkaiwa reminded He Zhengliang and left the cafe. He Zhengliang followed her and took out his cell phone to call his wife. Chapter 12 Planning for the Future. After Shinkaiwa brought He Zhengliang home, they didn't have much communication and went back to their own rooms to rest. He Zhengliang was not very sleepy, he sat on the bed in a daze. After taking a shower, Shinkaiwa saw that the light in He Zhengliang's room was still on and the door was not closed. She stood at the door, wiping her hair with a towel, and asked with concern, why aren't you asleep yet? Aren't you sleepy tonight? He Zhengliang looked at Shinkaiwa, who had just finished taking a bath. She was as fresh and refined as a lotus emerging from the water, and as gentle as jade. She was wearing a silver white silk nightgown with the hem above her knees, which covered her thighs but not completely. The vague beauty and temptation of the flesh appearing and disappearing. He Zhengliang stared at Shinkaiwa with his eyes wide open, stunned and speechless. Shinkaiwa noticed He Zhengliang's expression, took 2 steps back, and asked shyly, didn't you say that you would be very calm as soon as you saw me? The impulse towards you is normal and can be controlled. No, I am not impulsive towards you. I just think you are very beautiful and attractive. I just admire you. I don't mean to disrespect you. He Zhengliang gave an incoherent, nervous, and excited explanation. Okay. You don't have to explain. I don't blame you. Shinkaiwa comforted him, and her heart couldn't help but bloom with joy. He Zhengliang was overindulging himself, and she hadn't bloomed for many years. It is impossible to say that she does not want to, but she has not met the right man. In addition, she is a conservative person, so she has never had the opportunity to satisfy her desires. Although she was unwilling to admit it, she also knew that this was not a good thing. But she had a crush on He Zhengliang when she first met him, especially when she pulled down his pants to check him. She always remembered the heat and inexplicable excitement she felt. If you plan to live here permanently, bring your toiletries here tomorrow. Or I can buy some for you. Shinkaiwa hoped that He Zhengliang could live in her house permanently. Before she fell in love with him, she didn't feel lonely living alone. But now I am alone at home, and I feel empty, lonely, and lost. No, I can just go home and get it tomorrow. Can you just think of it as renting this room to me? Whatever you want. How much rent do I pay you every month? It doesn't matter. It's up to you whether you give it or not. It's up to you. Shinkaiwa was too lazy to care about these things, and reminded carefully, is your wife really not angry that you live in my house? Although there was nothing innocent between the two of them, and their main purpose was to save people, they just had feelings for each other in their hearts, but no one would know if they didn't say it out loud. But He Zhengliang is married after all. If his wife comes to him to pursue the matter, he will not be able to explain himself. She won't be angry. She encouraged me to get close to you in the beginning. She still cares about you. Because she had a crush on He Zhengliang, Shinkaiwa felt somewhat guilty and said, you should go to bed early. Before leaving, he was about to reach out to close the door. He Zhengliang quickly discussed, can you please not close the door? I feel closer to you with the door open, and I can sleep more peacefully. Are you still little? Do you need me to put you to sleep? Shinkaiwa smiled and teased, putting the two in an awkward situation. They both lowered their heads shyly, not wanting to face each other. After Shinkaiwa left, He Zhengliang dared to whisper, of course. Then he lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and the scene of Shinkaiwa just now appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. The next day at noon, He Zhengliang went to his wife's workplace to find her. His wife worked in a shopping mall as a cashier. He Zhengliang did not call in advance, and when he arrived at the mall he did not see his wife. His wife's colleague told him that it was lunchtime for the shift. He Zhengliang was about to call to inquire when one of his wife's colleagues came back from lunch and told him, your wife is eating at the spicy hot pot restaurant on the 2nd floor. You just love to eat that stuff. He Zhengliang smiled and chatted with them for a few words, then went to the 2nd floor to find his wife.
Arriving at the spicy hot pot restaurant on the second floor, He Zhenliang stood at the door and looked around, and sure enough, he found his wife.
She was having dinner with a male colleague.
There was nothing big about colleagues having dinner together, but their actions were too intimate. They took food from each other's bowls, talked and laughed, and wiped each other's mouths with tissues.
The scene is very warm and sweet, maybe they didn't mean it.
But lovers don't need to show it deliberately, an ambiguous atmosphere will be revealed. He Zhenliang did not go forward to disturb her and slowly left the store. Although he felt bad, he was not very angry. He had actually been attracted to Shen Kaiyue for a long time, which could be considered mental infidelity strictly speaking. She believed that her wife was just planning for the future and probably hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. After He Zhenliang's wife finished her meal and returned to work, her colleague asked her, "You're back so early.
Why don't you spend more time with your husband? I didn't see him. He went looking for you a long time ago, didn't he find you?"
He Zhenliang's wife was shocked and felt that something might have happened.
She said casually, "Maybe he had something urgent to do and left again." Then I took out my phone and hesitated for a moment, but still didn't have the courage to call.
In the evening, He Zhenliang called his wife and asked her to meet him at a noodle restaurant near their home. When his wife arrived, she saw He Zhenliang was already waiting for her, with 2 boxes next to the table.
After the wife sat down, she asked nervously, "Why do you carry so much luggage?"
He Zhenliang answered frankly, "I want to move to Dr. Shen's house."
"Well, you should rest for a while. How long do you plan to stay before you go home?"
The wife had an uneasy expression on her face, and perhaps she herself didn't know what answer she wanted to hear.
He Zhenliang calmly asked back, "When do you want me to come back?"
The wife's eyes were red, and she didn't know how to answer, so she asked carefully, "You went to that spicy hot pot restaurant at noon today, and saw me, didn't you?"
He Zhenliang nodded and did not deny it.
The wife explained helplessly, "Nothing happened between me and that male colleague, really, you have to believe me."
"But you have feelings for each other and plan to be together in the future, right? Then what do you want me to do? How can I not mind watching you live in another woman's house? I just..."
The wife couldn't continue speaking and took out 2 tissues to wipe her tears. "I know you care about me and worry about my health.
You are doing this for my own good. I understand and appreciate you. Thank you for staying with me for so long. I was the one who let you down first.
If he truly treats you well, you should give him a chance.
I also hope that you will be happier in the future."
The wife grabbed He Zhenliang's hand and asked excitedly, "Husband, let's go home. I met you outside because I was afraid I couldn't control myself at home.
I've been tormenting you for a year, and you haven't had enough."
The wife shook her head with tears in her eyes, and they both couldn't help but smile.
Chapter 13 The Last Night. After the two finished their meal, He Zhenliang bluntly proposed, "Let's get a divorce. You can make your own plans as soon as possible. I can't live without that woman.
It really won't take a few years for me to torment myself to death." The wife looked at He Zhenliang with tears in her eyes, and couldn't help but sigh with tears in her eyes. "I had expected this day to come, and I thought I had prepared myself mentally.
But I didn't expect that I would be so reluctant to let you go when this day came.
If you could stay healthy, I would be willing to let you suffer for the rest of your life." He Zhenliang's eyes were red, and he was very reluctant to leave at this moment. After all, the amount of exercise in 2 years of marriage is almost as much as some people's lifetime, and the relationship is not ordinary. But now, he can only helplessly comfort his wife. "After I was injured that time, I had a close call and survived. But our fate has ended.
God's arrangement is the best. We all have to look forward, seize the next fate, and live a happy life."
The wife suddenly complained sadly, "I don't care, I can still choose someone I like. But why is it so unfair to you that you arrange a 40-year-old lady for you and don't even give you the chance to choose?"
He Zhenliang smiled and explained, "Although Dr. Shin is older than me, he is excellent in all aspects. I am not at a disadvantage. Besides, he is just helping me treat my illness and has not agreed to do anything with me." "It's too early for you to say that." The wife asked expectantly, "Are there other women besides her who can help you? I haven't encountered it yet."
He Zhenliang shook his head with an indifferent expression. It was enough for him to have Shen Kaiyue, and he didn't want to get help from other women.
That old lady really got a great bargain.
Looking at his wife's indignant expression, He Zhenliang told her seriously, "If you have the opportunity to see Dr. Shin, you will not say that. Because she can help you recover, you are fascinated by her, so you think everything about her is good, right?"
"If you say so, then so be it."
He Zhongliang was too lazy to argue with his wife, so he urged her to go home and rest early.
They made an appointment to go and complete the divorce procedures another day. After the two walked out of the noodle shop, the wife looked at He Zhongliang carrying his suitcase and asked reluctantly, "Can't you go home and stay one more night? We are still husband and wife now."
The guilt he felt towards his wife, coupled with the fact that Shin Kaiwei was not around, caused his brain to secrete a large amount of dopamine uncontrollably, making He Zhongliang unable to bear to refuse his wife's request.
Carrying 2 suitcases, I reluctantly went home. Half an hour later, the wife, panting, nestled in He Zhongliang's arms, reluctantly discussing, "Husband, how about we think about it again? Do we really want a divorce?" He Zhongliang reminded his wife, "Didn't you always say before, let me find another woman? Sometimes I say those angry words when I'm not feeling well or in a bad mood. But most of the time, I still enjoy myself and I don't want to be separated from you."
It is true that there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no fields that are plowed to death. I am afraid that I will not be able to work for 2 years and will waste myself.
That's true.
You look a lot thinner and haggard than when you first got married.
It hurts me to see you like that.
I hope that after being with that old lady, you can slowly recover and return to your healthy and sunny self.
He Zhongliang nodded, he hoped so. By the way, let's get a divorce. How much money from the card should be given to you? The wife discussed it awkwardly.
Although talking about money was a bit hurtful, it was a very realistic issue after all and had to be faced.
The house was bought by the woman's family before the marriage, and He Zhongliang was only responsible for buying furniture and appliances.
But in the past 2 years, He Zhongliang gave all his salary to his wife, and the more than 300,000 yuan in compensation he received for work-related injuries was also deposited into his wife's bank card.
I don't want a penny.
He Zhongliang always felt that he had let his wife down and should leave the house with nothing.
How can that be? It's not your fault that things have come to this, and you didn't want this to happen. I think you should at least be given compensation for your injuries. If I say no, then no, let's not argue about it.
He Zhongliang comforted his wife, then got up and put on his clothes.
The wife asked curiously, "Where are you going?"
He Zhongliang replied awkwardly, go back to Dr. Shin's house."
"Why are you in such a hurry? We haven't signed the divorce yet. Why are you in your own home? You seem to be sneaking around. Our marriage is still protected by the law, don't you know? Don't leave tonight. I finally rested for 2 days and I feel better. Who knows how many times I will have to toss and turn if I don't leave tonight. You don't want to sleep tonight."
The wife hesitated for a moment, and the corners of her mouth could not help but rise. "I'm not afraid." He Zhongliang joked helplessly, "The doctor said that I am strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and I am already in a terminal state."
"Don't you think that since he will not be your man in the future, you won't feel bad no matter how you use him?" The wife smiled with shame, thinking that what He Zhongliang said made sense.
Pretending to be angry, she reluctantly said, "You're right, go back to your aunt's house and let her love you." He Zhongliang had already put on his clothes and got out of bed, saying goodbye to his wife with a smile.
The wife put on a nightgown and went downstairs to see He Zhongliang off.
He Zhongliang had just opened the door with his suitcase when his wife suddenly hugged him tightly from behind, unable to hold back her tears. She felt particularly uncomfortable when she thought that He Zhongliang would no longer be her husband after he walked out of this door. He Zhongliang looked back at his home and his wife, and couldn't help feeling sad and reluctant. He held his wife in his arms, wiped away her tears, and stroked her hair and cheeks. The two couldn't help but kiss one last time, but they couldn't stop the car. His wife was reluctant to let go, and He Zhongliang, under the control of dopamine, began to get restless again. He simply closed the door and rushed into the bedroom with his wife in his arms.
20 minutes later, He Zhongliang came out of the bedroom in disheveled clothes, followed closely by his wife. He Zhongliang picked up the suitcase and walked out, turning back to advise, "No need to see me off, you should go to bed early."
His wife still stopped him at the door and comforted him with a smile, "Don't worry.
I don't want it anymore. I'm almost tiring you to death."
Then he helped He Zhongliang straighten his collar, buttoned his shirt, and said, "Let's go, husband." Both of them could not hide their sadness. He Zhongliang forced a smile at his wife, turned around and walked down the stairs. His wife watched him leave, and when he turned around the corner of the stairs, his wife's tears fell again, and she waved goodbye reluctantly.
He Zhongliang's eyes also turned red.
He stopped and moved his lips slightly, "Go back quickly."
The voice was choked in his throat and even he couldn't hear it clearly.
Then, holding back tears, he turned around and continued to leave. The wife leaned against the doorframe and closed the door only after she could no longer hear He Zhongliang's footsteps.
Chapter 14: Eating Longevity Noodles. He Zhongliang came to Shen Kaiyue's house carrying a suitcase.
When Shen Kaiyue opened the door and saw his look, she knew he was up to no good.
Seriously admonished, you must be careful in the future. Wait until your body is in good condition before you think about that kind of thing.
Then he took out a key and handed it to He Zhongliang. This is the key to the house, take it.
Have you eaten? He Zhongliang took the key and nodded, I've eaten.
He looked like he had done something wrong, but he also knew that in his current physical condition, he shouldn't give himself the opportunity to indulge himself.
You look so weak, go take a shower and go back to your room to rest.
He Zhongliang first delivered the suitcase to the room, then took his daily necessities and went to the bathroom. After he turned off the shower, he was about to wash the clothes he had taken off.
There was a sudden knock on the door, and Shen Kaiyue asked, Are you done washing? He Zhongliang quickly responded, Yes, I'm done.
When you're done washing, come out first. He Zhongliang thought she was in a hurry to use the bathroom, so he quickly put on his pajamas and came out. Shen Kaiyue walked into the bathroom, looked at He Zhongliang standing at the door, and urged him, Go back to bed.
What are you doing standing at the door?
He Zhongliang replied awkwardly, I haven't washed the clothes I took off yet.
I'll wash you, you go back to your room and rest.
No, I can wash it myself. You have the nerve to live in my house, why are you still shy about such a small matter?
Go and get some rest.
I feel bad when I see you looking so weak. Shen Kaiyue blurted out the truth, and then quickly changed her words, because I'm a doctor, I feel uncomfortable when I see weak people not resting well.
Thank you, Dr. Shen. He Zhongliang didn't feel like arguing anymore, so he turned around and left silently.
After he left, Shen Kaiyue took a deep breath, reached out and touched her chest to calm her excited heart. Then she started to help He Zhongliang wash his clothes, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. After a while, Shen Kaiyue hung up the washed clothes. Seeing that the light in He Zhongliang's room was off, but the door was still open, she walked gently to the door and looked inside. He Zhongliang had fallen asleep. When he was tired and weak, as soon as he saw Shen Kaiyue, the dopamine in his body returned to normal. After calming down, you will feel very sleepy, fall asleep quickly and have good sleep quality.
This is the process of the body's automatic adjustment and repair.
Shen Kaiyue didn't know how to face this relationship between them, and she didn't dare to imagine how it would develop in the future. I can only take it one step at a time, hoping that he can recover soon and return to his original life. Let's end this ridiculous relationship between the two of us and just think of it as a dream. Shen Kaiyue comforted herself silently, then turned around and walked back to her room helplessly.
She couldn't sleep that night.
Her originally peaceful and regular life was disrupted by the appearance of He Zhongliang. She was left alone and unable to sleep, trapped in a complex emotion of sweetness and torment, expectation and worry. The next morning, Shen Kaiyue got up early and made 2 bowls of hand-rolled noodles. He Zhongliang saw the hand-rolled noodles served, topped with kidney bean and egg sauce. He said excitedly, I haven't eaten this kind of hand-rolled noodles for a long time.
My mother used to make it often.
Nowadays, people are too lazy to bother, so it's more convenient to buy it in the supermarket. I find it troublesome, so I only make it on special days.
Come and eat.
Shen Kaiyue lowered her head and started eating noodles.
He Zhongliang was silent for a moment and began to analyze Shen Kaiyue's words. What is a special day?
When he was a child and it was his birthday, his mother would specially make him hand-rolled noodles, also known as longevity noodles.
Is it your birthday today?
Shen Kaiyue didn't answer, but casually said, You are quite smart.
You understand it immediately.
Then tell him, I wanted you not to come to my house tonight because it's the weekend and my daughter has to go home. But she called yesterday and said she was going to her classmate's house and would not be home this week.
You didn't tell her it was your birthday today? It's not a big deal, just eat a bowl of noodles by yourself, I don't want to disturb her plans.
Shen Kaiyue looked nonchalant. He Zhongliang invited excitedly, I'll take you out for dinner tonight.
I don't like eating out. I'll come back early and make a few more dishes. You can just come back after get off work and eat. Shen Kaiyue couldn't hide her excitement.
She was overjoyed to have the person she loved celebrate her birthday with her. He Zhongliang saw that Shen Kaiyue also had a crush on him, and felt that he might have a chance, so he announced directly, I discussed it with my partner yesterday, and we will go through the divorce procedures in the next 2 days.
What do you mean? Why are you doing this?
Shen Kaiyue was surprised. She was so happy just now, but now she was suddenly hit by reality, as if she was the third party.
He Zhongliang quickly explained, "We have already discussed it. We have been exhausted physically and mentally in the past year. If we continue to live together, you know my situation. Sooner or later, something bad will happen.
What's more, she has already planned for her future, and I don't want to delay her from building a happy family." Shen Kaiyue nodded in agreement, but she still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, as if this matter had something to do with her. He Zhongliang struck while the iron was hot and emphasized, "Dr. Shen, in fact, I can't live with anyone except you." Shen Kaiyue shyly advised, "That's not necessarily the case. Maybe you can return to normal in the future, or meet other women who can help you calm down."
No, you are enough for me."
After hearing He Zhongliang's naked confession, Shen Kaiyue was very excited and nervous, and didn't know how to respond for a while. The age difference between them made her a little worried. "Let's talk about it after a while. You should take care of your body first." Although Shen Kaiyue did not agree, she did not refuse either, which gave He Zhongliang hope.
"Okay, I'll follow your arrangements." Shen Kaiyue looked up at He Zhongliang and couldn't help but smile.
The best birthday gift she has ever received is that He Zhongliang can be single again.
Now she can seriously and boldly consider their relationship.
Although there is a big age gap, at least there are no moral concerns. Both of them have been divorced, and it is good to be a couple who got married later in life and spend the rest of their lives together. But she was still a little worried and didn't dare to invest too deeply in her feelings. After all, He Zhongliang was helpless now and wanted to live healthily, so he had no other choice but to stay with her. It's hard to say what will happen in the future, and the two have only known each other for a short time, so they need to get to know each other better.
After they finished their meal, they went to work separately.
He Zhongliang received a call from his wife in the morning, and the two agreed to meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau.
Chapter 15: Surprises and Accidents. He Zhongliang and his wife came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau and waited a month to get the divorce certificate.
He Zhongliang accidentally saw that the man who had dinner with his wife that day was waiting in a car on the side of the road.
"He's quite anxious, isn't he? How long have you known each other?" The wife confessed generously, "We are old classmates. I met him earlier than you. If I hadn't met you later, I would have been with him a long time ago.
So it turns out that I was defeated by him."
He Zhongliang smiled and teased, then sighed, "If it is destined to happen, it will happen. If it is not destined to happen, don't force it. You will eventually get married with him."
His wife looked at He Zhongliang and her eyes became red again. He Zhongliang quickly comforted her, "Your true love is watching.
Let's not make it too sentimental. Let's part ways in peace.
Looking back on this marriage, I have no regrets and no complaints towards my partner. Even if we didn't grow old together, it was still a wonderful journey of life.
It's just that we are on different paths now. Thank you for walking with me for that period of time.
May your future journey be smoother and may you encounter only beauty and kindness." The wife couldn't keep calm after all. She threw herself into He Zhongliang's arms and began to sob. He Zhongliang looked at the man in the car and smiled in a friendly and ashamed manner. The man was too embarrassed to look him in the eye and dodged awkwardly. After a while, his wife left He Zhongliang's shoulder and her emotions calmed down a little.
"Don't torture that person anymore. I'm leaving first. Bye." He Zhongliang waved his hand and turned away.
His wife watched him walk a distance away, then turned and walked towards the car on the side of the road. The man quickly got out of the car to greet her, and the handover was finally completed smoothly. Shen Kaiyue was busy in the kitchen and had almost finished preparing everything when she suddenly heard a knock on the door.
"You're back so early. Didn't I give you the key?"
Shen Kaiyue muttered all the way to open the door. After opening the door, her view was blocked by a large bunch of flowers. The faces of the daughter and ex-husband appeared from both sides of the flowers, smiling and shouting, "Happy birthday!"
"Surprise? Didn't you say you were going to play at a classmate's house? So it's a surprise. I lied to you on purpose. How could I forget my mother's birthday? Come in quickly. Why did you buy so many flowers? Where should we put them?"
Shen Kaiyue invited the two into the house, her face full of surprise and confusion. Her daughter's sudden appearance was enough to surprise her.
She was totally surprised that her ex-husband also came.
The ex-husband is Han Bing, who is 3 years older than Shen Kaiyue and is 45 years old this year. He is tall and well-proportioned, and although he is not particularly handsome, he has good conversation and temperament, and can be considered a good-looking person. He is also the chairman of a listed company. He can be considered a very dazzling and successful person, and is always surrounded by various beauties. He had too many social events outside, and some things were unavoidable. He couldn't control his body, but he only had Shin Kai-wei in his heart. 7 years ago, Han Bing was rumored to be dating a female star, and he himself did not deny it. Shin Kai-wei did not quarrel with him, but chose to divorce quietly and give up her position as the hostess. Han Bing was bewitched by the female star and agreed to divorce on impulse, giving Shin Kai-wei a large sum of money and several properties. The house Shin Kai-wei lives in now was bought with money she pooled with Han Bing when they got married. At that time, Han Bing was still an ordinary civil servant, and his financial conditions were okay, but not very rich. Shin Kai-wei was used to living here. Han Bing gave her several properties, including a villa. But it had been vacant all along and she had never lived there. She and Han Bing broke up peacefully, and they would occasionally see each other because of their daughter, and they were always polite to each other. After Han Bing divorced Shin Kai-wei, he was with the female star for more than a year, but after the sweet period, they often quarreled and argued. After breaking up with the female star, he began to miss Shin Kai-wei again, but Shin Kai-wei did not agree to remarry him. He was too embarrassed to force it, but he had been secretly observing Shin Kai-wei's life and never gave up the idea of remarrying. He had lived a carefree life these years, with no shortage of women around him, but he had never been serious. After Han Bing and her daughter entered the house, they found a place to put the flowers and cake. Shin Kai-wei returned to the kitchen and started to get nervous, worrying about how to introduce He Zhongliang when he came back. Han Bing and her daughter came to the kitchen door, ready to go in to help. The daughter looked into the kitchen and turned to complain to her father. Mom didn't fall for it at all.
She knew we were coming back. Look at the dishes she prepared long ago. Han Bing smiled and nodded, thinking that Shin Kai-wei prepared it for them.
Shin Kai-wei didn't want to embarrass everyone later, so she decided not to let He Zhongliang come back. She walked out of the kitchen and wanted to call He Zhongliang, but the more anxious she was, the more she couldn't remember where she put her phone.
The daughter followed behind Shin Kai-wei and asked curiously, "Mom, what are you looking for?" "I forgot where I put my phone."
Shin Kai-wei didn't even raise her head and continued searching around the sofa. Han Bing stood by the dining table, picked up Shin Kai-wei's phone from it, and reminded with a smile, "Your phone is here." Just as Shin Kai-wei was about to go over to get it, she suddenly heard the sound of a door opening. Her heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but mutter to herself, "It's over, he's back." He Zhongliang entered the room with a bouquet of flowers in his hand, looking at Shin Kai-wei and her daughter sitting beside the sofa, and Han Bing sitting beside the dining table. The four of them were stunned with surprised expressions, and then they all looked at Shin Kai-wei at the same time. Shin Kai-wei had no choice but to walk up to He Zhongliang and awkwardly introduce them to him. "This is my daughter Han Shui and my ex-husband Han Bing. They came to celebrate my birthday without notifying me and wanted to give me a surprise." He Zhongliang was stunned for a few seconds, then uttered 4 words, "Hello, hello, hello." Han Shui forced an awkward smile and greeted He Zhongliang. Han Bing didn't say anything, but just nodded slightly with an expressionless face. Both father and daughter were waiting for Shin Kai-wei to give them a reasonable explanation. Shin Kai-wei nervously said, "His name is He Zhongliang, and he is a patient of mine." This sentence made the other 3 people not know how to respond. He Zhongliang was already considering whether to find an excuse to leave. Han Shui saw that her mother was in a difficult situation, so she stepped forward to help her out. "Mom, you and this uncle met because he went to the clinic to see a doctor, and then you became friends. He came here specially to celebrate your birthday with you today, right?" Shin Kai-wei nodded quickly, turned around and glared at He Zhongliang, and whispered, "Why did you buy flowers?" He Zhongliang didn't say anything and looked at a loss. He and Shin Kai-wei were very nervous. Han Shui held her mother's arm and whispered in her ear, "I'm in high school now, I can understand everything. You've been single for several years, it's normal for you to meet a friend of the opposite sex. What's more, he's quite handsome, he's a good match for you." After getting the support of her daughter, Shin Kai-wei finally relented. As for what her ex-husband thought, he didn't care. "Put your food down now. We'll be eating soon." Shin Kai-wei told He Zhongliang and walked to the kitchen side by side with her daughter. Chapter 16 Awkward Dinner. Shin Kai-wei walked into the kitchen, and her daughter pressed close to her side, asking curiously, "How far have you progressed?" "We are just ordinary friends, what nonsense are you talking about?" Shin Kai-wei blamed him, and then asked expectantly, "He is not even 30 years old yet, do you think I am suitable for him? As long as you like each other and can get along well, age is certainly not a problem. You see, those successful and outstanding men all look for partners who are a dozen years younger than themselves. It is reasonable for a high-quality woman like you to attract young handsome men.
Can it be the same? Shin Kaiwei retorted, but after hearing what her daughter said, she felt very happy. How can it be different? Why should it be different? Just look at my dad. Has any of his girlfriends over the years been over 30 years old? Why did you mention him? Shin Kaiwei didn't want to talk about this topic anymore, and couldn't help but glance outside. He Zhongliang also came to the dining table, sitting on each side with Han Bing. Seeing their embarrassed expressions, Shin Kaiwei and her daughter couldn't help but want to laugh. After all, Han Bing is an old hand and has experienced all kinds of situations. After a brief period of embarrassment, he took the initiative to invite He Zhongliang to sit down. Although he wanted to throw the young man out, he still showed courtesy and grace. This is Shin Sayue's home now, and He Zhongliang are both guests. And he is also taking advantage of his daughter, otherwise Shin Kaiwei would not let him come to dinner. What does the young man do for a living? I install air conditioners. That's hard work, but it's not a bad thing for young people to experience some hardship and gain experience. Han Bing took the initiative to chat, and his friendly and generous attitude made the two of them less awkward. Kaiwei said that you met her when you went to the clinic for treatment, right? Yes, I had shingles during those days, and it healed after a few shots. Oh, elderly people with low immunity are more likely to get herpes, and it takes a long time to heal. It's especially painful when it's serious. At your age, your immunity is relatively strong, so you will definitely heal quickly. Just pay attention to your diet and rest and you'll be fine. Yes, yes, yes. He Zhongliang nodded repeatedly. He had a good impression of Han Bing and admired his conversation and temperament. No wonder Shin Kaiwei was willing to marry him, he was really outstanding. And the two of them can still communicate normally now, which shows that they did not hurt each other and were both very generous. Han Shui brought out a plate of food and placed it on the table. She looked at He Zhongliang carefully and nodded with satisfaction. Then she smiled at her father, ran into the kitchen and whispered to her mother, "Look at my dad, he's pretending to be very calm. He must be upset to see you dating a young handsome guy. He and I are just ordinary friends." Shin Kaiwei felt that she and He Zhongliang had not reached that stage yet, and did not want to say anything too early. Is it possible for ordinary friends to date each other at home alone? And he brought roses with him. Do you think I'm a child? Shin Kaiwei smiled awkwardly, not wanting to tell her daughter that he was not here for a date, he just lived in this house. After the dishes were served, the four of them sat down and started eating to celebrate Shin Sayue's birthday. The joyful and harmonious atmosphere made Shin Kaiwei ignore the awkward relationship between the two men. Although she divorced Han Bing, Shin Kaiwei was always satisfied with her ex-husband's behavior and his care for her and their daughter. Although the fate between husband and wife had come to an end, she still admired this man in other aspects. Maybe he is too successful, living in the world of fame and fortune that ordinary people cannot touch, surrounded by beautiful women. Most men cannot remain chaste, some things are inevitable for everyone. Shin Kaiwei divorced him, but she didn't blame him, let alone hate him. It ended naturally, with no regrets about the past life, and no wounds left. Everything is fine. The topics of conversation among the four people mainly revolved around Han Shui's school life and Shin Sayue's work. He Zhongliang and Han Bing are more like two supporting roles, just responsible for supporting the main role. Let them feel relaxed and not embarrassed. After eating and drinking, it was already late. Han Bing had planned to leave long ago, because he knew Shin Kaiwei would not let him stay overnight. He was very sure of this, and it would be useless even if he had his daughter's amulet. He was worried about letting He Zhongliang stay at Shin Sayue's house, although he was not sure how far the relationship between them had progressed. But from the conversation just now, the two of them had only known each other for a few days, so they should not be living together. He took the initiative to ask He Zhongliang for the address, wanting to leave Shin Sayue's house with He Zhongliang. He Zhongliang took a look at Shin Sayue's nervous expression and was too embarrassed to tell the truth. He told her the address of his previous home and pretended that he didn't live here. Shin Kaiwei nodded in agreement, agreeing with his answer. Han Bing said enthusiastically, "That's perfect. When are you leaving? I can give you a ride when I pass by there." He Zhongliang could tell that Han Bing was hinting that he should leave. The mother and daughter hadn't seen each other for a week, and he really shouldn't disturb them here. It's getting late, you guys can chat. I can just take a taxi and leave. When Han Bing heard He Zhongliang's words, he quickly stood up and said goodbye. It's time for me to go too. I can just drop you off on the way back. Shin Kaiwei sent the two of them to the door. Han Bing noticed that the way she looked at He Zhongliang seemed very worried. I couldn't help but wonder, what was she worried about? Was she afraid that I would hurt her boyfriend? What a waste of worry.
After seeing off He Zhongliang and Han Bing, Shin Kaiwei began to clean up the table. The daughter also came to help, but Shin Kaiwei sent her away. You don't have to clean up, go wash up and go to bed early.
I still want to talk to you.
The daughter is not sleepy now, she still wants to talk to her mother about the little boyfriend.
Okay.
Once you're done washing up, I'll finish cleaning up and I'll go to your room and chat with you for a while.
Shin Kaiwei sent her daughter away and walked into the kitchen with the tableware.
He Zhongliang and Han Bing came downstairs and walked with him to a large Bentley car.
He Zhongliang was very surprised. He thought Han Bing was going to take a taxi and give him a ride.
From the conversation during dinner just now, he learned that Han Bing was a successful businessman, but he didn't expect him to be so successful.
He Zhongliang stood beside the car and asked incredulously, "Can you drive after drinking?"
Before Han Bing could answer, the door of the cab was pushed open and a driver got out of the car and opened the door for Han Bing. Han Bing signaled He Zhongliang to get on the car from the other side.
He Zhongliang nodded and went around to the other side.
I couldn't help but wonder in my heart, it turns out that there is a driver waiting for him downstairs.
It seems that he is very rich. But why do Shin Kaiwei and their daughter live in such an ordinary community? Chapter 17, Gaining the Support of My Daughter.
The driver drove out of the community, and He Zhongliang sat side by side with Han Bing in the back. It was the first time for him to ride in such a luxury car, which was indeed a world of difference from the van he usually drove in the company.
Mr. Han, what kind of business are you in? Your company must be very large. He Zhongliang couldn't help but be curious.
Han Bing had been observing and analyzing He Zhongliang since the meal, and through his words and actions, he tried to guess why he wanted to get close to Shin Kaiwei. Han Bing was worried that he was going for Shin Kaiwei's money. Now it seems that he really knew nothing about Shin Kaiwei's past. When Shin Kaiwei divorced Han Bing, the property Han Bing left her was conservatively estimated to be over 100 million. It's just that Shin Kaiwei is a low-key person. She has been working in a clinic and leading an ordinary working-class life. She is very satisfied with this simple and regular life. This is also what Han Bing admires most about Shin Kaiwei.
He has always wanted to remarry this woman.
I am tired of the life of extravagance and decadence. Looking back, the days with Shin Kaiwei were the happiest. If Han Bing had not gone into business and become a top billionaire in just a few years, causing him to lose his way in lifestyle, their marriage would not have ended.
Han Bing smiled and said the name of his company. He Zhongliang immediately understood who he was. The richest man in the city and the chairman of a listed company. He Zhongliang was surprised by this identity.
He was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to continue the conversation. Looking at He Zhongliang's puzzled expression, Han Bing invited him in a friendly manner, "You are Shin Kaiwei's friend, which means you are my friend.
If you are interested, come to work in my company.
I have no plans to change jobs for the time being."
"Thank you for your kindness."
He Zhongliang declined politely.
Did he doubt that Han Bing was really so generous? She was his ex-wife.
And it was obvious that he cared about Shin Kaiwei very much. How could he not be jealous at all?
Okay then. If you change your mind, you can always contact me.
Han Bing took out a business card and handed it to He Zhongliang.
He really didn't want to help He Zhongliang.
He just wanted to keep He Zhongliang within his control so that he could be monitored and guarded more easily. Although he didn't want to force Shin Kaiwei to remarry, nor did he intend to hinder Shin Kaiwei's remarriage. But the moment he saw He Zhongliang walk into Shin Kaiwei's house, he changed his mind. He couldn't accept that another man possessed Shin Kaiwei, and he wanted to take back the woman who originally belonged to him. When Han Shui was washing up in the bathroom, she noticed something strange inside. There was an extra set of toiletries and a pair of men's slippers, which made her suspicious.
I couldn't help but exclaim, "Mom is actually living with that man."
She walked out of the bathroom, and while her mother was still busy in the kitchen, she quickly went to her mother's room, and after a careful inspection, she found no changes. Then he checked other rooms and found out that He Zhongliang lived there. Standing in He Zhongliang's room, Han Shui couldn't help but wonder, they are all adults, why do they have to live separately if they are already living together? Just when she was at a loss for words, Shin Kaiwei appeared behind her. Knowing that he could no longer conceal it, he confessed with shame, "He does live here. I rented this room to him."
Han Shui couldn't help but tease, "What kind of plot are you guys playing out? Is it the old routine of a handsome young guy and a mature and beautiful landlord? Look at what you said, it's not what you thought."
Shin Kaiyue nervously held her daughter's hand, but she couldn't explain He Junliang's situation to her daughter.
You don't have to hide it like this. If you like each other, just be together openly. No one has the right to oppose you. Anyway, I support any decision you make.
Shin Kaiyue felt very touched by her daughter's support, and a stone in her heart finally fell to the ground.
Tell me. How far have you developed? Why do you want to live separately when you are already living together?
The daughter held her mother's arm and continued to question her. Shin Kaiyue took her daughter out of the room, sat down on the sofa, and answered frankly, "We have a good impression of each other, but we haven't confirmed our relationship yet. I want to spend more time with him before deciding whether to take the next step."
He lives here, and facing a beauty like you, he can actually sleep peacefully? Is there something wrong with his body? What nonsense! Shin Kaiyue blamed her daughter, but she couldn't help but smile because she was half right. He Zhongliang was indeed abnormal. He just said he lived outside. Was he lying?
Faced with her daughter's guess, Shin Kaiyue had no choice but to nod.
Then call him back quickly. Are you going to let him spend the night on the street? He's a big enough man to find a place to live. We don't have to worry about him.
Because her daughter was at home, Shin Kaiyue was embarrassed to call Li Zhongliang back home.
Let him come back and live here. Does he think I'm in the way? What nonsense!
He comes back to sleep in his own room.
It doesn't bother anyone.
The daughter looked at her mother's nervous expression and advised earnestly, "Call him back quickly.
I can see that you are worried about him."
Shin Kaiyue glared at her daughter but did not refute. She was indeed worried about He Zhongliang.
I'll get you your phone.
The daughter stood up and ran to the dining table to get her mother's cell phone. At this time, He Zhongliang was already standing at the gate of the original community, and Han Bing's luxury car had already left.
He was standing on the side of the road, hesitating about what to do.
The cell phone rang and it was Shin Kaiyue calling.
Where are you? It's so late, come back soon. Forget it. It's not convenient for your daughter to stay at home.
I can just find a hotel to stay for one night. When Shin Kaiyue heard that He Zhongliang was going to stay in a hotel, she asked with concern, "Can you sleep without me?"
You should come back. I talked to the child and she doesn't mind. He Zhongliang was also afraid of the feeling of being controlled by lust and unable to fall asleep.
He had become accustomed to sleeping soundly at Shin Kaiyue's house until dawn.
After Shin Kaiyue hung up the phone, her daughter couldn't help but imitate what she had just said, "Can you sleep without me?" Then he laughed and teased, "You two have come this far, and you haven't confirmed your relationship? Who would believe that? Are you living separately just to show me?"
Shin Kaiyue quickly explained, "It's not what you think, he has a special disease.
If he can't see me at night, he can't sleep peacefully." Okay. It sounds a bit corny to me. The daughter interrupted Shin Kaiyue's explanation and couldn't help but blame her. Are you insulting the intelligence of a high school student like me? You said something so weird, and there is also a disease. I'm surprised you thought of it. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?
Shin Kaiyue was amused by her daughter's words. She shook her head helplessly.
She didn't know how to explain and simply gave up resisting.
The daughter continued her analysis in a serious tone. That's not a disease, and it has nothing to do with medicine. That's called love. When a man falls in love with a woman, he will develop an emotional dependence on her.
Not being able to sleep is the least of the problems, and some people will leave their partner and even die. Okay, stop talking.
Shin Kaiyue interrupted her daughter and urged her to go back to her room and sleep. The daughter said to her mother in a weird way, "No, you have to go to my room with me.
I can't sleep without you by my side. Are you done yet? I'll put you to sleep tonight, okay?"
Shin Kaiyue knew her daughter was implying something, so she walked into the room with her daughter with a smile on her face.
Chapter 18. 2 more people left. He Zhongliang returned to Shin Kaiyue's home.
Shin Kaiyue heard the door open in her daughter's room and turned to look outside.
The daughter smiled and reminded, "Go and coax your little boyfriend to sleep. Don't talk nonsense. Go to sleep."
Shin Kaiyue glared at her daughter and left the room with a smile.
He Zhongliang stood in the living room, looking at Shin Kaiyue coming to him, and asked in a low voice, "Your daughter is asleep?" "No, you don't have to be so cautious. She has no problem with you living here." Shin Kaiyue comforted him and asked again, "You're already at the door, why don't you go up to take a look? The divorce has already been signed, why are you going back? So soon?"
Shin Kaiyue was a little surprised. She called me this morning and she has her own plans. She needs to complete the formalities as soon as possible so that she can take the next step.
Shen Kaiyue nodded and asked expectantly, "What are your plans for the next step?"
He Zhongliang smiled and replied helplessly, "I have no other choice but to bother you. Maybe in the future, when you recover, you will be back to normal.
Then you will have other options and you don't have to stay with me.
Dr. Shen, even if I recover from my illness, I still want to be with you forever.
I love you." Facing He Zhongliang's confession, Shen Kaiyue nervously reminded him, "There is a big age gap between us, do you think it's appropriate?"
"I don't think age is a problem, the feeling towards each other is what matters most." He Zhongliang was very firm in his attitude, and then he expressed his concerns. "I didn't expect that your ex-husband is the chairman of a listed company. Compared with such a successful person, I am an air conditioner installer, and I am indeed out of your league."
"It's normal if you don't like me. Do you think I am someone who cares about wealth and status?" Shen Kaiyue questioned seriously, looking into He Zhongliang's eyes, not wanting him to retreat out of inferiority. "Of course not.
You don't seem like someone who cares about material things."
"I think it's enough to have enough money, and I don't lack money. What I lack is someone who has feelings for me and is by my side."
He Zhongliang seemed to be able to see from Shen Kaiyue's eyes the grievances and loneliness she had experienced over the years, and he couldn't help but want to hug her.
Shen Kaiyue's breathing was rapid.
She was eager and nervous. But she still had some concerns. She turned her head carefully and looked at the door of her daughter's room. He Zhongliang also felt like a thief and felt a little guilty. He raised his arm, paused in the air for a few seconds, and then put it down obediently. Shen Kaiyue glanced at He Zhongliang's nervous expression and reminded him with a smile, "Take care of your body first, then think about the future." He Zhongliang nodded in shame, and then the two smiled at each other and went back to their rooms. The next day, the three of them had breakfast together. He Zhongliang and Shen Kaiyue both lowered their heads while eating, too shy to say a word, and even tried to avoid eye contact. Han Shui kept looking at them and couldn't help but praise, "You two look quite a good match.
Hurry and eat." Shen Kaiyue didn't want to talk about herself and He Zhongliang in front of her daughter. He Zhongliang was very happy to receive the affirmation from Shen Kaiyue's daughter.
He smiled and nodded, "Thank you." Han Shui warned without disguising, "You'd better really like my mother. If you just covet her beauty and don't know how to cherish her after you get her, my father will not let you go."
"How can you talk like that? Your father doesn't have to worry about my affairs."
Shen Kaiyue severely criticized her daughter, thinking that her words were too impolite. "Although my dad is divorced from you, he still cares about you very much."
"You still say that?"
Shen Kaiyue put down her chopsticks and looked at her daughter angrily.
He Zhongliang quickly comforted her, "Your daughter is right. I can see that your ex-husband still cares about you. I don't think this is a bad thing." Han Shui asked excitedly, "You are quite generous, aren't you jealous?" "I wish everyone cared about Dr. Shen. As long as it's for her good, I won't be jealous." He Zhongliang smiled at Shen Kaiyue, and the two of them couldn't help but look at each other, their eyes inadvertently filled with ambiguity. "All right. Be more restrained in front of me,"
Han Shui shouted, and He Zhongliang quickly lowered his head to eat. Shen Kaiyue glared at her daughter, but she didn't feel like saying anything. She smiled and continued eating. Han Bing sat in his office, feeling uneasy all morning, and the more he thought about it, the more worried he became. Finally, he couldn't help but arrange two people to find out He Zhongliang's background and monitor his whereabouts.
Shen Kaiyue's daughter returned to school, and she and He Zhongliang were the only ones left for dinner in the evening.
The house suddenly became quiet and both of them felt a little embarrassed. Although Shen Kaiyue had a crush on He Zhongliang, she had never intended to develop a romantic relationship with him. Now that she knew He Zhongliang was divorced and was also interested in her, she could not help but be tempted and yearn for the beauty of romance.
"Dr. Shen, your daughter seems to be quite supportive of us being together, right?" He Zhongliang was the first to break the silence and looked bravely into Shen Kaiyue's eyes.
Shen Kaiyue glanced at him and said, "Take care of your health first, and then consider our relationship."
"I feel much better now than before. I can eat well, sleep well, and work more energetically during the day."
"You look better now, but you've overdrawn your energy in the past. You'd better rest for a few months."
"Does it take that long to abstain from sex?" He Zhongliang obviously couldn't wait that long.
Shen Kaiyue looked at him for a few times and reminded him, "At least you have to get back to a normal weight.
You're still a little thin now." "That's easy. Since I moved into your house, I've been eating well and sleeping well, and I've gained a lot of weight." "That's good.
For a man of your height, it would be more appropriate for you to gain at least 10 pounds.
Yes, I will complete the task. He Zhongliang assured confidently and began to eat with big mouthfuls. Shin Kaiwei smiled and reminded, don't get too fat, I don't like bloated men. Don't worry. I will control my weight and make sure you are satisfied. It's mainly for your health. As they ate and talked, Shin Kaiwei couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth.
After Shin Kaiwei finished cleaning up and came out of the kitchen, she saw He Zhongliang waiting for her outside.
Curiously asked, why are you standing here instead of going back to your room to sleep? He Zhongliang replied with a smile, waiting for you. Shin Sayue's cheeks instantly turned hot, and she was also very eager and looking forward to it. But I still tried to ask calmly, don't you think it's too fast? What are you doing so fast? It's still early. I want to watch TV and chat with you.
Shin Kaiwei went from being excited and nervous to feeling embarrassed. It turned out that she was thinking too much.
Look for yourself. I want to rest early.
Shin Kaiwei walked towards her room after she finished speaking.
He Zhongliang realized her question and guessed, did you think I was waiting for you to sleep with me? You said it was a bit too fast, but you didn't refuse, right?
Shin Kaiwei turned around and glared at He Zhongliang, without saying anything or stopping, and continued walking back to the room.
He Zhongliang did not give up and followed her closely. She walked into the room and turned around to lock He Zhongliang out. He Zhongliang held the door with his hand, and Shin Kaiwei asked seriously, do you still want to break into my room?
I'm very energetic now, not sleepy at all.
I just want to talk to you. Can you fall asleep so early?
Shin Kaiwei looked at He Zhongliang's sincere eyes and believed that he would not do anything rash.
Come in after I change my clothes. Shin Kaiwei said something and gently closed the door. Chapter 19 Asking for a Hug.
After Shin Kaiwei closed the door, she couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster. Since her divorce, no man had ever entered her room.
She changed into her usual suspender nightgown.
The silvery white silky fabric made her curvy body curves even more charming.
The exposed shoulders and arms have even bones and beautiful lines, and the smooth and delicate skin is full of temptation.
The hem of her skirt was above her knees, unable to hide her long, straight legs. She looked down and felt as if she was deliberately seducing men.
Normally, she would dress like this at home and she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But now that there was a man at home, she felt that it was a bit too revealing. The door of the room was finally opened. Shin Kaiwei was wearing pajamas and wrapped herself tightly. But her body curves were still beautiful. He Zhongliang wanted to ask, does it take you so long to change your clothes? But he didn't dare to say it out loud. He walked into the room and couldn't help looking around. He was very excited. There seemed to be a special smell in the room. He couldn't put his finger on it. Maybe it was the seductive hormones of the opposite sex at work. What are you looking at? Shin Kaiwei asked, then went to bed and leaned against the headboard. Just take a look around. He Zhongliang was full of curiosity about Shin Sayue's room.
He found the sexy and silky nightgown on the hanger and remembered seeing Shin Kaiwei wearing it.
Why aren't you wearing this nightgown? He Zhongliang moved a chair and sat down beside the bed. Shin Kaiwei smiled and replied, I wear whatever I like. Now is the time for you to recuperate, so it's best not to have any random thoughts. No matter how many clothes you wear, it won't stop me from daydreaming. You dare. Shin Kaiwei glared at He Zhongliang, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Don't worry, I'm just thinking about it.
I can control my behavior and it won't affect my sleep and recuperation.
Hearing He Zhongliang's straightforward words, Shin Sayue's face turned red. Staring at his face, she felt a wave of heat. He Zhongliang saw that Shin Kaiwei was also very excited, so he bravely held her hand and asked, Dr. Shin, do you believe in love at first sight? Shin Kaiwei took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She did not dodge, but also held He Zhongliang's hand tightly, feeling each other's warmth and desire. After hesitating for a moment, she confessed frankly, I didn't believe it before I met you. Until that day when you walked into the clinic, pulled down your pants in front of me, and exposed half of your buttocks. The first time I was treating a patient, I couldn't help but have wild thoughts. When Shin Kaiwei said this, she couldn't help but laugh out loud shyly. He Zhongliang stared at Shin Kaiwei with a half smile, and when she stopped laughing, he told her seriously, I was attracted by your eyes. You were wearing a mask that day, and I could only see your eyes. I was fascinated by you at first sight, and my brain immediately stopped secreting dopamine, and was no longer controlled by those carnal desires.
At that time, I guessed that this must be love at first sight, and I met the right person. This kind of fate is hard to come by, and many people never have the chance to meet it in their entire lives.
Shinkaiwa smiled and teased, hearing what you said, it seems that my feelings towards you are too superficial.
I don't mind that you have feelings for me because of my butt. In essence, the butt and eyes are both parts of the body. There is no emotional difference between liking someone's eyes and liking someone's butt, and there is no difference in level. Shinkaiwa gently stroked He Zhongliang's cheek and comforted him gently. Actually, I like your eyes very much, too.
Then I couldn't help laughing again.
Looking at Shinkaiwa's brilliant smile, revealing her white and neat teeth and her pink and plump lips, one can't help but imagine. He Zhongliang moved his chair, moved closer to Shinkaiwa, and put his hand on her shoulder.
Shinkaiwa suddenly put away her smile and asked seriously, what do you want to do by getting so close?
He Zhongliang excitedly confessed, I want to hug you. The two of them were face to face at close range and could feel each other's rapid breathing. Shinkaiwa put her hand on He Zhongliang's shoulder, but her body was limp and her arms had no strength at all.
If He Zhongliang insisted on getting closer, she would be powerless to resist.
But I still tried to discuss it calmly. I don't want to develop so quickly, you should rest for 3 or 2 months before we talk.
I just want to hug you. Give me a hug before going to bed. I'll go back to my room and sleep right away.
Shinkaiwa felt that she had been fooled again, or that she was thinking too much. Maybe the time had really come, and she couldn't help but long to bloom. She patted He Zhongliang's shoulder gently and raised her arm. I'll give you a hug, go back to sleep. He Zhongliang held her in his arms, lifted her hair, and took a deep breath.
Okay, go back and rest.
Shinkaiwa urged and gently pushed He Zhongliang, but he still held on and refused to let go.
Didn't you say I'd just give you a hug and then go back to sleep?
I didn't say how long I would hold you for.
You are playing tricks on me. Shinkaiwa blamed him, but then couldn't help but smile.
She pushed He Zhongliang's shoulders lightly a few times and stopped resisting. She sighed and gently stroked his shoulder. At this moment, Shinkaiwa officially took over this little boyfriend and decided to love him well in the future.
Nearly 10 minutes later, Shinkaiwa patted He Zhongliang on the back and urged him, have you hugged me enough? I'm sleepy. Go back to sleep.
He Zhongliang then reluctantly let her go and said mischievously, I'll hug you again tomorrow night. Then he stood up suddenly, but he forgot his body's instinctive reaction.
He quickly bent down, turned around awkwardly and walked out of the room quickly. Shinkaiwa noticed his body's reaction the moment he stood up. Watching him run out in disgrace, I couldn't help but let my breath tremble in my throat.
I complained helplessly, you're really obedient.
Actually, as long as you don't overdo it, it's okay occasionally.
Shinkaiwa sighed, couldn't help but blush, and grabbed a corner of the quilt tightly. Then he pulled up the quilt to cover his face, hiding the smile that could not help but show. The next morning, the people Han Bing sent to investigate He Zhongliang came to report to him about He Zhongliang's work unit, his previous marital status, and the fact that he is currently living with Shinkaiwa. After hearing this, Han Bing couldn't believe his ears and asked seriously, have you figured out whether he is really living with Shinkaiwa?
We followed him after he got off work. He really went to Shinkaiwa's house. It wasn't until the next morning that the two of them came out of the house one after another. We will continue to monitor him tonight. No need. You guys get out.
Han Bing sent the two men away, with a cold expression, looking thoughtfully at the floor-to-ceiling window behind him.
A female secretary walked into the office and put a document in front of him for his signature. He picked up the pen, but because there was no ink after he scratched it, he instantly became furious, threw the pen against the wall, and then slammed the table twice. He suddenly stood up, turned around, and approached the French window, looking outside fiercely. The female secretary quickly cleaned up the desk, prepared a pen, and waited nervously. Chapter 20, Going to the Female Client's Home. At noon, Han Bing was sitting in a high-end restaurant with a woman. This woman's name is Su Meng. She was also Han Bing's lover a few years ago, but later they gradually ended that relationship. With Han Bing's help, he runs a KTV and has close ties with gangsters. He also has a few regular thugs in his own store. This woman not only has a beautiful appearance, but also has intelligence and means that are appreciated by Han Bing. She is the most capable one among his many lovers. Although the two have ended that kind of relationship, they still keep in touch frequently. Han Bing has some shady things that need her help to solve, and of course he will not treat her badly afterwards. This time, he planned to let her handle the matter of dealing with He Zhongliang.
But Han Bing was worried that if he was too harsh, Shin Kaiyue might suspect him, and he didn't know how to face that woman in the future.
Moreover, his daughter would also stand on Shin Saiyue's side.
His daughter and Shin Kaiyue were the people he cared about the most, and he dared not offend them. After Han Bing explained the situation to Su Meng suggested, since there is no deep hatred, and there is no conflict of interests involved, there is no need to be ruthless.
As long as we can find a way to stop him from getting close to your ex-wife, that will be enough.
Han Bing was still a little hesitant, always feeling that he Zhangliang had slept with Shin Kaiyue, which made him resentful. Although she was his ex-wife, he still couldn't accept it.
I didn't expect that the pure-hearted Shin Kaiyue would find a young man at home.
He guessed that if they lived together, it was impossible for them not to have sex. One was full of energy, and the other was in his prime. Han Bing was furious when he thought of this. He wanted to arrange for someone to kill He Zhangliang. Su Meng saw Han Bing's worries and comforted him with a smile. It's a matter of mutual consent, so don't be so angry. I will find a way to make that young man leave your ex-wife on his own initiative. If you hurt him, he is not a gangster, he has no enemies. Your ex-wife will definitely suspect you, you care about her so much, you should not want her to hate you.
Han Bing took a deep breath, sighed helplessly, and nodded silently, which was considered as showing mercy to He Zhangliang.
Then he asked curiously, how do you plan to make him leave Shin Kaiyue on his own initiative?
You know how I deal with men.
He's a young man full of vigor and earns his money through hard work.
What does he want from getting close to your ex-wife?
He just wants to rely on his rich aunt and doesn't want to work hard anymore.
Whether he wants to be a playboy or rich and powerful, I can satisfy him.
I can seduce him and then dump him. He changed his mind, and your ex-wife can only blame herself for choosing the wrong person, not others.
Han Bing analyzed uncertainly. He doesn't seem to know how much wealth Shin Kaiyue has. He may not be going for the money. That's because they're after beauty. I've seen your ex-wife.
Although she's 10 years older than me, I can't say I can beat her in terms of looks. Han Bing looked up at Su Meng and commented with a smile, the styles are different, there is no comparison. Seeing how much you care about her, in your heart there must be no one prettier than her. Some feelings and emotions are hard to let go, and have little to do with appearance.
I definitely have more ways to deal with men than she does. Don't worry.
I will be able to take down that guy soon and will never let him get close to your ex-wife again.
Su Meng assured confidently. Han Bing was not satisfied and stressed, not as soon as possible.
Starting from tonight, I don't want him to spend the night at Shin Saiyue's house again.
Are you in such a hurry? I actually have something else to do this afternoon.
Get this done first, I won't treat you unfairly.
I know you are rich and generous. All right. I'll arrange it now.
Su Meng took out his cell phone and started calling people to make arrangements. He Zhangliang received an assignment from the company in the afternoon to do dust removal and maintenance for an air conditioner for a customer. He drove the company's van to an upscale residential area and found the customer's home according to the address. After pressing the doorbell and waiting for a while, Su Meng opened the door and greeted me with a smile. She was only wearing a white bathrobe with a ribbon tied around her waist. The collar of her upper body was very low, revealing her breasts. The slit of her lower body was also very high, and as she walked, her thighs were faintly visible. After He Zhangliang entered the room, his brain began to secrete a large amount of dopamine under strong stimulation. He could only keep reciting Shin Saiyue's name in his heart to remind himself to calm down and not be impulsive. Under the guidance of Su Meng, He Zhangliang came to the air conditioner and began to quickly remove dust and maintain it.
He tried to keep himself focused and not think about the hostess.
But Su Meng insisted on helping, and she kept wandering around He Zhangliang, sometimes beating her chest and lowering her head, and sometimes deliberately half-crouching in front of He Zhangliang.
The bathrobe was completely exposed. Her smooth, white skin and her voluptuous and graceful figure were displayed in front of He Zhangliang without reservation. Are you alone at home?
He Zhangliang hopes that there will be a man to help him out.
Yes. I'm home alone. Do you have any other ideas?
Su Meng put her hands on He Zhangliang's shoulders and stared at him with charming eyes. He Zhangliang quickly explained, No, don't misunderstand me, I don't have that kind of thought.
Su Meng grabbed his arm and asked relentlessly, What kind of idea? Tell me clearly. I don't mean to disrespect you, just stay away. It's too dusty here.
Just in time for us to take a bath together after we finish our work. Su Meng's words made He Zhangliang so excited that he was stunned. This was simply naked seduction, without any twists and turns.
After adjusting for a moment, he persuaded awkwardly, No, I have other work to do. I will wash it when I get home from get off work. You'd better not stay here. I'm afraid of bumping into you. You think I'm getting in the way? Well, I'll go make you some juice.
Only then did Su Meng let go of He Zhongliang's arm and left, twisting her waist.
He Zhongliang couldn't help but take a look at the plump and round buttocks under the white bathrobe.
Then I quickly turned around and continued to work, just wanting to finish the work as soon as possible and leave here. 20 minutes later, He Zhongliang completed all maintenance work, cleaned up the scene, and hurried out.
He couldn't stay here for even a second and felt like he was about to explode.
Seeing He Zhongliang was about to leave in a hurry, Su Meng quickly chased after him with a glass of juice. Where are you going?
Don't you need the client's signature?
Yes. He Zhongliang quickly took out the list and pen from the toolkit, walked up to Su Meng, and handed them to her with both hands.
Why are you blushing? Are you hot?
Su Meng held the juice in one hand and stroked He Zhongliang's face with the other.
Yes, it's a little hot. Please sign it quickly. I have other work to do and I'm a little anxious. He Zhongliang stepped back slightly, extremely nervous. Su Meng knew men very well. It was obvious that the young man in front of him was already burning with desire, but why didn't he take the bait? Was he really that loyal to Shen Kaiwei? Impossible. If it's a bargain that's right in front of you, who would not take the bait?
Su Meng grumbled in her heart and felt unconvinced. With her looks and charm, she shouldn't have failed.
Chapter 21 Almost Being Bullied. You hold the juice.
Su Meng handed the juice to He Zhongliang, then took the list and pen.
He Zhongliang panted heavily, staring at the juice in his hand and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. In fact, it wasn't the juice that he was craving for. Su Meng did not sign.
She stared into He Zhongliang's eyes with a charming smile. Drink the juice first. He Zhongliang just wanted her to sign quickly so that he could leave here, so he immediately did as she said. He Zhongliang took a deep breath, held it for a few seconds, and forced himself to walk away with the list, not planning to take the 50-cent pen. But Su Meng had no intention of letting him go. She hugged his waist with both hands and pressed her chest against his back.
He Zhongliang complained angrily in his heart, this is too bullying, not to mention that the brain is over-secreting dopamine. Even if there is no such problem, what man can withstand such a test?
He didn't dare to turn around and face the charming face and graceful body.
He grabbed Su Meng's hands and asked excitedly, Sister, why are you doing this? Su Meng leaned close to He Zhongliang's ear from behind and asked aggrievedly, Is it not okay for me to be friends with you?
He Zhongliang could feel her hot breath and tried to persuade her helplessly, It's okay to make friends, but there has to be a process.
How can you be so intimate right away? Are you shy? Or is there some special reason?
Su Meng let go of her hand and walked in front of He Zhongliang, untying the ribbon around her waist.
She just didn't believe it, she must catch this prey today. He Zhongliang knew that this was his last chance. If he delayed any further, he would lose control.
He didn't dare to look clearly, let alone linger on the beautiful scenery in front of him, so he turned around and ran out.
Su Meng threatened He Zhongliang loudly from behind, If you dare to leave, I will file a complaint against you. He Zhongliang didn't care about those little things anymore, he just opened the door and left without looking back.
Su Meng chased to the door and looked at He Zhongliang like a thief who had escaped. He rushed to the van and rushed out with a slam on the accelerator. She watched He Zhongliang go away angrily, and gradually the corners of her mouth began to rise, and she couldn't help laughing out loud. I'm becoming more and more interested in this young man. He Zhongliang drove directly to the clinic where Shen Kaiwei worked, rushed in and stood in front of Shen Kaiwei, and finally calmed down.
Shen Kaiwei was talking to a patient.
She looked up at He Zhongliang and felt puzzled.
Curiously asked, What's the emergency?
He Zhongliang shook his head and just stared at Shen Kaiwei.
After a while, Shen Kaiwei asked the patient to get the medicine. Then he took He Zhongliang to the corner for physical examination, drew the curtain, and asked with concern, What's going on? Why are you like a wrong child? Is there anyone bullying you outside?
He Zhongliang told the truth, Today I went to a female customer's house to do air conditioning maintenance, and she deliberately seduced me. The dopamine in my body went out of control, causing me to be extremely excited, and I felt uncomfortable. Shen Kaiwei glanced down and comforted him with a smile, Hurry up and sit down and unbutton your pants.
I'll check you. I've calmed down now.
As soon as I saw you, the dopamine in my body was restored to balance.
Do I really want you to have no desire to act? Shin Sayue's tone sounded a little lost.
Of course not, because my desire for you is controllable and doesn't make me feel uneasy or anxious.
Of course I want you to, I have wanted you for a long time. He Zhongliang couldn't help but want to hug Shin Kaiyue.
Although there was a curtain blocking them, Shin Kaiyue still gently pushed him away and said shyly, I'm at work.
Then he couldn't help but ask curiously, is the female client who seduced you very beautiful?
He Zhongliang hesitated for a moment and answered cautiously, I am just more active and wearing revealing clothes, but I am not as good looking as you.
It's not easy for you to withstand the test today, especially when you are sick.
Shin Kaiyue held He Zhongliang's face and observed it carefully, then nodded with satisfaction, you look better and better.
Stick out your tongue for me to see. He Zhongliang stuck out his tongue and made a deliberate face. Don't be so weird.
Shin Kaiyue smiled and blamed him, then praised him, your energy and blood are much stronger than before, and your body has recovered quickly.
It seems that you have a good foundation.
You have overdrawn so much, but you can still recover so quickly. He Zhongliang stared at Shin Sayue's face from a close distance, and couldn't help but put his arms around her waist, boldly teasing, I'm good, you're good too.
What are you doing? Let go.
Shin Kaiyue blamed him, but couldn't help showing a shy and expectant expression, her face flushed and her cheeks hot.
I have withstood the test today, what reward will you give me? He Zhongliang moved closer to Shin Kaiyue and looked into her eyes with anticipation.
Although there was a curtain blocking the view, Shin Kaiyue couldn't help but look around, her eyes revealing a nervous and excited look.
He Zhongliang reminded anxiously, it's just the two of us, and people outside can't see us.
Shin Kaiyue took off her mask, revealing her tender and tempting lips, which made He Zhongliang swallow. She held up He Zhongliang's face, raised her head excitedly, and was about to give him a sweet reward.
Dr. Shin.
A nurse called out from outside. Shin Kaiyue was frightened and quickly put on a mask, turned around and was about to walk out.
It only took a few seconds. Look at you.
He Zhongliang pulled Shin Kaiyue and wanted to ask for the reward that was right at his fingertips.
Let's talk about it when we get home tonight.
Shin Kaiyue said something to comfort her, pulled open the curtain and walked out in a hurry.
He Zhongliang quickly let go and watched Shin Kaiyue leave in disappointment.
Shin Kaiyue chatted with the nurse and said that she had to go upstairs for something. She turned back and comforted He Zhongliang, you are fine, go back to work.
He Zhongliang said, thank you, Dr. Shin.
I'll leave first. Then he smiled at Shin Kaiyue, turned around and left the clinic.
Shin Kaiyue also hurried to the second floor. Chapter 22 Complaints from Female Customers.
At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, He Zhongliang was packing up his tools in the van, preparing to go home. Suddenly, he received a call saying that a female customer complained to him that her air conditioner could not function properly after maintenance. He was asked to go to the customer's home immediately and apologize to the customer. He Zhongliang knew that the woman was deliberately making trouble, but it was hard to defend himself against such a thing. The company leaders would definitely not listen to him, and the company did not want to offend customers.
He Zhongliang knew that it was useless to apologize, because he couldn't give the woman what she wanted.
She would definitely deliberately make things difficult for him, and at most she would deduct some money, even if he lost his job.
He Zhongliang refused his leader's request and refused to apologize to the female customer.
The leader had no choice but to criticize him and then arrange for someone else to handle it. Half an hour later, Su Meng heard the doorbell. She put on gorgeous makeup and wore a gray hip skirt, which fully showed off her plump figure. With a confident smile on her face, she twisted her graceful waist to open the door. The staff in front of him surprised him. He didn't expect that He Zhongliang would not come and replace him with someone else to handle the matter.
Hello, I am the after-sales staff assigned by the company.
The man stared at Su Meng, his eyes flustered and busy, not knowing where to look first. Every part of her face and body made him salivate. He quickly put on his shoe covers and couldn't wait to get into the house. Seeing how excited Su Meng was, he should have taken the bait with just one look, but this was not the target person. I had no choice but to tell him angrily, you don't need to come in, the air conditioning has returned to normal.
Let me check you in. The after-sales staff took a responsible attitude towards their work and also wanted to take a few more glances at this beautiful young woman. I said no, don't you understand? Su Meng directly turned away the after-sales staff. He turned around and angrily scolded, is that boy sick? Damn, is he still a man?
She began to worry about how to explain to Han Bing that she had promised something with full confidence, but she didn't expect to fail. This result was something she had not expected. She had been dealing with men for more than 10 years, but this was the first time she had lost so thoroughly. In the evening, He Zhongliang and Shen Kaiwei bought groceries and went home together. The person in charge of surveillance downstairs at Shen Saiyue's house immediately called Han Bing to inform him. After hearing the news, Han Bing immediately called Su Meng to ask,
"What are you doing? Why did that boy go home with Shen Kaiwei again?"
Su Meng explained ashamedly, "I met him today and tried my best, but I didn't expect that guy didn't take the bait."
"Give me a few more days, and I will definitely help you deal with him. I'm going to have insomnia tonight. Do you want me to have insomnia for a few more nights? If you can't handle him tomorrow, just arrange for someone to get rid of him. No matter what method you use, make him disabled or disappear from the face of the earth. Anyway, I don't want to continue to have insomnia tomorrow night. Is it necessary for you to be so angry? Just find a way to make him leave Shen Kaiwei. I don't think it's necessary to cause someone's death. Then you should ask him to leave Shen Kaiwei. If you are not sure you can handle this matter, just tell me and I will arrange for someone else to do it right away." No, I will definitely help you with this tomorrow. You are my god of wealth and my great supporter, I will definitely satisfy you. I hope you won't let me down again tomorrow. Don't worry. I was careless today. He will definitely not be able to escape from my grasp tomorrow. What should you do if you can't sleep tonight? I'll go over and keep you company.
Han Bing calmed down a little and said politely, "No need to bother you."
Su Meng guessed very tactfully, "I know you have no shortage of women around you, so it's not my turn to accompany you, right?"
Han Bing didn't answer, but just smiled and said perfunctorily, "Okay, I have another meeting.
I won't talk to you anymore."
After Su Meng hung up the phone, her expression gradually became solemn.
What if He Zhongliang still doesn't cooperate tomorrow?
There was no conflict of interest involved, nor any deep hatred.
Su Meng couldn't bear to let anyone attack him.
It was such a pity for such a good guy. After so many years of struggling in society, she was tired of sweet talk and false feelings. She also wanted to find a reliable man, and she was only a few years older than He Zhongliang, so she thought they were a good match. While having dinner in the evening, He Zhongliang chatted with Shen Kaiwei and mentioned that he had been complained about by a female customer today.
Shen Kaiwei casually guessed, "Is it the woman who seduced you during the day?"
He Zhongliang nodded, and couldn't help sighing and feeling a little depressed. Shen Kaiwei smiled and teased, "Don't be angry, she just loves you, so she turns love into hate. You can make friends with her first, and after getting to know her slowly, maybe you will like her."
Are you jealous? I don't have any feelings for her. Who was the person who ran to the clinic at noon and said he was feeling uncomfortable? He Zhongliang explained with a smile, "That's not being moved, it's a physiological instinctive reaction, not controlled by the mind. Dr. Shin, you are a professional medical staff, you should understand." I understand you, and I don't blame you.
Shen Kaiwei said indifferently, but she clearly cared. She was like other women, once she fell in love, she would become a little sensitive and childish. He Zhongliang deliberately stared into Shen Saiyue's eyes, admiring her temper. Her shy and evasive expression, like that of a young girl, fascinated He Zhongliang. After a moment of silence, He Zhongliang seriously analyzed, "That woman should not just have a crush on me, she must have some purpose." Her behavior was too much, and after failing to succeed, she even called the company and refused to give up.
I've met some enthusiastic clients in the past, and at most they just said some ambiguous things.
But she's not as crazy as me.
I think this is not right. Shen Saiyue's expression also became serious, and she asked curiously, "Doesn't she look abnormal?" To be honest, she has very good looks, with a pretty face and a beautiful figure. She lives in a high-end residential area, and her home is decorated luxuriously. Her manner of conversation and temperament are also extraordinary, and she doesn't look like a brainless woman who is obsessed with sex. This time, when Shen Kaiwei heard He Zhongliang praising that woman, she did not get jealous. She seriously guessed, "You suspect someone has deliberately set a trap for you and wants to frame you. Theoretically it should be a trap, but to instruct a woman like that to seduce me, there must be a big shot behind it. But I'm a working-class person who earns hard-earned money. Let alone offending a big shot, I don't even have the chance to get to know him." After He Zhongliang finished speaking, he was silent for a moment, and suddenly took out the business card that Han Bing gave him the day before from his pocket. "If you want to talk about truly wealthy people, you know someone like your ex-husband." He Zhongliang just said it as a joke. He couldn't imagine that the polite Han Bing would be such a cruel and ruthless character. But Shen Kaiwei knew her ex-husband better. As his power and wealth continued to accumulate, he became more and more vicious. This is also one of the reasons why Shin Kaiwei couldn't bear to live with him anymore.
Although Shin Kaiwei knew that Han Bing was forced to do some things because he was in that position, it was impossible for people who did big things to have clean hands. In order to fight for interests, it was impossible to have a good relationship with each other. When some people are successful, others are frustrated. When some people climb up, others fall down or even get trampled to death. But Shin Kaiwei was just suspicious and didn't dare to be absolutely sure, so she didn't continue talking about this matter.
I hope it's just a misunderstanding or a farce. Chapter 23 Receive Rewards. After dinner, Shin Kaiwei came out of the kitchen and saw He Zhengliang waiting for her at the door. What are you doing standing here? You want to talk to me again? He Zhengliang nodded with an expectant smile on his face. I want to watch TV for a while, would you like to watch it with me? Of course I would. I have nothing to do anyway. The two walked to the sofa together and sat side by side. Shin Kaiwei stared at the TV, and He Zhengliang stared at Shin Kaiwei's face.
Shin Kaiwei looked at him and reminded him with a smile, if you don't like watching this kind of family drama, you don't have to force yourself to accompany me here.
Don't young people like to play games? I have no interest in online games. I don't understand how to play them, and I can't learn how to play them. He Zhengliang moved his body and pressed himself against Shin Kaiwei. One arm gently went around her waist and pressed against the sofa on the other side of her body, ready to hold her in his arms at any time. Shin Kaiwei knew his intention and pretended to concentrate on watching TV and ignored him. He Zhengliang cleared his throat and gently placed his arm against Shin Kaiwei's body. Shin Kaiwei snuggled into his arms, and both of them smiled without saying a word, hugging each other and nestling on the sofa. After a moment, He Zhengliang lowered his head and stared at Shin Kaiwei's face. Holding her in his arms like this and observing her face up close made He Zhengliang very excited. I couldn't help but praise you, you are so naturally beautiful that you don't need any decoration. Even the crow's feet at the corners of your eyes are so natural and beautiful. You really know how to compliment people. Are you attracted by my crow's feet? Not entirely. There are also your eyes and nose. He Zhengliang gently stroked Shin Kaiwei's delicate face. Shin Kaiwei no longer had the heart to stare at the TV. She closed her eyes and pressed her cheek against He Zhengliang's chest, feeling the long-awaited sweetness. Staring at Shin Kaiwei's moist and plump lips, He Zhengliang reminded her excitedly, you still owe me a reward during the day. Shin Kaiwei didn't open her eyes, but nodded with a ruddy face. She admitted that she had promised to reward He Zhengliang, raised her head slightly, and took a quick breath. He Zhengliang gently lifted Shin Kaiwei's chin and stroked her delicate, smooth, and graceful profile. His fingers couldn't help but gently touch her red lips, and for a moment he was reluctant to taste that flavor so soon. Shin Kaiwei opened her eyes were blurry and filled with a hint of resentment, as if she was blaming the other person for being too slow. The two looked into each other's eyes and felt the affection and love in each other's eyes. Shin Kaiwei had already let go of her reserve, her face was unusually ruddy at the moment, and her mouth felt dry. Her breathing became more and more rapid, and she finally couldn't help but extend her pink and slippery tongue tip and lick her lips lightly. She didn't mean to seduce He Zhengliang, she was just feeling hot and uncomfortable, and it was just an unintentional instinctive reaction. But for He Zhengliang, the silky glance was too tempting. He took a deep breath. Half an hour later, Shin Kaiwei gently pushed He Zhengliang away and buried her face in his arms. Panting shyly, she gently reproached, have you kissed enough? I'm tired, let me rest for a while. He Zhengliang also took a deep breath and joked, just think of it as exercising your lung capacity, which is good for your health. Let's stop here for tonight. I'm thirsty. I'll get you some water. He Zhengliang let go of the limp Shin Kaiwei and trotted over to get a glass of water. Shin Kaiwei drank half and left half for him. He Zhengliang put the empty cup on the coffee table and continued to hold Shin Kaiwei in his arms. He discussed with her face to face, our relationship has become closer, so let's strike while the iron is hot tonight. I don't know if you are willing, or not. Shin Kaiwei stroked He Zhengliang's face, raised her head and pecked the corner of his mouth, then smiled and shook her head. Remind him, if I remember correctly, you haven't received the divorce certificate yet. He Zhengliang quickly explained, we have signed and negotiated everything, we are just waiting for the formalities. She should be planning the wedding now. After you get your divorce certificate, consider striking while the iron is hot. Shin Kaiwei was firm in her attitude. Although she was also eager, she still insisted on waiting a few more days. Okay, good things are worth waiting for. He Zhengliang nodded in agreement and then asked, is it necessary for us to sleep separately tonight? Of course we have to sleep separately. We will go back to our respective rooms to rest in a while. I'll just hold you while I sleep, and I promise I won't do anything wrong. You can't help it. I can. I can't. Come on. Shin Sayue's words made He Zhongliang want to sleep with her even more.
She saw what He Zhongliang was thinking and confessed seriously, "If you must have me, I am powerless to resist and I won't blame you. But I hope I can wait until the day you get the divorce certificate, and then I will give myself completely to you.
Are you willing to cooperate with me?" He Zhongliang took a deep breath and assured excitedly, "I am willing. Even if you break into my room in the middle of the night, I will definitely die rather than obey you." Shin Kaiwa laughed and teased, "I'm not the female client you met today, you think too much. She's not as good as you. No one can be like you. I can't let go of her." He Zhongliang moved closer to Shin Sayue's lips again. "Almost done, go back to the room and sleep."
Shin Kaiwa wanted to persuade He Zhongliang to rest early, but she couldn't finish her words and stopped talking. She was reluctant to end this sweet taste. The next day, as soon as He Zhongliang arrived at the company, he was called by his leader for a talk. She still insisted that he go and apologize to the female customer from yesterday in person, and she complained about him several times. The company leaders also felt that there was something fishy about this matter and suspected that the female customer was deliberately making things difficult for them. But faced with the customer's complaint, they had no other choice but to persuade He Zhongliang to swallow his pride and go to the customer's door to apologize.
What loss could a young man suffer? He Zhongliang was too lazy to explain in detail to the company leaders. He also wanted to ask them in person what the woman was trying to do. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, He Zhongliang arrived at Su Meng's house, took a deep breath and rang the doorbell. Su Meng opened the door and saw He Zhongliang. She smiled with satisfaction.
This time she was dressed more casually, a blue skirt just above her knees, not too revealing. But she still shows off her advantages of a curvy figure. People with good figures are very attractive as long as they wear clothes that fit them well.
"Come in." Su Meng invited politely, turning around and twisting her waist. He Zhongliang really couldn't bear to see such a thin waist and plump buttocks, but he still went in. If he couldn't bear it anymore, he would just run out. "Go find Dr. Shin and calm down. Sit down."
Su Meng took He Zhongliang to a bar, which was filled with various foreign liquors and red wines. It seemed that she was a bit addicted to alcohol. After He Zhongliang sat down, he said that he had to drive to work and could not drink. Su Meng poured herself a glass of foreign wine and asked with concern, "Let me get you a bottle of drink." "I don't want to drink anything. I'm here to talk to you about something." "Why are you targeting me? Just say it straight." Su Meng held a glass of wine and sat next to He Zhongliang with her legs overlapping. The hem of the skirt was pulled above the knees, revealing the beautiful lines of the thighs again in front of He Zhongliang. He Zhongliang was able to control his behavior, but he couldn't hide his excited and nervous expression.
Chapter 24, Being Instigated.
Su Meng took a sip of wine, shook the glass slowly, and stared at He Zhongliang's excited and nervous expression. Even though he tried not to look directly at Su Meng's body, his eyes still revealed his desire. Su Meng couldn't help but be curious. "You obviously look very lustful, as if you can't wait to get me. But why do you try so hard to suppress your desires?" He Zhongliang confessed directly, "If I say that I have a head injury and my brain always secretes excessive dopamine, and I can't control my impulses when I see the opposite sex, would you believe it?" Su Meng blurted out, "Of course I don't believe it. Yesterday I took off all my clothes and you just turned around and ran away. Is that what you call losing control of your impulse?" "I can't control my physiological impulsive reactions, but I can control my behavioral awareness." "Why do you want to control me? Am I not pretty enough? Or am I not in good shape? Once you have a good time with me, you will find that I have even more powerful abilities." Su Meng stood up and approached He Zhongliang. "Have you never seen a man?" He Zhongliang yelled, then analyzed rationally, "With your looks and conditions, it's impossible for you to lack men around you. How could you be so impatient to see a man who installs air conditioners like a hungry tiger pouncing on its food? Because you are young and handsome. There are plenty of young and handsome men. I'm not so handsome that you can't find one on the street. Stop playing tricks on me. What's your purpose in seducing me? You are quite sensible. I do have a crush on you, but I am also entrusted by someone. You can't beat him, so listen to my arrangements as soon as possible. It will definitely be good for you. I haven't offended any big shot. You'd better explain it to me." He Zhongliang stared at Su Meng in confusion, but he couldn't help but have a strong reaction to her body.
Don't ask so many questions.
Just leave Shin Kaiyue. I originally wanted to seduce you, break up you and Shin Kaiyue, and then dump you.
Now I want to experience what it feels like to be a man with excessive dopamine secretion. Su Meng took a sip of wine and put the glass on the bar.
She approached He Zhongliang and put her hands on his shoulders, showing her charm.
Since Shin Kaiyue was mentioned, He Zhongliang naturally thought of her ex-husband. Is it Han Bing who wants me to stay away from Shin Kaiyue? Do you know Han Bing?
Su Meng was a little surprised. She didn't expect that an air conditioner installer would know Han Bing. I had dinner with him at Shin Kaiyue's house.
I thought he was very polite and thought he was a good person.
If he were a good guy, there would be no bad people in this world. Anyone who can climb to such a high position must be a ruthless, hypocritical hypocrite.
If he were a good guy, how could he stand out from a group of bad guys? He must be more ruthless and evil than those bad guys.
Su Meng has met too many prominent people and has seen the true faces of many people.
He Zhongliang suddenly asked nervously, will Han Bing hurt Shin Kaiyue?
It seems that you really have feelings for that woman and you are still worried about her at this time.
Let me tell you the truth.
Han Bing is ruthless to everyone, but he cares about his ex-wife very much and can't let her go. He will definitely not hurt Shin Kaiyue, but he will not be soft on you. If you take the initiative to leave Shin Kaiyue now, it is not too late. If you continue to take risks, I am afraid you will not have the chance to regret it tomorrow. He Zhongliang hesitated for a moment, then said nonchalantly, as long as he doesn't hurt Shin Kaiyue, let him come at me with whatever means he wants. Then he turned around and left.
Su Meng stepped forward and grabbed He Zhongliang, warning him seriously, I'm not trying to scare you. If you dare to go to Shin Kaiyue's house tonight, something bad will happen. I'll report it to the police when I get home, and if anything goes wrong, it'll be his fault.
He Zhongliang had no better idea. As an ordinary citizen, he could only think of this method.
You are too naive. A big shot like him, is he afraid that you will call the police?
Take my advice, don't provoke him. I'm giving you a chance now, so just quit while you're ahead. I wanted to deceive you originally, but now I am dating you seriously, so I will compensate you. You have seen my conditions, and I can satisfy you with both romantic pleasure and wealth.
Forget it.
I still want to live 2 more years in good health.
He Zhongliang had no intention of accepting Su Meng's kindness. Just as he was about to walk out, Su Meng pushed him hard. She asked angrily, what do you mean, am I not as good as Shin Kaiyue?
Even if she is good, she is over 40 years old.
Is she really that good?
As soon as you heard that I secreted a lot of dopamine, you couldn't wait to use me like a donkey. After she knew my situation, she supervised me every day and forced me to conserve my energy and take care of my body.
How can you compare with her? Su Meng was stunned by the question and couldn't help muttering to herself, is this her way of conquering men?
Then she suddenly retorted loudly, that would require meeting a man like you. When I was young, I also gave my all, but why haven't I met a man who knows how to cherish me?
That's your business, why are you asking me? He Zhongliang was too lazy to discuss those messy things with her and continued to walk out.
Su Meng chased him all the way to the door, pulled him hard, and warned him one last time, Han Bing has been sending people to monitor Shin Kaiyue's house downstairs. If you dare to go to her house tonight, the consequences will be very serious.
He Zhongliang looked at Su Meng's nervous expression.
He knew that he was an ordinary citizen. What he could see and touch was only a small part of society, and that part was packaged and designed. Once he is enveloped by true darkness, he may not be able to fight back at all.
Let me think about it.
He Zhongliang's attitude was no longer so tough, and he also felt Su Meng's concern for him. I was somewhat grateful to her, and with the effect of a large amount of dopamine, I couldn't help swallowing, and the desire in my eyes was burning like fire.
Su Meng also noticed the change in He Zhongliang's attitude and his boiling state, and couldn't help but look him up and down.
Pulling his arm and dragging him into the house, she said, look at how you've been holding it in.
It's really hard for you. It makes me feel bad. Come in quickly. Let me help you, okay?
Although He Zhongliang didn't want to go into the house with her, his reason and desire were now equal, and no one was willing to compromise. He took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing, trying to calm himself down. But without Shin Kaiyue's help, it was difficult for him to fight against the large amount of dopamine, and he was dragged into the house step by Su Meng.
Su Meng looked at He Zhongliang's exaggerated expression.
As a seasoned lover, she had experienced all kinds of situations with men. Her expectations at this moment were also maxed out. I was so excited, my blood was boiling. It was like the first time I went through an underwater tunnel. Just when she thought everything was basically settled and was about to reach out to close the door, He Zhongliang suddenly yelled, rushed out of the door, and ran away without looking back. Su Meng was frightened and rushed to the door, looking at He Zhongliang's back as he fled in a panic. Thousands of words piled up in his chest, and in the end he could only helplessly mutter, "Fuck, I really can't let him do it." Then he went back into the house angrily and slammed the door shut. Chapter 25, Not Afraid of Threats. After Su Meng returned to the house, she called Han Bing, and Han Bing asked her if she had finished the task. She did not answer directly. She wanted to plead for He Zhongliang, but she felt it was not sincere enough when she said on the phone. So he asked where Han Bing was, intending to talk to him in person. He Zhongliang came to the clinic again, and this time Shen Kaiyue happened to have nothing to do. He sat directly in front of Shen Kaiyue inside. When he saw this woman, he finally relaxed. Shen Kaiyue smiled and teased, "Young man, what's wrong with you? Are you being bullied again?" Then she couldn't help but reach out and touch He Zhongliang's face, which surprised her colleagues. When a woman is in love, some ambiguous actions will naturally appear, and sometimes she can't detect it. Fortunately, Shen Kaiyue reacted in time and realized that this was not her home. Quickly pretend to examine He Zhongliang. "I went to see that female client again today." Shen Kaiyue was slightly displeased. "Why did you go to see her?" "She called the company to complain about me, and my boss asked me to come to apologize. She told me clearly that it was your ex-husband who instructed her to set me up to prevent me from getting close to you. She also threatened me that if I dared to go to your house tonight, the consequences would be serious." Shen Kaiyue was not particularly surprised. She had doubts about Han Bing last night. She knew Han Bing had always wanted to remarry, but she didn't expect that he would interfere with who she was with. She also knew that Han Bing was not just talking and leaving, that man had many means and strategies. Shen Kaiyue looked at He Zhongliang's nervous expression and asked distressfully, "Are you scared?" "As long as he doesn't hurt you, I'm not afraid of him." "Can he really cover up everything?" Shen Kaiyue didn't want to admit it, but nodded helplessly. He can deal with ordinary people like you who have no background, he can do it." Then he stood up, took He Zhongliang to the corner where patients were examined, and pulled the curtain behind him. She threw herself into He Zhongliang's arms and apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect him to do such a thing. I don't care what means he has. As long as he doesn't hurt you, there's nothing to be afraid of. I want to be with you, and no one's threats will work." Shen Kaiyue looked at He Zhongliang's firm attitude, excitedly took off her mask, and took the initiative to give him a passionate kiss. After the two separated, He Zhongliang said shyly, "Dr. Shen, you were so proactive all of a sudden, I am a little uncomfortable with it." Shen Kaiyue patted He Zhongliang's chest gently with a shy look on her face. Then she gently stroked his face, unable to let go of this young boyfriend. "Don't worry. I won't let him hurt you." Shen Kaiyue took out her cell phone and called Han Bing. Han Bing was both excited and nervous when he saw the incoming call on his cell phone. After so many years, this was the first time Shen Kaiyue contacted him on her own initiative. But he guessed that it was because of He Zhongliang, and his plan was probably exposed. Han Bing answered the call with a smile. "Kaiyue, what do you want to talk to me about?" "If you dare to hurt He Zhongliang, I will never forgive you in my life." "What rumors have you heard?" "I have no ill will towards that young man. You saw me being very friendly to him when we had dinner at your house the other day. It's impossible between us, but because of my daughter, I am willing to accept you as a friend. I hope you don't break this harmonious relationship, okay?" Of course. I cherish our relationship of caring for each other but not disturbing each other." "I think there may be some misunderstanding here. Is that young man next to you? I want to explain to him." Shen Kaiyue glanced at He Zhongliang, and while she was still hesitating, He Zhongliang reached out to take the phone. He and Shen Kaiyue were very close and could hear their conversation. He Zhongliang greeted politely, "Hello, Mr. Han." "Hello, there may be some misunderstanding between us. Would it be convenient for you to talk in person?" "Of course it's convenient. Where shall we meet?" "I'm in the office now. If it's inconvenient for you to come, I can also come to you. I'll go find you." After a few brief conversations, He Zhongliang hung up the phone and returned it to Shen Kaiyue. "Are you really going to meet him?" Shen Kaiyue hugged He Zhongliang tightly, expressing her concern. He Zhongliang looked at her nervous expression and couldn't help but sigh. I'm willing to go through fire and water for you, let alone meet your ex-husband.
How about I go with you? I'm worried about you going to see him alone. Don't provoke him.
I will definitely go home safely tonight to accompany you, hug you, and kiss you.
That's all you think about. Shin Kai-wei glared at He Zhongliang, put on a mask, pulled open the curtain, and reluctantly saw him out of the clinic.
Han Bing threw his phone aside and leaned back in his chair with a worried look on his face. Shin Sayue's words still carry a lot of weight to him. If she really never talks to him again in this life, his daughter will probably stand on her side. Even if I am prosperous now, the extravagance and debauchery are just passing clouds. When I grow old, I will always be most concerned about them, mother and daughter. He didn't dare to break Shin Sayue's heart. He knew that woman didn't seek fame and money. If she was determined to draw a line between them, they would really become strangers. Just when Han Bing was at a loss, there were several knocks on the door, and the secretary brought Su Meng into the office. Su Meng came to the desk and sat down, but didn't have time to speak. Han Bing was the first to blame. Not only did you fail to get the job done, you also betrayed me. Su Meng quickly explained, he was the one who guessed it was yours. I didn't expect that you knew him and even had dinner together at his ex-wife's house. Han Bing glared at Su Meng, sighed, and didn't want to pursue the matter any further. Unless He Zhongliang takes the initiative to leave Shin Kai-wei, as long as she arranges someone to hurt him, Shin Kai-wei will most likely guess who is behind it. Su Meng carefully comforted her. After several tests, I think that young man is sincere to your ex-wife. You don't have to worry that he will cheat Shin Sayue's feelings and property. Han Bing asked seriously, are you speaking for that young man? I think you have no shortage of women around you, so why bother with your ex-wife? I'm not saying goodbye to her, I just can't let her go. She's not just a woman, she's my wife and the mother of my children. This feeling will never change even if I divorce her. Su Meng noticed that Han Bing was a little agitated and did not dare to plead for He Zhongliang anymore. But remembering that interesting incident, he told Han Bing that He Zhongliang had suffered a head injury, which caused his brain to secrete excessive dopamine. After listening to this, Han Bing asked doubtfully, what kind of disease is that? What are the symptoms of excessive secretion of dopamine? Su Meng smiled and replied, it can stimulate the central nervous system, thereby increasing sexual desire. When you see or come into contact with the opposite sex, you will be particularly excited and impulsive. You will want it endlessly until your body is drained, or even die from exhaustion. Han Bing thought of Shin Kai-wei and his daughter being with this kind of person in the future. He immediately wanted to kill her, and he would never allow this kind of person to get close to Shin Kai-wei and his daughter. But then he changed his mind and said jokingly, who told you that? Is there such a disease? I've been in contact with him and he looks normal. He said it himself, and I could see it when I seduced him. His body's reaction was really strong and exaggerated. But his willpower was very strong. I don't know who gave him the determination and strength to resist his instincts and desires. He was able to withstand temptation again and again. Han Bing still didn't quite believe this, and said casually, wait until he comes and give it a try and you'll know. Su Meng asked in surprise, what? Is he coming? Han Bing nodded and looked out the window thoughtfully. Chapter 26 Negotiation. He Zhongliang came to Han Bing's company and took the elevator to the top floor. As soon as he got out of the elevator, a tall beauty greeted him. Hello, is this Mr. He Zhongliang? The beauty approached He Zhongliang. She was as tall as He Zhongliang in high heels. She was wearing a white shirt and a tight black skirt. She has a slender waist, but full bust and hips, presenting a super seductive S-curve. Han Bing specially arranged her to meet and test He Zhongliang. He Zhongliang nodded, yes, I'll look for Mr. Han. Please follow me. The beauty is twisting her waist in front, and the amplitude of the shaking of her waist and hips is a bit exaggerated, but it is really beautiful. All men like to watch it, and He Zhongliang was even more upset by her shaking, and he wanted to throw her to the ground immediately. The beauty brought He Zhongliang into the office. Su Meng and Han Bing left their desks and sat on the sofa waiting for him. Han Bing stood up and greeted He Zhongliang, still politely, and on the surface he looked harmless and amiable. Su Meng took off her coat, revealing a flesh-colored suspender skirt that perfectly outlined her figure. Coupled with her beautiful and charming face, she exuded an irresistible temptation. After He Zhongliang sat down, Han Bing sat opposite him, and Su Meng sat close to him. He Zhongliang looked forward, not daring to turn around and face Su Meng. Her high bust made the shoulder straps extremely tight, as if they could break at any time. Her thighs were almost completely exposed, and her white and smooth skin was so soft that it seemed as if it could be blown away. He Zhongliang tried his best not to imagine the woman next to him, but she was too close and she exuded a strong smell of hormones. Moreover, the beautiful lady who brought He Zhongliang into the office began to serve him tea and water. She deliberately lingered in front of He Zhongliang, sometimes bending over with her chest lowered, and sometimes squatting down and deliberately pressing against He Zhongliang's thighs. The collar of the shirt on his chest was high and tight, and the small white button was under tremendous pressure, as if it might burst at any time. When she squatted down, her beauty was revealed under her black skirt. He Zhongliang stared straight at Han Bing's face. It wasn't that he had any thoughts about him, but now he could only focus as much as possible on him. After pouring the tea, the beauty did not leave. She stood beside He Zhongliang, showing her perfect curves from the side. "Tea, please." Han Bing politely extended his hand. Before He Zhongliang touched the teacup, the beautiful woman next to him took the cup and handed it to him. She deliberately touched his hand, stared into He Zhongliang's eyes, and smiled charmingly. He Zhongliang swallowed his saliva, his hands trembled slightly uncontrollably, he took a big sip of tea and was about to put it back. The beauty immediately caught the teacup and did the same thing again. He Zhongliang saw that the two women were deliberately teasing him, and he could guess without asking that they were instructed by Han Bing. "Mr. Han, if you have something to say, just say it. You don't have to worry about what happens between me and Shin Kaiwei, and it's not your turn to worry about it. I came to see you today to give you face, and I hope you won't interfere in what happens between me and her in the future." Han Bing saw He Zhongliang's reaction and believed that he really had an overdose of dopamine. In his current state, if he stayed with Shin Kaiwei at night, wouldn't that be? Han Bing couldn't bear to imagine the endless scene, and couldn't help clenching his fists, but still tried to remain calm. "I heard that you had a head injury, which caused your brain to secrete an excessive amount of dopamine. Your sexual desire is very strong, and it's not easy to control, right?" He Zhongliang did not hide anything and confessed generously, "That happened a year ago. I have been troubled by this symptom. It is better during the day, but it is more serious at night. I have to sleep 3 to 5 times every night before I can fall asleep." "For more than a year, without stopping for a single day?" Han Bing was very surprised. The two women next to him couldn't help but stare at He Zhongliang from head to toe with complicated looks in their eyes. He Zhongliang took a deep breath and nodded helplessly. "How is that possible? Can your body handle it? You look healthy and in good health." Han Bing expressed his doubts and couldn't help but exchange glances with the two women in front of him, as if he was asking them if there were any men that powerful. The two women thought he was bragging, but they couldn't help but feel curious and expectant. "It was only after I met Dr. Shin that I slowly recovered my health." Upon hearing He Zhongliang say this, Han Bing couldn't help but slap the sofa hard, then clenched his fists with an angry expression. Regarding Shin Kaiwei, he was afraid to hear something he couldn't accept. Could it be that Shin Kaiwei really had a side that he had never seen? If something unbearable really happened, he would definitely not let this sewing man go. But out of curiosity, he tried to remain calm and motioned for He Zhongliang to continue. "I had overindulged myself before, and my body had reached its limit, but I still couldn't stop myself. But when I went to the clinic and saw Shin Kaiwei for the first time, the uncontrollable desire disappeared instantly from the first sight of her. My emotions also stabilized, and I have never been so calm before." Hearing this, Han Bing asked curiously, "You mean you get excited and impulsive when you see other women, but you don't have that desire when you see Shin Kaiwei?" He Zhongliang nodded, thinking that this could be said. Although Han Bing didn't quite believe it, he still asked expectantly, "So are you and Shin Kaiwei having that kind of relationship now?" He Zhongliang knew what answer Han Bing was expecting, although it was not what he guessed. But it was also a fact that the two had not slept together yet. "No, she and I sleep in separate rooms. Living in her house, I can control my desires at night and stay calm. I eat well and sleep well, and my body is gradually recovering." Han Bing stared into He Zhongliang's eyes. After a moment, he angrily accused him, "Do you think I'm a fool? You live with her, and you dare to say you don't want her." "I didn't say I didn't want to, it's just that she hasn't agreed yet. I respect her idea and I will wait patiently. She should like you too, why don't you agree?" He Zhongliang didn't want to answer this question and said bluntly, "This is a private matter between the two of us. There is no need to explain it to others. Anyway, the two of them have not slept together yet." Han Bing felt better, although she didn't completely believe what He Zhongliang said. But he knew Shin Kaiwei's character well, and the situation He Zhongliang described was entirely possible. Self-deceiving guess,
Shin Kaiwei is treating you like a patient, caring and taking care of you, right? Not exactly. He Zhengliang answered briefly without elaborating.
Han Bing noticed that He Zhengliang was now extremely excited and nervous, his breathing was rapid and his face was flushed, and his eyes seemed to be filled with burning flames. Han Bing said, "I'm going to go out and make a phone call. Please help me entertain Mr. He." Then he winked at Su Meng and the beautiful secretary, stood up and was about to leave. He Zhengliang knew that Han Bing was trying to use a honey trap on him and was really going to lock himself and these two beauties in the office. These two have perfect figures and looks, and they have all the skills at once. I guess I can't control myself. He also stood up immediately, but of course he didn't dare to stand straight. Mr. Han, if you have nothing to say, I'll take my leave. Han Bing hesitated for a moment, then smiled and nodded, signaling the beautiful secretary to see the guest off.
Chapter 27 Temporary Calm.
After watching the secretary take He Zhengliang out of the office, Han Bing sat back behind his desk and began to think about what to do next.
Su Meng walked to the desk and asked expectantly, "How are you going to deal with He Zhengliang?"
Han Bing ignored her and took out his cell phone to call Shin Kaiwei.
"Is He Zhengliang with you?"
After Shin Kaiwei answered the call, she first asked about He Zhengliang's situation.
"We had a nice conversation and he has left."
Han Bing answered calmly, then cleared his throat and asked awkwardly, "I heard that you live together, but sleep in separate rooms, right?
What is your relationship with him?" "This is a private matter between him and me, I don't need to explain it to you." "You two sound alike." Han Bing complained and asked directly, "When are you going to marry him? Do you have anything else to do?" Shin Kaiwei didn't want to answer this question and was about to hang up the phone.
Han Bing could tell that Shin Kaiwei was angry, but he had no temper at all towards this woman. From the time they met to the time they got married and divorced, they never had a fierce quarrel. Shin Kaiwei was a very gentle and considerate woman. There was nothing wrong with her appearance, figure, and character. If Han Bing had not become rich overnight and been blinded by power and money, he would never have divorced her. But it's too late to regret now. Shin Kaiwei was devoted to him back then, but unfortunately he didn't know how to cherish her.
Han Bing quickly talked calmly, "I don't want to interfere in your affairs. I just care about you. I'm just asking like an ordinary friend."
Shin Kaiwei usually talks about things and doesn't get emotional, so she calmed down and replied, "I haven't considered that step yet." Han Bing inquired carefully again, "I heard that you two still sleep in separate rooms, right?"
Shin Kaiwei nodded. "I just know that you are not the kind of person who is easy to deal with. When we first met." "Nothing, I'm hanging up." Shin Kaiwei hung up the phone.
Han Bing frowned helplessly and then smiled. Shin Kaiwei was a little bit irritable with him, which made him feel very happy. Thinking about the good times they had in the past, a trace of sweetness came from his heart.
Su Meng was sitting at her desk, staring at Han Bing's sweet expression, and asked with a smile, "Boss Han, what are you thinking about?" "It's none of your business, just go do your thing." Han Bing waved his hand and sent Su Meng away. "It's still better to be the original wife.
Even if you're divorced, your status won't change."
Su Meng teased helplessly, and then asked, "What should we do about He Zhengliang's matter?" "Let's put it aside for now. Let me think about it.
I have to find a way to make him make his own mistakes, so Shin Kaiwei can't blame me." Han Bing muttered to himself. He still wanted to stop He Zhengliang from being with Shin Kaiwei, but he didn't want to offend Shin Kaiwei.
"Then I'll go first. If you need anything, you can arrange it."
Han Bing nodded with a serious expression and watched Su Meng leave the office.
Because he went to meet Han Bing in the afternoon, He Zhengliang got off work a little late. When he returned, Shin Kaiwei had already prepared food and was waiting for him. When the two were having dinner, Shin Kaiwei asked what He Zhengliang and Han Bing talked about.
He Zhengliang told the truth, but of course he didn't mention the two beauties around him seducing him. After listening to this, Shin Kaiwei sighed helplessly. Han Bing is a very cunning person. He usually won't give up on something he has decided to do, and will always do whatever it takes to get it done. I hope he will find his conscience this time and not interfere in our affairs.
Since we have decided to be together, there is no need to think too much. He is too controlling. I think he regretted divorcing you."
Shin Kaiwei nodded. He did mention remarrying several times in the past few years, but I rejected it every time. A prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold. Why don't you give him a chance?
Shin Kaiwei glared at He Zhengliang, and He Zhengliang added, "I mean, before we got together, weren't you single? Why didn't you want to accept him again?"
Shin Kaiwei did not answer and lowered her head to continue eating.
He Zhongliang quickly apologized. Did I say something wrong? I'm sorry. It's nothing. I don't blame you. I just don't know how to answer.
I don't hate him, and I don't have any feelings for him anymore, so I'm just waiting.
Waiting for someone who makes you feel something, right? Shin Kaiwei still didn't answer, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. She had finally waited.
After dinner, the two of them snuggled on the sofa again.
It didn't matter what was on TV.
They had no time or energy to look at the TV screen. Shin Kaiwei separated from He Zhongliang, took a deep breath and negotiated with him. Talk to me.
Don't keep kissing me. You're tired.
Shin Kaiwei shook her head shyly and casually said,
Han Bing asked us today when we will get married? Is he still planning to come with the gift?
He Zhongliang joked with a smile, then looked at Shin Sayue's expectant eyes.
I asked tentatively, you want to discuss this issue with me, right? Shin Kaiwei asked back, have you ever thought about this question? Of course, I made up my mind the first time I saw you. I will definitely spend the rest of my life with you, as long as you are willing. After I get the divorce certificate in the morning, we will go to register for the marriage certificate in the afternoon. Shin Kaiwei couldn't help laughing. That staff member issued you a divorce certificate in the morning and a marriage certificate in the afternoon. Did he think he was hallucinating? You think too much. These two businesses don't seem to be in the same window. What if he works at the divorce counter in the morning and switches to the marriage counter in the afternoon? He Zhongliang was stunned for a few seconds, and gently pinched Shin Sayue's graceful, white and smooth chin. Jokingly said, do you think you are very humorous? Shin Kaiwei lay in He Zhongliang's arms and smiled happily, revealing 2 rows of white and neat teeth.
Then she shyly stuck out her tongue, and the pink and wet tip of her tongue poked out.
He Zhongliang didn't want to continue talking. I haven't said anything yet.
Shin Kaiwei didn't have a chance to finish her words. She wrapped her arms around He Zhongliang's neck and couldn't help but hug him tightly. It was very late, and He Zhongliang asked curiously, why don't you hurry back to your room to sleep tonight? Shin Kaiwei asked back, what do you think? He Zhongliang stroked her rosy and hot cheeks and guessed excitedly, do you want to have sex tonight?
Shin Kaiwei did not answer.
She covered her face with one hand, and the corners of her mouth could not help but rise. Her shy look revealed everything.
If you want it, just take it. There's no hard and fast rule for this kind of thing. You don't have to wait until a certain day. Today is a good day. I just want you to hold me all night long.
Shin Kaiwei reveals the tenderness and sweetness of a young woman.
Okay. I'll carry you back to sleep now.
He Zhongliang carried her off the sofa and walked towards Shin Sayue's room. After putting Shin Kaiwei on the bed, she negotiated with some embarrassment, I still want to wait until the day you get your divorce certificate before having sex.
Okay. I'll listen to you.
He Zhongliang agreed readily.
Shin Kaiwei was a little disappointed. Why are you so impatient when facing other women?
It takes a lot of effort to restrain yourself.
But when facing me, you are so calm. Is it because I am not attractive to you? When I'm with other members of the opposite sex, I just want to vent under the influence of dopamine.
When I'm with you, I'm more attracted by your words, actions, and smiles, which distracts me from my desire for that kind of thing.
After explaining a few words, He Zhongliang leaned close to Shin Sayue's ear and said, of course I want you too. I really want you. Shin Kaiwei took a deep breath and felt like she was about to melt.
She tried to sit up and wanted to take a shower but was too lazy to move.
After calming down for a moment, he asked, when will you get the divorce certificate? He Zhongliang thought for a moment and replied, it will be ready in a few days. You can pick it up in 2 weeks. Then wait 2 weeks. You can rest for a few more days. Shin Kaiwei gave him a kiss and asked excitedly, how about that? I'll listen to you.
He Zhongliang agreed readily.
You go back and rest. I'm going to change and go to bed. Shin Kaiwei urged him to leave. Do we still have to be so formal now? I'm afraid you can't control yourself. I feel like you want more. He Zhongliang walked out muttering quietly. Chapter 28 Final Farewell.
The next night, He Zhongliang and Shin Kaiwei were tormented by sweetness again, and finally reluctantly went back to their rooms to sleep. The third day was the weekend again, and after Shin Sayue's daughter came home, the two of them didn't have so many thoughts and ideas, but instead spent their days in a relaxed manner. Han Bing came to Shin Sayue's house for dinner again under the pretext of visiting his daughter. He really wanted to see his daughter, but he was even more worried about the two adults. While Shan Kaiwei was cooking in the kitchen, Han Bing chatted with He Zhongliang and visited his room. He felt relieved to know that they still slept in separate rooms. While having dinner together, Han Bing took the initiative to show concern for He Zhongliang and wanted to arrange a job for him. The job of installing air conditioners is very hard and dangerous. Since the accident, He Zhongliang has developed a fear of heights and is indeed a little tired of this job. Shan Kaiwei didn't want him to continue doing such hard and dangerous work. She was just not sure if Han Bing really wanted to help, and she was afraid that he was just trying to be nice. But in front of her daughter, Shan Kaiwei pretended to accept Han Bing's kindness and let him take care of the arrangements. He Zhongliang also said that he had no objection. Anyway, it was up to him to decide whether to go or not. After dinner, He Zhongliang helped Shan Kaiwei clean up the dishes. The occasional eye contact between the two was full of ambiguity and sweetness. They were so absorbed in it that they didn't feel like they were deliberately showing affection to each other. But Han Bing saw it clearly from the side and was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. But in front of his daughter, he still tried hard to put on a smile. The moment his daughter walked him to the door and closed it, Han Bing's eyes flashed with ferocity and he clenched his fists tightly. This home, this woman, and this child all belong to him. Now another man has taken over his place. He cannot swallow this humiliation and must find a way to get rid of He Zhongliang as soon as possible. A few days later, one Wednesday morning while eating, He Zhongliang received a call from his ex-wife, asking him to meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau. After He Zhongliang hung up the phone, he smiled and joked, "She's more anxious than I am. It seems that her relationship with her partner is developing faster than ours." He Zhongliang went to get the divorce certificate today, and they were going to have sex tonight as planned. When Shan Kaiwei thought of the tenderness all night long, her face flushed instantly, and she was so excited that she didn't know what to say. He Zhongliang looked at her ruddy face, with a shy expression that seemed to be smiling but not smiling, and said casually, "You must be getting impatient." Shan Kaiwei looked up and carefully examined He Zhongliang's face, and ordered him, "Stick out your tongue so I can see it." He Zhongliang patted his chest and assured, "I have been abstaining from sex for a month. I have been recovering from my old age and have a lot of energy. I often have erotic dreams at night now, and my semen has begun to overflow." "Let me see." Shan Kaiwei insisted on seeing his tongue. "I kissed you for a long time every night, didn't you see it?" He Zhongliang complained, stretched his neck and stuck out his tongue. "Hate it. How can I see your tongue when we kiss?" Shan Kaiwei smiled and nodded, showing her satisfaction. "I'm leaving get off work early today and going to the market first. You can go home directly after get off work. How many dishes are you going to make?" "At least 2 more than usual. I think the only thing we have at home is white wine." "Do you drink white wine? It's just sleeping together, do you need to be so ceremonial?" Shan Kaiwei glared at He Zhongliang, smiled without saying a word and lowered her head, her happiness and anticipation evident in her words. The two of them continued to eat quietly, their hearts already blossoming with joy. He Zhongliang and his ex-wife came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, each with an extra notebook. Although they said they would still be friends in the future, they both knew in their hearts that without the child involved, there was no need for them to meet in this life. "Your partner didn't come with you today." He Zhongliang broke the silence. The wedding date has been set, and he is no longer so worried about someone trying to snatch his wife from him. "Congratulations. You won't be angry if I didn't send you a wedding invitation. It would be so embarrassing if I went there. All my relatives there know me." He Zhongliang casually said "our family," which instantly made his ex-wife's eyes red. Then she raised her head, as if she wanted to turn back the tears. Then he couldn't help laughing, and took out a tissue to wipe it a few times, and asked casually, "How is your relationship with that aunt? Is it still the relationship between doctor and patient?" He Zhongliang shook his head awkwardly and confessed with shame, "In fact, I was attracted to her the first time I saw her." "I always feel sorry for you. I guess you fell in love with her at first sight. But even God is helping you. God's plan is the best. I can't do anything about it." The ex-wife complained helplessly, and then asked expectantly, "If you weren't injured and caused that special situation, you wouldn't abandon me even if you met her, right?" "Of course not. I certainly won't abandon you." He Zhongliang assured his ex-wife that his brain began to secrete a large amount of dopamine, probably because he felt that he was an old acquaintance. Looking at He Zhongliang's eyes, the ex-wife knew that he was becoming impulsive again. In the past, she had always handled such situations personally. She couldn't help but stroke He Jungliang's face and praised with tears in her eyes, "That auntie is really your lucky star. She has made you look so good in just 1 month.
You are no longer so thin and look very healthy now. When you were with me, I almost drained you dry." They both couldn't help laughing with tears in their eyes, and the ex-wife suddenly asked, "Do you want me?" He Zhanliang nodded and assured firmly, "But I can hold it in. If it wasn't for your health, I really don't want to let go." The ex-wife sighed, put her arms around He Zhongliang's neck, and the two hugged each other and said goodbye for the last time. After whispering their blessings to each other, the two slowly separated. After the ex-wife let go of He Zhongliang's neck, one arm slid down his chest and touched the old friend. He Zhongliang was startled and instinctively took 2 steps back. The ex-wife apologized in the face of the smile, "I'm sorry, I did it on purpose." He Zhongliang looked down and couldn't help but burst out laughing. After a moment, he consoled her earnestly, "You will definitely get better." The ex-wife said nothing, just shook her head slightly with a helpless expression. Then the two waved goodbye, and He Zhongliang watched his ex-wife walk away. He turned his head and held back his tears, not daring to recall their past. "I can only send my blessings silently. I hope she will be happy in the future and everything will be fine." Chapter 29 Pass. In the evening, He Zhongliang returned to Shin Sayue's home. She had already prepared the meal, 4 dishes and a soup, which was considered quite sufficient for 2 people. He Zhongliang washed his hands and sat down at the dining table. He took out the divorce certificate and put it on the table. He told Shin Kaiyue, "This is the pass for tonight. Hate it, put it away and eat." Shin Kaiyue picked up some food for He Zhongliang and asked with concern, "Are you tired from working today?" "Don't worry. I have plenty of energy." Shin Kaiyue smiled without saying anything and lowered her head to eat. After dinner, the two of them continued their usual routine, snuggling on the sofa and being affectionate with each other. He Zhongliang held Shin Kaiyue in his arms, looked at her flushed cheeks, and reminded her, "Your body is so hot." "I know." Shin Kaiyue nodded shyly and gently negotiated, "I want to rest early tonight, okay? I've been waiting for you to say this." He Zhongliang has been anxious for a long time. He abstained from sex for a month. Now he can't believe it. Is the ban really going to be lifted? "I had already showered before you came back. I'll wait for you in the bedroom. Go take a shower." After Shin Kaiyue finished speaking, she stood up and walked towards the bedroom. "I'll take a quick shower. I'll be right back with you." He Zhongliang said this and rushed into the bathroom. After a moment, he dried himself off, not even bothering to put on his clothes. Came directly to Shin Sayue's room. 3 minutes later, Shin Kaiyue snuggled in He Zhongliang's arms and comforted him gently, "It's okay, you might be too nervous. Go to bed early. It's good to hug each other like this." He Zhongliang had never encountered such a situation before, and didn't know what to say for a moment. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, could it be that he has been idle for too long? Shin Kaiyue sat up and tried to put on her pajamas, but He Zhongliang stopped her and begged her eagerly, "Just sleep like this. I want to be close to you. I'll obey you tonight. Don't sleep like this in the future. I'm not used to it." Shin Kaiyue reluctantly agreed, and after lying down, she couldn't wait to snuggle into He Zhongliang's arms. The two began to whisper. After a while, He Zhongliang began to get restless again. "No, wait until tomorrow night." Shin Kaiyue tried to refuse, but soon changed her mind. 20 minutes later, she lay in He Zhongliang's arms, panting and blaming him, "Don't be so greedy in the future, okay?" But the strong sense of satisfaction and pleasure made her unable to help but raise the corners of her mouth, and she always had a smile on her face. He Zhongliang nodded perfunctorily. He had just found his own rhythm. When it was almost 10 o'clock, Shin Kaiyue reminded He Zhongliang, "Stop talking, turn off the lights and go to sleep." He Zhongliang did not turn off the light after getting up. He lifted the quilt and carefully looked at Shin Sayue's graceful body curves. "I couldn't help but stretch my hands to wander over her smooth and delicate skin." Shin Kaiyue looked at He Zhongliang's eyes and guessed what he wanted to do. "You are not allowed to mess around anymore." After giving a serious warning, she sat up and gently comforted him, "That's it for today. I'll give it to you tomorrow night, okay? Just be obedient." Then I turned around and turned off the lights. He Zhongliang hugged her from behind. "Why are you so disobedient?" "No, no." Before Shin Kaiyue could even say the third no, she changed her mind again. Half an hour later, Shin Kaiyue took a deep breath and adjusted her rapid breathing.
Then he gently rebuked, "Tomorrow night, you are not allowed to sleep in my room."
He Zhongliang stood up immediately. "Don't leave tonight."
Shin Kaiwei said softly, hugged He Zhongliang's neck tightly, and was reluctant to let him leave for even a second.
"I just wanted to turn off the lights."
He Zhongliang turned off the lights and hugged Shin Kaiwei tightly, smiling and imitating the tone of her words just now. "Don't leave tonight." Shin Kaiwei gently pinched He Zhongliang's back, pressed close to his body, smiled and stopped talking.
The next morning while eating, Shin Kaiwei reminded He Zhongliang, "You must restrain yourself in the future. Don't do it over and over again, or I really won't sleep with you anymore. This is the first time I have sex with you. I will definitely be able to control myself next time and won't overindulge like before." He Zhongliang assured confidently, and then reminded, "Besides, you didn't reject me last night."
"I mainly wanted to satisfy you."
Shin Kaiwei immediately retorted, "I said no."
"You just said it, but your body can't wait."
"Shut up."
Shin Kaiwei interrupted He Zhongliang's description, couldn't help showing a shy smile, and ordered, "Don't go to my room to sleep tonight."
"I'll hold you in my arms while you sleep, but I won't do anything else, okay?" "You lied, you couldn't help it." He Zhongliang did not refute, he knew that Shin Kaiwei was just talking casually.
For the past month, the two have been holding the last line of defense. Now that the defense line has been breached, neither of them can retreat and hold it again. He Zhongliang was able to control himself, doing it 3 times on the first night, twice on the second night, and once on the third night. Shin Kaiwei advised him to restrain himself, but her body was very honest. On the 4th day, it was the weekend again, and Shin Sayue's daughter came home. The two of them slept in separate rooms again, which gave He Zhongliang a good 2 days to rest. Han Bing took the opportunity to visit his daughter and came to Shin Sayue's house for a free meal. He could have asked his daughter out for a date, or taken her back home. His daughter was already so old, and she didn't have to stay with her mother. But he always found various excuses to come to Shin Sayue's house. This time he brought good news and arranged a job for He Zhongliang. "I am the manager of the company library, with good salary and benefits.
It is also very leisurely and suitable for health preservation. Most people don't have the opportunity to get this position." He Zhongliang was curious, "Your company actually has a library? Do your employees have time to read books?"
Han Bing answered seriously, "It cost a huge amount of money to build, and the interior design and decoration are very luxurious. To be honest, it's just for show, to make the company look more high-end."
When it was first built, many employees often patronized it. "Want to read a book?" He Zhongliang expressed his doubts that given the high pressure and fierce competition in the current workplace, how could employees have such literary and artistic interests? They are just for taking photos and checking in, and posting on WeChat moments. After hearing Han Bing's answer, Shin Kaiwei couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. After so many years of divorce, Shin Kaiwei had always been polite to Han Bing. But it was the first time he saw her smile so happily because of a word he said. He was so happy that he danced with joy and said excitedly, "There are almost no people going there now, so the job is very leisurely. Of course, if you don't like comfortable jobs, I can also arrange for you to work in those challenging departments." "Forget it. I don't like challenges, and I'm not good at dealing with people. I can't adapt to the intrigues and deceptions in the workplace. It would be great to have a stable and easy job. What do you think?" He Zhongliang turned to ask Shin Kaiwei for her opinion.
Shin Kaiwei nodded in agreement. Although she was a little suspicious of Han Bing, she did not rule out the possibility that he really had good intentions. "After all, as I get older, maybe I have come to terms with many things and will no longer be so narrow-minded and competitive." Chapter 30, Going to Work in the Library. Han Bing looked at Shin Sayue's face, unable to hide his infatuation. He could easily have any beautiful woman. But none of them could replace his longing and desire for his ex-wife. He felt that Shin Kaiwei had a special charm today, and couldn't help asking, "Did you put on makeup?" Shin Kaiwei shook her head. She seldom wore makeup, and there was no need to do so at home. Han Shui stared at her mother's face and praised in surprise, "Mom, you really seem to be younger." Then I couldn't help but reach out and touch my mother's face, feeling her delicate and smooth skin. "Compared to little girls like you, I'm far behind." Shin Kaiwei smiled and gently stroked her daughter's face. Han Bing and He Zhongliang both stared at Shin Sayue's face in fascination. She was indeed more radiant these 2 days. Han Shui suddenly realized, "I know why you look so good, it's because you are nourished by love." He Zhongliang lowered his head shyly, and Han Bing was so angry that he almost overturned the table. He took a deep breath and tried to control his anger.
Hurry and eat.
Shin Kaiwei glared at her daughter, not wanting her to say those words. Although this was her own business, it was still somewhat awkward with her ex-husband and current husband present at the same time. The daughter could see that her parents were a little embarrassed, so she quickly changed the subject and said to her father, "I also want to go to the library in your company." Han Bing tried hard to force a smile to hide his anger and hatred.
He hypocritically helped He Zhongliang but actually had other plans. He was a man and understood men.
He believed that as long as men were not hung on the wall, there was nothing wrong with them. Especially when facing top beauties, and He Zhongliang also has the problem of excessive dopamine, I don't believe he can withstand the test again and again. A few days later, He Zhongliang quit his job as an air conditioner installer and reported to Han Bing's company. Han Bing arranged a department manager to welcome He Zhongliang, and she would be He Zhongliang's immediate superior from then on. A woman in her 30s, who looks and has a temperament somewhat similar to Shin Kaiwei. She was wearing a blue business suit, which was very decent and elegant, revealing a sense of competence and confidence. She has a graceful figure and the waist-shaping design of her top makes her body proportions look outstanding. She obviously has the traces of years of fitness, and she must be a very self-disciplined woman.
Hello, my last name is Sue, and my given name is Lee.
She smiled and stretched out her hand, and her pair of peach blossom eyes exuded the charm of a mature woman towards He Zhongliang.
Hello, Manager Sue. My name is He Zhongliang.
He Zhongliang quickly extended his hand to introduce himself. The moment he shook hands with the woman, he felt something was wrong. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. This woman's controlled manner made him feel as if she was deliberately seducing him, but he couldn't find any obvious evidence. He hoped that he was just overthinking it.
Su Li took He Zhongliang downstairs in the elevator.
The library was behind the company building.
It was a separate 3-story building, very grand and beautiful. In the elevator, Su Li asked He Zhongliang about his age and marital status.
He Zhongliang replied awkwardly, "I am 26 years old and divorced once."
You have such a rich experience. You've been married at such a young age. Do you have any children? Su Li was a little surprised.
No, we separated after just 2 years of marriage.
Not having children is like never being married. I also supervise another department and know a lot of high-quality leftover women. What type of women do you like? Su Li expressed her concern for He Zhongliang's personal problems. In fact, she knew all about He Zhongliang. She was just a pawn of Han Bing, whose purpose was to seduce He Zhongliang.
Taking He Zhongliang's taste into consideration, Han Bing prepared beauties of all ages for him, and they will be released one after another.
She doesn't believe that he can resist them. No need, I already have a partner and our relationship is very stable. Thank you for your kindness, Manager Su. He Zhongliang refused directly and nodded and smiled politely at Su Li.
Of course, his eyes couldn't help but reveal his love for this woman.
This woman is mature, elegant, and sexy. She is so charming.
He Zhongliang had no way of controlling it, and his brain began to secrete dopamine to stimulate him.
That can't be helped. I want to do you a good deed.
Su Li pretended to sigh helplessly, then tilted her head.
A pair of smiling peach blossom eyes stared at He Zhongliang's profile and suggested enthusiastically, "We are just a decoration as superiors and subordinates. There is not much negotiation in work. You don't have to be so polite to me. I am 10 years older than you, just call me sister." He Zhongliang was stunned, and she quickly laughed and blamed herself, "Am I so rude? It seems like I am deliberately taking advantage of you."
He Zhongliang quickly explained, No, it's only natural for me to call you sister.
It makes us feel more intimate this way."
Su Li took a step closer, put her hands behind her back, looked up into He Zhongliang's eyes with an expectant expression.
"Call me and I'll hear you."
She had upturned lips and smiling eyes, and she controlled the distance between the two of them just right. He Zhongliang couldn't help but be very excited by the ambiguous relationship, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "This woman is really a master of flirting." At this time, the elevator door opened and they arrived at the first floor.
He Zhongliang took the opportunity to move aside and said politely, "Sister Su, please go first." Su Linian nodded with satisfaction and walked out of the elevator with He Zhongliang.
After walking for 4 or 5 minutes, the moment they stepped into this luxurious library, they felt as if they were in an ocean of knowledge.
Walking into the museum, the spacious and bright hall is refreshing.
Rows of tall bookshelves are neatly arranged. The bookshelves are made of precious wood and exude a faint aroma mixed with wood and paper. The reading area is comfortably and elegantly decorated, with soft sofas and exquisite tables and chairs arranged in an orderly manner. There is a retro table lamp on each table, emitting soft and warm light, creating a quiet reading atmosphere. In the center of the library, there is a magnificent spiral staircase that spirals upwards.
The handrails of the staircase are carved with exquisite patterns, and every detail shows luxury and refinement.
There is also a dedicated rest area in the museum with 2 vending machines that provide a variety of exquisite food and drinks. The huge French windows let in the sunlight without reservation, and outside the windows is a beautiful garden view, which makes people unconsciously relax and feel refreshed. Being in the quiet hall of this luxurious library, it is not only a treasure house of knowledge, but also a safe haven for the soul. Although He Zhongliang was not very interested in reading, he was still intoxicated by this beautiful and luxurious environment. Suli took him to the counter, and a girl in her 20s stood up to greet them.
Chapter 31 Another Trap. Suli introduced He Zhongliang, "This is your colleague. You two will manage this library together." "Hello, my name is Hu Yuping."
The girl reached out her hand to greet He Zhongliang. Her skin was dark but delicate and shiny. She had a sunny and sweet smile, a hot and sexy body, and a wild beauty.
"Hello, my name is He Zhongliang."
He Zhongliang shook hands with her and felt her palms were sweaty.
Young people are just full of energy, or maybe she was a little nervous. "Does this library have 2 administrators?" Facing He Zhongliang's doubts, Suli smiled and explained to him, "Such a large bookcase, can you handle it alone?" He Zhongliang looked around and couldn't help but teasing, "There's no one here to read books. What's there to be busy about? There are 2 floors upstairs. Cleaning it every day is enough for 1 person."
In addition, the company has an agreement with the surrounding vocational colleges.
The library will be open to those students on weekends.
There will still be many people patronizing it, and it will be quite lively.
So that's how it is.
He Zhongliang nodded, then noticed the way Hu Yuping looked at him. Suddenly, I made a bold guess that this was a trap set by Han Bing. Such an easy and comfortable job, accompanied by beautiful women every day. A man and a woman stayed in this quiet library alone. Han Bing must be deliberately inducing him, hoping that he would lose control and make a mistake, and then go and complain to Shin Kaiwe, so as to break up the 2 of them. Hu Yuping and Suli, one is a mature young woman, full of charm, and the other is young and energetic, sunny and hot. With one person standing on each side of He Zhongliang, he felt like he was in dire straits, which was really tormenting. I made the decision reluctantly but helplessly in my heart that I couldn't do this job.
"Come on.
I'll take you upstairs. It's not open to the public, so you and Xiaohu can go up there occasionally to clean it. Sometimes the company's leaders will go up there to discuss things.
The 2nd floor is a gym.
The 3rd floor is a tea room. If a leader comes, we will arrange special service personnel and will not bother you and Xiaohu."
Suli took He Zhongliang up the stairs and gave him a brief introduction. The 2 of them came to the gym on the 2nd floor.
Although no one was exercising and it looked empty, there was still an atmosphere of vitality and passion. The spacious and bright space is decorated in a modern style. The walls are inlaid with huge mirrors, and the floor is covered with high-quality non-slip rubber mats, making you feel solid and steady with every step.
When He Zhongliang was in school, he was also an athlete and liked to exercise.
But after entering the society, he did hard labor.
Going to work every day was very hard, so how could he have extra energy to exercise?
But now he has the opportunity. With such a leisurely job, he can sweat as much as he wants, which can both exercise his body and shape his figure. He was really reluctant to give up this job, but if it was really Han Bing's trap, with endless bombardment of beauties, he was worried that he could not withstand so many body bombs. Suli took him to the strength training area. The barbells and dumbbells were heavy and solid. They were powerful tools for shaping muscle lines. She introduced excitedly, "When I have free time, I will come here to exercise. After sweating a lot, I will go to the bathroom over there to take a shower to wash away the fatigue of the day. It feels very comfortable." He picked up a 10-kilogram dumbbell and did a few standard curls, and it was obvious that he had some basic training.
She put down the dumbbells and invited He Zhongliang, "Do you like exercising? Take one and try it."
He Zhongliang really likes to play with these fitness equipment, but he didn't have the opportunity and conditions in the past. He is relatively strong, but because he has no exercise foundation, he also low-key to pick up the 10-kilogram dumbbell.
"You're a grown man, why are you using the same weight as me?" Suli's words made He Zhongliang a little embarrassed.
He mustered up his courage and picked up a 20-kilogram dumbbell, making a sound full of male hormones. I just like to listen to this kind of masculine voice. Suli leaned against Hee Junliang's arm holding the dumbbell, and smiled as she helped him guide the curling movements, with her chest pressed against Hee Junliang's arm.
Hee Junliang did 2 curls, and the fatal friction made him put down the dumbbells quickly. He pretended to be exhausted and didn't want to continue exercising. You are so handsome and have a good figure, but you are a little thin. If you can make yourself stronger, you will be perfect.
Suli suggested to Hee Junliang, and then took him to the front of the barbell and started to add weight plates.
Hee Junliang smiled and nodded in agreement.
He likes exercising, but he can't accept having a beautiful woman so close to him.
You help me, I'll do some squats.
Suli took off her coat and placed it on the equipment beside her.
She was only wearing a white sports vest.
The neckline just revealed her charming collarbone, with beautiful and delicate lines. It also outlines her fit and sexy body curves, with almost no fat on her waist. The corresponding buttocks are full and straight, and the round curves are full of tension. Looking from the side and back, the graceful curve between the waist and hips is like a charming wave, smooth and dynamic, which is the result of her long-term self-discipline and fitness. Hee Junliang really wanted to become friends with someone like her, to exercise together, and to encourage each other. However, his brain was out of control, and under the stimulation of the opposite sex's body, it secreted a large amount of dopamine, making him like an ant on a hot pot, enduring the torment that ordinary people could not experience. Suli asked Hee Junliang to stand behind her, put his hands under her armpits, and assist her in doing squats. When she squatted, Hee Junliang squatted down with her.
Her buttocks almost touched Hee Junliang, and Hee Junliang was frightened and quickly stepped back to help her do a deep squat. Hee Junliang quickly distanced himself from her, not daring to stand up straight, and pointed somewhere else and asked, "Is that the rest area over there? Can you help me make a few more?" Suli deliberately acted coquettishly and asked. "No, I feel a little dizzy all of a sudden." Hee Junliang made up an excuse and walked towards the rest area. He just wanted to sit down.
Suli saw his embarrassment, smiled, took her coat, and followed him out of the strength training area. The rest area is warm and comfortable, with soft sofas and clean coffee tables, allowing people to relax for a moment between training.
There is a water dispenser next to it to help you replenish water.
Hee Junliang sat on the sofa, and Suli sat next to him with her head held high and her coat in her hand without being put on. Her smooth arms and waist, as well as her towering bust, were a fatal temptation to Hee Junliang. The skirt just reached her knees, but the split on the side revealed her firm and beautiful thighs. After sitting on the sofa, the outline of her buttocks was even more beautiful.
Chapter 32, Challenging the Limit. Hee Junliang moved his body, keeping a certain distance from Suli, and asked directly, "Did Han Bing instruct you to seduce me?" Suli was stunned for a moment, and after a few seconds, she explained awkwardly, "What do you mean by that? Am I too enthusiastic towards you and made you misunderstand me?"
Hee Junliang saw that she was pretending to be confused, and he didn't want to argue with her, so he said helplessly, "I'm sorry, maybe I'm thinking too much.
But I do have a crush on you. You look a lot like my first boyfriend, and when I see you I feel like I'm back to those beautiful, innocent days. As the saying goes on the internet, you can't have both youth and the feeling of youth. Do you have any regrets or good times that you wasted because you were too immature?" Suli moved closer to Hee Junliang, pressed against his body, and held his arm. She tilted her head and looked at him expectantly with her peach blossom eyes. Hee Junliang looked at her, couldn't help swallowing, and smiled helplessly. He gently pushed her away and reminded her seriously, "Manager Su, if you keep doing this, I don't think I can do this job anymore. You must not quit. I won't be able to explain to President Han when the time comes, and I still want to keep my job." Suli quickly distanced herself from Hee Junliang and admitted that she was instructed by Han Bing. "Then you just treat me like an ordinary colleague, okay?" Suli nodded helplessly. Judging from her eyes, she definitely didn't intend to give up, but just restrained herself temporarily. She still wanted to capture Hee Junliang as soon as possible and get Han Bing's reward. Hee Junliang tried to inquire, "If I'm not mistaken, my colleague was also someone Han Bing specially arranged for me." "You are talking about Hu Yuping. Who else besides her?" "I have no idea." Suli shook her head, but that half smile on her face said it all. Since she didn't dare to tell the truth, Hee Junliang didn't want to ask any further questions. "But I told her helplessly, I can't accept this job. This job is so good. So many people want to do it but can't get it. Just stay here." Suli grabbed Hee Junliang's arm and excitedly tried to keep him.
She was worried that if she couldn't keep He Zhongliang, Han Bing would blame her.
You always seduce me, and with that Hu Yuping, how can I bear it? We won't force you. You're a grown man, are you afraid of two women?
He Zhongliang looked down at himself and sighed helplessly. Didn't Mr. Han tell you that I am sick? Su Li smiled and teased. He said that when you see a beautiful woman, you secrete a lot of dopamine and your desire is particularly strong.
Is that true?
He Zhongliang nodded helplessly and turned his head to the side, trying not to see Su Li. I see you have great self-control. Su Li gently placed one hand on He Zhongliang's leg and couldn't help but glance at him. He Zhongliang quickly pushed Su Li's hand away, stood up and said, "Tell Han Bing that I can't do this job."
I left in a hurry.
Lydia Su quickly stepped forward to stop him. You must not leave, it's okay for me to keep my distance from you. If you don't succeed, Mr. He will arrange for someone else to seduce me.
How can my body bear it?
He Zhongliang looked aggrieved and embarrassed.
I think you can control yourself. What is there to be afraid of?
He Zhongliang looked down and said helplessly, didn't you see that I didn't dare to stand up straight after I came up? I can barely control my behavior, but I can't control my body's reaction. In my previous job, there were no beauties around me, and I was too busy to think about that kind of thing.
Now my job is so relaxed, and there are always beauties around me.
My blood is boiling from morning till night, how can my prostate bear it? No, I can't do this job, it will torture myself sooner or later. Su Li glanced around and quickly suggested, you have nothing to do at work anyway, so just come up and exercise as long as you feel a reaction. Exercise until you are exhausted and it will stop being obedient. He Zhongliang was amused by Su Li's look and wanted to laugh, and he really wanted to indulge himself with her. It is inevitable to fall in love with a beautiful woman with a good figure and a sense of humor and cuteness.
No way.
I've tried to relieve the urge by expending energy, but it doesn't seem to have any effect.
Maybe you're not exercising enough. Haven't you tried to train yourself to the point where you can't stand up?
He Zhongliang blinked his eyes. He had never tried to exhaust himself before, because he didn't sleep well at night and was already very tired after working during the day.
Maybe that would really work.
Su Li suddenly asked, how many push-ups can you do? He Zhongliang hesitated for a moment and answered uncertainly, 40 or 50, it should be no problem.
Try doing 1,000 of them.
I don't believe it will still react after you've done 1,000 of them.
I guess it would have been quiet and wouldn't stand up anymore.
He Zhongliang smiled, looking at the fitness equipment in front of him, and couldn't help clenching his fists. Maybe he could try this method. His brain secreted excessive dopamine, making him unable to control his excitement and impulse. Then he will challenge his limits, maybe these dopamine can be converted into motivation for exercise. Su Li took He Zhongliang to an open space, sat on the equipment nearby, and said easily, let's start. I'll count for you and see if you can complete 1,000 push-ups. He Zhongliang looked down at himself. He was really fed up with this kind of arrogance. Today he decided to go all out and train himself to death to see if he could change this bad habit of his. He did more than 80 of them at one time, which broke his previous best record. Su Li guided her and encouraged her not to stop, and she finally broke through 100. He Zhongliang was so tired that he knelt on the mat, gasping for breath. Su Li laughed and joked, isn't the price there that high? He Zhongliang didn't dare to reach out and touch it, but it seemed to have eased a little. Although he was physically tired, the feeling of insatiable desire was alleviated, and his mental state was no longer so tense, and he felt a little more relaxed.
Is it working?
Su Li asked, and then urged, hurry up, keep doing it.
You can only rest for 30 seconds each time.
He Zhongliang took a deep breath and continued to consume his energy.
497, 498, 499, 500.
When Su Li counted to 500, she clapped her hands excitedly. He Zhongliang collapsed on the mat with exhaustion. He could no longer remember how many times he had rested. Anyway, every time he rested for 1 to 30 seconds, Su Li would urge him to continue with the next set. Even if you can only do 3 or 5 in a set, you have to get up and continue. He took off his shirt, sweaty and exhausted. He couldn't even feel his arms, and his abdominal muscles were sore. As an ordinary person with no training foundation, it is not easy to reach this number.
Chapter 33 Accepting New Challenges.
Su Li saw that He Zhongliang's physical strength was almost at its limit, so she went to get a glass of water, squatted down and persuaded him.
I told you that 1,000 is really too much for you. Being able to do 500 is already very impressive. Let's stop here today.
He Zhongliang sat up, took the water, drank 2 sips, and put the cup aside. Then he looked bravely at Su Li's chest. He had always tried his best to avoid being stimulated by the opposite sex in the past, but now he deliberately challenged his weak spot.
Su Li excitedly suggested, "Have you thought it through? I'll go over there with you to rest for a while."
Stimulated by the beauty, his brain was still secreting dopamine, making him excited and impulsive. But He Zhongliang had already found a way to deal with it, turning this excitement into power and releasing it. "It's already been more than 30 seconds, keep going." He Zhongliang continued to challenge 1,000 push-ups with an extremely determined look in his eyes. Even if you successfully complete the goal, it is not the end, it can only be regarded as the starting point. Su Li sat aside, stunned with astonishment. She didn't expect that a joke of hers would make this man so excited that he would fight desperately. "After getting through the most difficult times, my arms seemed to form muscle memory, or perhaps the dopamine in my body started to work." He Zhongliang actually found it easier and easier, starting with a group of 3 or 5, then a dozen, then dozens.
997, 998, 999, 1,000. As Su Li finished counting the last push-up, He Zhongliang was not exhausted at all. He just knelt on the mat, raised his head and chest, and took deep breaths. He originally had a low body fat percentage and obvious abdominal muscles. Now that his muscles are engorged with blood, the lines are more obvious and he looks very strong. Su Li couldn't help but hug him to celebrate the victory. He Zhongliang didn't react much.
Even though he felt the stimulating physical contact, he was not as impulsive as before.
"It seems the dopamine will eventually run out." He Zhongliang talked to himself and finally smiled victoriously.
Then he stood up and put on his clothes, saying nonchalantly, "I will do this job well, and let Han Bing send beautiful women.
I am not afraid anymore." "Really? Is this really possible? I was just joking with you. Please don't tell President Han that I gave you the idea." Su Li looked terrified, afraid of being blamed by Han Bing. "Don't worry. I'm too lazy to talk to him. Let's go down.
We've been staying up there for so long, Hu Yuping must be thinking what we're doing." He Zhongliang made a joke and looked up and down at Su Li's figure.
He was not so impulsive anymore. Maybe he was too tired. The two men came downstairs, and He Zhongliang was still panting and adjusting his breathing.
From Hu Yuping's surprised look, He Zhongliang guessed that she had misunderstood. After Su Li left, He Zhongliang and Hu Yuping were the only ones left in the empty and silent library.
He Zhongliang asked, "Do you like reading?"
Hu Yuping smiled and replied, "I don't like reading.
I get sleepy when I do. I usually play with my phone." He Zhongliang didn't read any books either.
He looked up at the library, which seemed like a sacred temple. "I couldn't help but sigh, we are not worthy of this place." Then he left the counter and walked around to observe every corner of the library. Although I don't have the patience to read the contents of the books, I am still interested in browsing the beautiful book covers in the treasure house of books. Hu Yuping followed closely behind and asked shyly, "What were you doing upstairs with Manager Su for so long?"
He Zhongliang casually replied, "I am exercising on it."
"How do you exercise?"
"I did 1,000 push-ups."
Hu Yuping gently nudged He Zhongliang's arm and shyly blamed him, "You are so annoying."
He Zhongliang looked at him and couldn't help but smile.
He guessed that her understanding of doing push-ups was different from what he was talking about.
"But I was too lazy to explain seriously, so I just asked casually, why don't you play with your phone? Why are you following me? It's only lively here on weekends. There are not many people here from morning to night on weekdays. It's too boring. And it's scary to be alone. I finally have you to keep me company. I'd better stay with you. Are there many students coming to read books on weekends? What kind of books are they reading? They are all here to fall in love. Every corner is filled with couples. We should stroll around and inspect them frequently.
I will ignore their intimacy and there is no need to interfere, but any behavior that goes too far is definitely not acceptable." He Zhongliang glanced at Hu Yuping and praised her, "I didn't expect you to be so responsible and consider the safety of those students. They are 18 or 19 years old, I don't bother to worry about them. I am afraid they will make a mess and we will have to clean it up. When I was cleaning before, I swept out condoms from corners and crevices, which was so disgusting." Hu Yuping grinned with a look of disgust. He Zhongliang thought she was cute and asked curiously, "How long have you been working here?" 2 weeks ago, I was working in another department, but I didn't know why I was transferred here."
At first I thought it was a good job. I was fed up with the intrigues among my colleagues and thought I could enjoy a peaceful life. It seems that not everyone can stand loneliness. When I stay alone for a long time, I feel very lonely, as if I have been abandoned by the world, and I am almost suffering from depression. Fortunately, you are here. We can be companions from now on. It is not tiring to work together as a man and a woman, and we will not be lonely anymore. Zhongliang looked at her anxious expression and guessed that she was probably someone Han Bing had deliberately arranged for him. Do you have a partner? No. Can you introduce me to someone suitable? Zhongliang looked her up and down and teased, with your looks and figure, there should be a long line of people chasing you. Do you still need someone to introduce you? How can I meet the right person when I work here? Please introduce one to me. Hu Yuping naturally took Zhongliang's arm, and it was obvious that she was an old hand in the love field. Zhongliang pretended to cooperate with her. What type of men do you like? 1.8 meters tall, strong, fair skin, handsome features. Hu Yuping stared at Zhongliang's face and began to talk about her criteria for choosing a partner in detail. Do you think I'm a good person? Zhongliang interrupted her and turned to look her in the eye. Okay. I think we are a good match. I felt very close to you the first time I saw you. We must have been destined to be together in our previous life. Let's start this relationship right away. Hu Yuping stopped and couldn't wait to get close to Zhongliang's body. Zhongliang guessed with a smile, after you take me down, your mission will be completed. Han Bing should give you a lot of rewards. What are you talking about? I don't understand. What does our matter have to do with President Han? Hu Yuping denied it flatly, but her expression couldn't hide her panic. Chapter 34 Appreciating Artworks. Zhongliang reached out and held up Hu Yuping's little face. She was indeed very beautiful, with a youthful and wild appeal. Han Bing really put a lot of effort into finding the most beautiful women with different styles, which was very thoughtful. Zhongliang was a little tempted, but it was not difficult to control. He smiled and pushed Hu Yuping away, keeping his distance from her. As he walked away, he said, "Don't put your hands on me. Manager Su has already explained everything. You two were arranged by Han Bing, and you are still being stubborn." You're kidding me. Hu Yuping still didn't want to admit it, and followed Zhongliang closely, unable to help but reveal an awkward smile. When the two of them walked to the human figure sketching and oil painting area, Zhongliang stopped and looked at the exquisite picture books on the bookshelf, and he actually felt a kind of admiration. I don't know if it's because the dopamine in my body is more stable now, or because I really like this art. I can appreciate these works without any distractions. It turns out that I have such a noble hobby. Why didn't I realize it before? When you men see a naked woman, you can't walk. Hu Yuping stood beside Zhongliang, looking at the paintings and sketches with disdain. This is art, what do you know? Zhong told her without even turning his head, staring at a painting fascinated. It showed a woman lying on the bed with a calm expression. She was covered with a snow-white blanket, which didn't cover any part of her body. But together with the woman's body, it forms a very artistic picture. Zhongliang couldn't explain clearly what he realized, but he felt a certain resonance. Perhaps this is the charm of art. The author paints a picture of finding people with whom one can resonate in the vast sea of people. Some things can only be conveyed through the mind but not through words. After staring at the oil painting for a long time, Zhongliang finally realized that the woman in the painting looked like Shin Kaiwa. No wonder he felt so strongly about her. The artist of this oil painting is a foreigner, and it is impossible for him to have met Shin Kaiwa. But by such coincidence, he painted a woman who looks like Shin Kaiwa. Zhongliang picked up the album, and Hu Yuping quickly reminded him, "Are you going to steal from the company? I can't just buy it with my own money. There's a real person you're not interested in, so why are you staring at a painting? Put it back now." Zhongliang smiled, put the album back, and sighed, "I also want to learn painting." He wanted to help Shin Kaiwei draw a picture that would capture the beauty and elegance of that woman. Hu Yuping teased, "You want to see a woman's body?" Zhongliang pointed to the bookshelf next to him and said, "You don't like looking at women, aren't there portraits of men over there?" Hu Yuping said, "I've seen it a long time ago. It's not pretty at all." Zhongliang was too lazy to argue with her and just turned away. Hu Yuping followed up with a suggestion, "If you want to learn to paint, let's learn together. Anyway, we have nothing to do at work, so let's find a room and you paint me and I paint you, how about that?"
He Zhongliang said with great interest, I will draw one for you when we get back to the counter.
It's not good to be at the counter. What if someone comes in?
There are people who take care of my paintings. No one cares about painting, but being naked is not good.
Given our level, let's draw the ones with clothes on first.
What's the point of that?
Give up on that idea. You will definitely not be able to complete the task that Han Bing has assigned to you. That's not necessarily the case. Maybe we will fall in love with each other over time.
He Zhongliang couldn't help teasing her, I won't fuck you, it's impossible for me to fall in love with you.
Hu Yuping followed behind He Zhongliang and said nonchalantly, I can fuck you too. He Zhongliang looked back at her and asked curiously, which department did you work in before? You were in your company's song and dance troupe, right?
What dance troupe?
It must be the public relations department.
Oh, that's about right. The two returned to the counter to find paper and pen, sat at opposite ends of the counter, and began to draw each other face to face. 5 minutes later, both of them handed in works that they were satisfied with.
Hu Yuping drew a donkey, He Zhongliang drew a caterpillar.
Both of them think they draw better, but in fact their skills are similar, and there are a lot of elementary school students who can draw like that. When He Zhongliang returned home in the evening, Shen Kaiwei was already busy in the kitchen.
He stood at the kitchen door, leaning against the doorframe and asked, Do you need my help?
It's a simple meal for 2 people, it will be ready in a short while, so don't make things worse.
You come in and can't help much, and you keep touching me.
Shen Kaiwei blamed him with a smile, and then asked with concern, How did you feel on your first day at work?
Are you used to the job?
The working environment is very good and relaxing, but among colleagues. He Zhongliang smiled and hesitated whether he should tell Shen Kaiwei that Han Bing had arranged for a beautiful woman to seduce him again.
What's wrong? Are colleagues having trouble getting along?
Shen Kaiwei turned her head with a worried expression.
He Zhongliang took a deep breath and replied, It's okay. I have found the right way to get along with them.
Shen Kaiwei comforted him, Try to adapt yourself.
If you can't stand it, don't force yourself. Just find another suitable job. He Zhongliang sighed helplessly, the current environment is not good.
It is not easy to find a satisfactory job.
Then just lie down.
Stay at home, I'll take care of you.
Upon hearing this, He Zhongliang walked into the kitchen with a smile. What are you doing here?
As soon as Shen Kaiwei finished speaking, He Zhongliang hugged her from behind, face to face.
Dr. Shen, you are such a nice person. But how can I live off someone so young?
Shen Kaiwei suggested, Then you can do something yourself. I'll give you as much money as you need.
Are you rich?
Shen Kaiwei asked back, Don't you know?
Know what?
The two of them seemed to be playing charades. Shen Kaiwei confessed directly, When I divorced, Han Bing gave me several properties and a sum of money.
In fact, the annual interest cannot be spent, so you don't have to worry about the money.
He Zhongliang guessed that Han Bing cared so much about Shen Kaiwei that he would not treat her unfairly when they divorced, but he never asked Shen Kaiwei how much property she had.
So you are a rich woman. Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. He Zhongliang's exaggerated request. Stop making trouble and wait outside. Don't delay my cooking.
Shen Kaiwei turned her head and gave her a kiss. He Zhongliang had a feeling that he could get both money and beauty, but after being with Shen Kaiwei, he might have been influenced by her and no longer had any expectations for money. I'm not cut out for business, it's fine for the two of us to live like this.
He Zhongliang turned and left the kitchen.
Shen Kaiwei nodded and smiled with satisfaction. During the meal, He Zhongliang had a particularly good appetite and ate a lot.
Shen Kaiwei asked curiously, Isn't your job very leisurely? Why do you look like you have been doing manual labor all day? He Zhongliang spoke frankly, My work is too leisurely.
There is a gym on the 2nd floor of the library.
I found a way to fight the dopamine in my body. I exercise crazily and exhaust myself so that I won't have any random thoughts. From now on, I will exercise during the day and have you by my side at night, and my dopamine excess problem will be solved. The doctor recommended exercise therapy to you a long time ago. Why are you trying it now? I used to work so hard and couldn't sleep well at night. I couldn't push my physical limits, so I didn't feel any effect. Now it's better. I have you by my side at night, eat well and sleep well. I have free time during the day and have plenty of physical exercise.
Shen Kaiwei suggested to He Zhongliang, Since you exercise so much during the day, you should stop tossing and turning at night and just go to sleep.
He Zhongliang stared at Shen Kaiyue and suddenly remembered the oil painting he saw today.
His obsessed eyes made Shen Kaiyue feel shy and expectant.
Chapter 35 Lively Weekend.
The next day, after He Zhongliang went to work, Hu Yuping still found various opportunities to seduce him. Han Bing arranged for her to work in the library in order to take down He Zhongliang. He Zhongliang chatted and laughed with him, and he also thought it was quite interesting. But as soon as he felt the urge, he ran to the gym on the second floor and started to exercise like crazy. Only after I got rid of those impulses did I go downstairs exhausted. Hu Yuping saw him coming down from the second floor, panting.
I couldn't help but tease, why do you have to torture yourself like this? Just obey me. It's good for you, it's good for me, and President Han will be happy too.
He Zhongliang took a deep breath, took out a bottle of water from the vending machine, sat down next to the counter, and took 2 sips.
He said, forget about that idea. I won't give you a chance to take credit for it.
If you're like this, Mr. Han should transfer me away in a few days and let someone else deal with you.
He Zhongliang took a sip of water and couldn't help but smile. Looking at your lustful expression, are you looking forward to another beautiful woman to seduce you? It doesn't matter who comes.
Once this kind of thing starts, there's no way to stop it. I don't want to ruin my body, lose Shen Kaiyue, and end up with nothing. I heard that Shen Kaiyue is Mr. Han's ex-wife.
She should be quite old.
He Zhongliang glared at her, but answered truthfully, she is 42 years old.
Why do you like this old lady?
I don't like her because she's old, I like her because she's this age.
Can you get the logic right?
Hu Yuping laughed and teased, then let Mr. Han arrange someone who was nearly 50 years old to seduce you next time.
He Zhongliang was amused by Hu Yuping. To be honest, this girl was sunny and cute.
Coupled with her top-notch looks and figure, it was hard not to have a good impression of her when seeing her every day. She was wearing a yellow knitted sweater today, which was very fitted, and her belly button and small waist could be exposed as soon as she raised her arms. Adding to that, the light-colored jeans were so tight that they outlined her amazing curves. Tell Han Bing that I like Fengjian Yumi, and arrange for her to seduce me. He Zhongliang took a half bottle of water and went to the second floor to exercise again.
You just rested for a short while, why do you want to go up again? I get angry when I see you. He Zhongliang left the counter after saying this. I can help you, so don't go up there and get so tired. He Zhongliang ignored her and walked quickly up the stairs. She shouted, who is Yumi Kazama? Is she a foreigner? Check it out online yourself. He Zhongliang went upstairs without even turning his head.
Hu Yuping opened her cell phone, typed in the name, and looked at it for a few seconds.
He whispered, He Zhongliang, you are so perverted.
2 days later, it was the weekend and the library became lively. Pairs of boys and girls hid in corners with books, covering their faces with the books but not reading a single word. Of course, there are also some students who like to study and read books seriously. Anyway, everyone has their own gains, and the library is indeed a place to gain knowledge.
Hu Yuping and He Zhongliang took turns patrolling to prevent those young guys from doing anything excessive.
They didn't care about other places, but they would never allow it in the library. Hu Yuping had already walked around for several rounds, then returned to the counter and sat down, asking He Zhongliang to patrol and monitor the students.
He Zhongliang said helplessly, I won't go. I can't bear to see those scenes. Hu Yuping took a sip of water and asked, why?
He Zhongliang spat out one word, greedy.
You are such a good pretender. How could you not be greedy when we were the only 2 people in the library? He Zhongliang smiled and explained, then why do you think I went upstairs to exercise? You are also greedy for my body, aren't you?
Hu Yuping approached He Zhongliang with a charming look on her face.
I went to the second floor to exercise.
He Zhongliang left the counter after he finished speaking.
You are not allowed to go up there today. Go on patrol. Otherwise, I will ignore you and go up to the second floor with you.
He Zhongliang walked to the stairs, sighed, and changed direction helplessly, strolling to monitor those students. He Zhongliang tried not to look around, he just wanted to serve as a warning, to let the boys and girls know that there were administrators walking around, and that some action should not be too excessive. He Zhongliang was surrounded by a group of young boys and girls who were talking about love. He suddenly remembered what teacher Zhao said in the animal world, it is the mating season for animals again, and the air is filled with the scent of hormones.
Suddenly, several girls appeared out of nowhere, surrounded He Zhongliang, and greeted him warmly and shyly, hello, are you the new administrator?
He Zhongliang nodded. Facing these energetic and shy girls, one could not help but sigh at the beauty of youth.
A girl asked, "Where does that staircase lead to?" He Zhongliang replied, "Of course it's the second floor. Can you take us up there to have a look?" "Yes. Let's go up and take a look."
The previous administrator was very fierce. "You seem to be a nice person." The girls began to flatter He Zhongliang and acted coquettishly and negotiate with him. He Zhongliang looked at this group of young and beautiful girls and sighed in his heart, "Sometimes you really can't blame men. It's so hard not to have lustful thoughts. When will men stop being lustful?" But he still insisted on refusing. The girls relied on their youth and beauty, and seeing that He Zhongliang was very polite to them, they pulled He Zhongliang's arm and acted like a spoiled child. "If you don't stop, I'll notify the company's security to come over." Although He Zhongliang was joking, the girls could tell that he was very determined. They had no choice but to give up and disperse to the corners in disappointment. Han Shui and two classmates suddenly walked into the library. When they arrived at the counter, they saw only Hu Yuping. Asked politely, "Does He Zhongliang work here?" Hu Yuping didn't know Han Shui and thought she was just He Zhongliang's friend. Pointing casually, "He should be strolling over there." "Thanks." Han Shui led two classmates towards the bookshelf. After the three of them found He Zhongliang, Han Shui greeted him warmly and introduced the two female classmates. The two girls greeted He Zhongliang politely, unable to hide their surprise. When Han Shui was talking to He Zhongliang, the two couldn't help whispering behind Han Shui. As Han Shui's mother's boyfriend, He Zhongliang was indeed too young, with a good figure and handsome looks. This surprised Han Shui's classmates. His image is very different from the impression we have of our elders. After chatting with He Zhongliang for a while, Han Shui took the two classmates to visit the library. Chapter 36 Differential Treatment. He Zhongliang returned to the counter, and Hu Yuping was curious about who those three girls were to him. "The girl leading the group is called Han Shui, don't you know her?" Hu Yuping looked puzzled and asked, "She came to see you. How could I know her? What is your relationship with her? Let me stroke it for a moment." He Zhongliang thought for a moment and began to explain, "Her mother and I are in a relationship, so she should call me uncle, right? She is already this old, so even if I marry her mother in the future, there is no need to change her name, right? Aren't you with Mr. Han's ex-wife now?" He Zhongliang nodded, "Yes, that's right." Hu Yuping suddenly realized, so she is Mr. Han's daughter. He Zhongliang deliberately praised, "Your brain works really quickly." Hu Yuping hurriedly left the counter, leaving a message, "You watch here." He Zhongliang was curious, "Where are you going?" "Go and be a guide for Mr. Han's daughter and introduce her to the library. There are many interesting designs in this library that many people don't know about." "What an interesting design. Why didn't you tell me?" "You're nothing." Hu Yuping left after saying this and walked away. He Zhongliang was so angry that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He leaned on the counter and gasped for breath. I sigh helplessly, they really bully the honest people. This little slut, when she was conquered, she probably wasn't so arrogant anymore. He Zhongliang couldn't help but think wildly, and the image of Hu Yuping begging for mercy appeared in his mind. This dopamine is coming again, it's fucking torturous. He Zhongliang vented his anger and left the counter to rush to the gym on the second floor. Half an hour later, He Zhongliang took off his shirt and was doing pull-ups. He was already sweating profusely, and his muscles became very full and clearly defined after being engorged with blood. "Why are you running here like crazy again?" Hu Yuping's voice came from behind. He Zhongliang let go of the bar, turned around impatiently, and was about to blame her for coming up. Then she saw Han Shui and the two classmates following her upstairs, and she awkwardly picked up her shirt and put it on. "Why did you bring them up here?" "They want to come up and take a look, so I brought them up." "Do I need your permission?" "Then I'll go down and watch, you guys play up there." He Zhongliang left in a hurry after saying this. After seeing him leave, Han Shui and her two classmates put away their surprised expressions and whispered to each other shyly. Han Shui and He Zhongliang have a special relationship, so she didn't feel comfortable discussing it with them. "Let's go. I'll show you around. This is the gym, and there's another floor above. President Han has been here before." Hu Yuping began to introduce Han Shui and others. He Zhongliang hurried down from the second floor and was stopped by several girls. They asked angrily, "Why can others go up there?" He Zhongliang casually explained, "The upstairs is only open to internal personnel." Were those three women also internal staff? He Zhongliang told the truth, the girl's father is the president of this company, and he agreed to build this library. There is no commercial value, just because he wanted to build a library. He has too much money to spend, so he can use it however he wants.
The girl was very dissatisfied. Being rich is great. Why should we treat you differently? This world is unfair.
Being rich is nothing special, but it's not illegal.
Some children are still hungry and can't afford to go to school.
You don't study hard, you have nothing to do every day, and you squander your parents' money.
You buy junk food and some useless things to satisfy your vanity. Is it fair to those children who don't have enough food to eat and can't go to school? The girls were too lazy to listen to He Zhongliang's education class.
They rolled their eyes at him and left without saying anything.
He Zhongliang took a deep breath and walked towards the counter.
He didn't hate these girls, he just didn't bother to get involved with them. After returning to the counter and sitting down, he picked up a bottle of water and took a couple of sips.
He finally calmed down.
Han Shui waited until the library closed and left with He Zhongliang, who was off work. The two went home together, and during dinner, Han Shui told her mother about everything in the library, including He Zhongliang's young and beautiful female colleague. Shen Kaiyue was a little surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect that the librarian would be a young and beautiful girl. She looked at He Zhongliang and smiled. It's good to have a young and beautiful female colleague.
You won't be bored at work. You must be very happy during your working hours.
We are all busy with our own things. He Zhongliang lowered his head to eat, his expression a little awkward. Although he hadn't done anything to let Shen Kaiyue down, he was still worried that Shen Kaiyue would mind. So he neither deliberately concealed nor took the initiative to explain that his colleague was a young and beautiful girl. Han Shui noticed that He Zhongliang was a little nervous, and her mother seemed a little jealous.
Smiling and comforting, Mom, do you want me to tell Dad to transfer that beautiful sister away?
Replace her with an older man or an old lady. She didn't know that the beautiful sister was the one deliberately arranged by her father.
Shen Kaiyue stared at He Zhongliang and continued to tease, forget it.
That would be so boring for him to go to work. He Zhongliang lowered his head and continued to eat with a smile on his face, feeling aggrieved but unable to speak. After Han Shui returned home, He Zhongliang and Shen Kaiyue were embarrassed to share a room, so they slept separately at night.
After the weekend, the library returned to its former tranquility.
When He Zhongliang was at work, he was really happy playing and joking with Hu Yuping. When the two of them were cleaning and arranging bookshelves, they often fought over trivial matters, but they got along well as ordinary friends. At around 10 in the morning, Han Bing and Su Li walked into the library. Since He Zhongliang came to work, he had not come to inspect the situation, and he didn't know whether Hu Yuping succeeded. The two walked into the library and saw that there was no one at the counter.
Su Li reminded, yesterday was the weekend, they should be cleaning today.
The two walked towards the reading area. They didn't see anyone but heard Hu Yuping begging for mercy, I don't dare to do it again.
Can you be gentler?
It hurts me. It doesn't hurt at all, I didn't even use any strength.
Hurry up and give it to me. He Zhongliang had no intention of showing any mercy to women. Let go of my hand, stop pressing me, and let me get up first. I'm too lazy to play hide and seek with you, so don't try to escape.
Han Bing was delighted, thinking that Hu Yuping had seduced He Zhongliang. Su Li and I walked lightly towards the place where the sound came from, hiding behind the side of the bookshelf and peeking out. It was discovered that He Zhongliang had pressed Hu Yuping to the floor, but both of them were dressed neatly. Hu Yuping took out a bag of beef jerky from her arms, and He Zhongliang snatched it away before letting him go. He showed a satisfied smile and said sarcastically, "You are trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. You dare to steal my things." Hu Yuping just got up, looking unconvinced, and eager to start a new round of battle.
Chapter 37 Just Ordinary Friends.
Han Bing came out from behind the bookshelf and said teasingly, "You two are having a lot of fun."
"Boss Han, you are here."
Hu Yuping quickly greeted him respectfully.
He Zhongliang awkwardly put the beef jerky behind him and greeted politely, "Hello, Mr. Han. I think I can still adapt to this job."
"Yes, it's good." Han Bing had a brief chat with He Zhongliang, then asked Su Li to take him to other places for examination. Then he leaned in front of Hu Yuping and asked quietly, "How is your relationship with him going?" Hu Yuping replied helplessly, "Just ordinary friends."
"You're having so much fun, are you still just ordinary friends?" "As long as there is physical contact between a man and a woman, the next thing will be a natural thing." "Do you need me to teach you?" "He didn't cooperate with me. He was just playing a joke on me. As soon as I did something excessive, he ran away. Damn, this kid is really fucking stupid."
Han Bing muttered something, and then warned Hu Yuping, "You'd better hold on tight, or I'll transfer you away and replace you with someone else to deal with him."
Hu Yuping asked expectantly, "Boss Han, which department are you going to transfer me to?"
"Transfer to the factory to screw screws."
"I'm not going." Hu Yuping took Han Bing's arm and acted coquettishly. "Why are you trying to do this to me? Go for it if you can." Hu Yuping requested, "Boss Han, please give me some more time."
Han Bing glared at her and couldn't help wondering, "You are a young and beautiful girl, most men can't resist it." And a graceful mature woman like Su Li was also arranged for him.
What kind of woman does this guy like? Is it true that he can't accept another woman besides Shin Kaiyue?
Hu Yuping suddenly remembered what He Zhongliang had said, and quickly reported to Han Bing. He said he likes Feng Jian Yumi.
What the hell? Is it a person's name?
Han Bing stared at Hu Yuping, feeling confused. Hu Yuping took out her cell phone and found Yumi Kazama's information and showed it to him.
Oh, it's her.
After seeing the person, Han Bing actually had some impression of him, as if he had accompanied him during his youth.
Then he laughed and said, "This woman is older than me. Is there something wrong with this boy? He must be teasing you."
Hu Yuping put away her cell phone, lowered her head and stopped talking.
"Hold on tight, it's easy for a girl to chase a boy, why is it so difficult? Go and get busy."
Han Bing sent Hu Yuping away and left the library.
Su Li and He Zhongliang walked around the first floor twice, and then went to the gym on the second floor.
In some aspects, the two had a lot in common. An hour later, both of them were sweating and sitting on the mat, gasping for breath. Su Li was wearing a white sports vest, her tight skin was shining with sweat, and her curvy figure was very attractive. She came close to He Zhongliang, tilted her head and stared at him with her peach blossom eyes, and suggested, "Let's go to the bathroom and take a shower together." He Zhongliang knew that he had not exercised enough because he was still very eager and impulsive. He said nothing, stood up and continued to exercise until he calmed down. Su Li saw his intention and comforted him helplessly, "If you don't want to, forget it.
I won't force you. Don't tire yourself out. I'm leaving first."
Then Su Li took her coat and left.
He Zhongliang did not stop exercising, but just said, "Manager Su, take care."
Half an hour after Su Li left, Hu Yuping saw that He Zhongliang had not come down yet, so she went up the stairs. He Zhongliang had done several sets of pull-ups and was almost exhausted. He tried his best to finish the last one and then rest. He was so tired and exerted so much effort that he had some tinnitus, and he didn't even hear Hu Yuping coming behind him.
Hu Yuping hugged the shirtless He Zhongliang from behind. The sudden action scared He Zhongliang.
He quickly let go of the horizontal bar, turned around and pushed Hu Yuping away. "What are you doing?"
"I'm sweating all over, and you don't mind it."
Hu Yuping rushed over again, hugged He Zhongliang and said aggrievely, "I don't mind, I just like this kind of masculinity."
"Let me go, don't force me to do it." He Zhongliang gasped and warned, pushed Hu Yuping away again, and sat on the equipment next to him. "Did Han Bing put pressure on you? What are you going to do? Do you want to force your way into her? You are simply trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. You are overestimating your own abilities."
He Zhongliang reminded Hu Yuping that he actually liked this girl very much and it was suitable for them to be ordinary friends. Hu Yuping approached He Zhongliang, sat next to him, and confessed earnestly, "I really like you. It has nothing to do with Han Bing.
After spending these 2 days together, I think we are a good match. You are so young, you don't know how many people you will like in your lifetime. Even if you really like me, just skip me and go straight to the next one. Why don't you believe it?" "I believe it, but I don't accept it." "How come you are so awesome?"
Hu Yuping took advantage of the fact that He Zhongliang was very tired, pounced on him and pushed him to the ground.
Even if He Zhongliang was exhausted, he would have no problem dealing with a girl.
But he was really too tired, so he just lay on the ground and laughed twice, too lazy to resist.
"I'll beat you up every time I see you from now on."
Hu Yuping said something harsh, stepped on He Zhongliang's butt twice, then turned around and ran away quickly.
She knew that He Zhongliang was just too lazy to fight back. If he did, she would be in trouble. He Zhongliang looked at Hu Yuping twisting her slender waist and hips to escape, and couldn't help but sigh.
The library was unusually quiet. The afternoon sun shone into the empty and quiet hall, making people fall into a lazy state.
Hu Yuping sat at the counter and could not help dozing off.
He Zhongliang had fallen asleep on the counter. He had consumed too much energy in the morning and now needed a good rest. Suddenly someone pushed open the door of the library, and an elongated shadow instantly extended to the counter.
After the door closed, the shadow disappeared and someone walked towards the counter.
Hu Yuping heard footsteps, opened her hazy eyes, and saw a woman coming towards her.
Shin Kaiwei stood in front of the counter and couldn't help but smile when she saw He Zhongliang sleeping. "Auntie, are you looking for him?"
Hu Yuping saw Shin Kaiwei staring at He Zhongliang and guessed that she was looking for him. Shin Kaiwei signaled not to wake him up, and whispered to Hu Yuping, "I'll go inside and tell him when he wakes up." Then he left with a smile, deliberately walking lightly towards the reading area. The clinic was not busy today, so Shin Kaiwei left work early after lunch. After she returned home, she suddenly felt very lonely and empty inside because He Zhongliang was not at home. "I have been single for so many years and have lived a dull life." Now she couldn't stand being alone at home, she felt restless. She knew she wasn't afraid of being alone, it was because she fell in love with someone.
Chapter 38, Showing Love in the Library. Half an hour later, He Zhongliang raised his head and twisted his neck.
Looking at the youthful and beautiful Hu Yuping in the sun, to be honest, she is really attractive. He began to get restless again, and after a sigh, he planned to go to the second floor to move around.
Hu Yuping reminded, "Someone was looking for you just now." He Zhongliang rubbed his eyes. "Where are the people?"
"You were sleeping when she came."
"She didn't let me wake you up and waited for you in the reading area." "Who is it?" "I don't know her."
"Maybe Mr. Han knows that you like older people, so he arranged for an aunt to come to you. But she is very beautiful and has a unique temperament. I wish I could be as beautiful and elegant as her when I get older." As He Zhongliang walked out of the counter, he suddenly turned back and threatened, "If you lie to me, be careful of your grandfather Wu Song's fists."
"Don't act like a jerk here, go find your aunt."
He Zhongliang walked towards the reading area with a smile on his face. Shin Kaiwei found a hidden corner behind the bookshelf, sat on the sofa, and read a book intently.
She didn't notice He Zhongliang approaching her and was still concentrating on reading.
It wasn't until He Zhongliang stood beside her, blocking the sunlight, that she looked up and noticed.
"Put down the book, stand up and greet, you are awake. Aren't you at work today? Are you here to check on me?" Shin Kaiwei smiled and teased, "Yes.
If I catch you sleeping during work hours, I will deduct your bonus for this month." He Zhongliang sat on the sofa, pulled Shin Kaiwei into his arms, and said fearlessly, "Just pick it up, I know a rich woman, she has plenty of money."
Shin Kaiwei asked a little disappointedly, "Am I just someone you know? You are also my doctor and savior. I can't live without you anyway. You can calm down if I'm not around anymore. Will you still need me?"
He Zhongliang could tell that Shin Kaiwei seemed a little emotional and sensitive, so he quickly explained, "Did you feel a little bothered by the girl at the counter?"
"There is nothing between her and me.
I can control myself during the day.
I didn't do anything bad. You can check my complexion and tongue."
He Zhongliang stuck out his tongue and asked Shin Kaiwei to check it.
"All right, that's good, take it back now. You're like the black and white impermanence."
He Zhongliang did not take it back, and slowly approached Shin Kaiwei.
After a few minutes, the two separated.
Shin Kaiwei complained, "This is not at home, you should be careful. You are a person who said nothing when you were kissing, but said these words after you were done." Shin Kaiwei smiled, stroked He Zhongliang's face, and said seriously, "I got off work at noon today, and I didn't know what to do when I got home.
I realized that I was used to having you around, and I couldn't leave you anymore.
I am already middle-aged, and it is so rare and lucky to meet someone who makes my heart beat. But I also feel very uneasy, I am afraid that one day I will lose you." He Zhongliang interrupted Shin Kaiwei's words with a kiss, and only slowly separated after her body went limp. I stroked her face and looked into her eyes, then said awkwardly, "I want to propose to you, but I don't have a ring.
But I still want to ask you, will you marry me?"
Shin Kaiwei nodded with tears in her eyes and complained happily, "I thought you were going to wait for me to speak first."
"I'm sorry. I'm used to letting you make the decision and listening to your arrangements.
So I didn't take the initiative to bring up the matter of marriage.
And I was afraid to propose rashly. What if you don't agree? Who do you think I am? I let you live in my house and even slept with you. How could you not want to?" Shin Kaiwei couldn't help but reveal a shy expression. "I just like seeing this expression on your face."
He Zhongliang kissed her on the cheek and explained helplessly, "Maybe when you care too much about someone, you will be unconfident when facing her. Because you are worried about losing her, you become cautious."
"Me too."
Shin Kaiwei hugged He Zhongliang's neck tightly, unable to hide her joy. He Zhangliang suggested, now that everything has been said, it's up to you to decide.
When are we going to get married? Shen Kaiwei hesitated for a moment and suggested, let's wait until the end of the year. I'll take a long vacation, and we can go on a honeymoon, okay?
You are so rich, you can take a long vacation anytime you want.
Why do you have to wait until the end of the year? It has nothing to do with money.
I have worked in the clinic for so many years and I take my job very seriously.
He Zhangliang deliberately made things difficult. To you, which is more important, me or work? How can this be compared?
No, you must choose.
It's you, you're the most important. Shen Kaiwei leaned close to Yi Zhongliang's ear and gave a shy smile.
Then he said gently, please don't let me down, I will cry very sadly.
Don't worry. If I fail you, God will not let me go. He will make sure I die a miserable death. Don't say that.
Shen Kaiwei blamed him and hugged He Zhongliang tighter. After a while, He Zhongliang brought Shen Kaiwei to the body sketching and oil painting area.
Shen Kaiwei blamed with a smile, why did you bring me to see these? He Zhongliang found the painting he liked and asked excitedly, does the woman in this famous painting look like you? Shen Kaiwei took a look and shook her head.
She didn't think it looked like herself.
Why do I feel like I look a lot like you?
He Zhongliang still didn't give up, and carefully compared the woman in the painting with Shen Kaiwei.
Okay. I won't disturb you from working. I'll go back first. Shen Kaiwei plans to go home first. He Zhongliang stopped her and said, why are you disturbing me? Look, I don't have any work to do. I'm just killing time. It's still early. I'll take you around. This is a library, what's there to see?
There are 2 more floors upstairs. There's a gym, a few separate small rooms, and a tea room.
I'll take you on a tour.
He Zhongliang took Shen Kaiwei up the spiral staircase. Shen Kaiwei was a little scared, so He Zhongliang just picked her up. The two looked very loving and sweet. Hu Yuping was behind the counter, looking at the 2 people on the stairs. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, He Zhongliang, this guy really likes older women. Shen Kaiwei was not interested in the fitness equipment, so the 2 of them went to the top floor, where there was a tea room and several small separate rooms. The rooms are decorated in a very romantic way, and each room has a different style. After the 2 of them visited several rooms, He Zhongliang put his arm around Shen Sayue's waist and talked to her, don't visit anymore, just stay in this room.
What are you doing in this room? Shen Kaiwei asked.
She had no such intention. But looking at He Zhongliang's expression, she couldn't help blushing.
But we still discussed it, let's go home in the evening. Okay? Not good. He Zhongliang was exerting force with his arms. Shen Kaiwei pleaded with rapid breathing, be gentle, I can't breathe. He Zhongliang pressed, is it okay to stay here? Good. Shen Sayue's breath couldn't help but tremble. Lying on He Zhongliang's shoulder, she nodded in his ear. Chapter 39, A Dirty Trick.
At around 4 p.m., He Zhongliang sent Shen Kaiwei out of the library. She wanted to go home and cook first. After He Zhongliang returned to the counter, Hu Yuping couldn't wait to ask, what did you do with that auntie up there for so long?
Can't we change the environment and experience something new?
He Zhongliang sat down nonchalantly and muttered, it's almost time to get off work again.
Hu Yuping approached He Zhongliang and asked, did you know each other before? Or do you just like older guys? Stop calling her old all the time.
She's just in her early 40s, just entering middle age.
I don't think she's old. You 2 have been having an affair for a long time, right? We are a couple with the intention of getting married. What are you thinking?
Hu Yuping suddenly realized, she is Mr. Han's ex-wife. She is indeed very charming.
No wonder Mr. Han can't forget her.
Then he reminded her, I don't think you 2 are suitable for each other. When you are in your 40s, she will be an old lady.
As we get older, what we need more is a soulmate. Appearance and figure are no longer so important. You know shit.
He Zhongliang turned his head away, too lazy to explain further.
Hu Yuping pushed him and threatened, do you want to fight? How do you want to die? He Zhongliang glanced at her with disdain on his face. You'll die if you don't brag. It's almost time to get off work, can't you take a little less beating? The 2 began to swear at each other, and a fight was about to break out. When they had dinner together in the evening, He Zhongliang devoured the food in no time at all.
Shen Kaiwei smiled with satisfaction when she saw that he had such a good appetite.
Are you hungry early today? He Zhongliang nodded, yes. The amount of exercise in the library is too much. Hate. Shen Kaiwei couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. He Zhongliang quickly explained, I'm not talking about the exercise with you today. I usually exercise in the gym on the second floor. Of course, today in the room on the third floor, when I was with you. Okay. Stop explaining. I didn't ask you. He Zhongliang smiled and did not continue the topic. Where are you going to go on your honeymoon when we get married? What about you? Is there anywhere you want to go? He Zhongliang shook his head, I'm only interested in you. Shen Kaiwei suggested helplessly, then just spend your honeymoon at home. I have no objection. Let me think about it. Let's find a picturesque place to distract you. So that you don't have to think about that all day long. I'm in good shape now, so I do that kind of thing regularly. Do you think it's too much? Shen Kaiwei smiled but said nothing. You don't say anything, do you think it's too little? Shen Kaiwei glared at him shyly, then stood up and cleaned up the dishes. He Zhongliang quickly stood up to help, deliberately touched her hand, and apologized hypocritically, oh. Sorry. Shen Kaiwei's face was ruddy, and she urged gently, I don't need your help, just go take a shower. Don't worry, I'll wait for you to take a shower together. He Zhongliang followed her into the kitchen. I don't want to. Shen Kaiwei refused, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. A few months later, He Zhongliang's colleague was no longer Hu Yuping because she had not completed the task assigned by Han Bing. Hu Yuping was transferred away by Han Bing, and another beautiful woman was replaced to partner with He Zhongliang, but it still failed. He Zhongliang always responds to ever-changing situations with the same approach, which can be summed up in one word, practice. Whenever I feel the urge, I go to the second floor and do some crazy exercises to consume the excess dopamine. This keeps me calm and prevents me from having any random thoughts about my colleagues. Han Bing was extremely anxious. He learned from his daughter that Shen Kaiwei planned to marry He Zhongliang at the end of the year. It will be too late if we delay any longer. I'm afraid we can only watch them get married. Han Bing has almost no weaknesses in his character. He is thoughtful, ruthless, and very shrewd. But he has one shortcoming, which is that he believes in things that he cannot see. Maybe it's because he has done a lot of bad things, so he is more wary of ghosts and gods. He heard that in the border country of Savadika, there was a master who was very good at predicting the future and could cast a curse on people to control their behavior. But the master doesn't see everyone, he must be introduced by an acquaintance. And it's very expensive to ask the master to cast a spell. But for Han Bing, connections and money are not a problem. Since He Zhongliang refused to comply and refused to accept the toast, he could only resort to underhanded tactics. He planned to trick He Zhongliang to Sawadika country and let the master cast a spell on him to control him for a period of time. He only wanted him to break up with Shen Kaiwei after returning to his country, and he did not intend to kill him. Han Bing walked into the library and saw only the beauty he had arranged sitting at the counter. Hello, Mr. Han. The beauty quickly stood up and greeted Han Bing. Han Bing looked towards the second floor. He went to the gym upstairs to work out again. The beauty nodded and said helplessly, Boss Han, I really tried my best, but he refused to take the bait. I am not as strong as him, and I can't force him to be with me. Okay, I'll transfer you tomorrow. Han Bing said this and walked straight to the stairs. Arriving at the gym on the second floor, Han Bing stared at He Zhongliang who was exercising. He had just finished strength training and was practicing hitting the sandbag. His muscles were so strong that it was terrifying. Because of the high-intensity exercise every day, he became very strong. Under the effect of a large amount of dopamine, his physical strength was different from that of ordinary people, and his skills were also very outstanding. At this moment, his muscles were full of blood and looked like they were made of steel. His well-developed pectoral muscles showed off his great strength, and his tight abdominal muscles were neatly arranged like carefully carved stone slabs. His arms were long but strong and sturdy, with veins bulging out, full of explosive power. His leg muscles were also very strong, his steps were light but very powerful, and his whole body exuded a masculine aura. Han Bing walked up to He Zhongliang and said with a smile, although I don't know how to box, judging from your posture, you should be able to play in a professional match. If you are interested, I will pay for a team to help you. He Zhongliang stopped, took a deep breath to adjust his breathing, and politely refused, I don't have that idea. I'd rather be an honest office worker. Now my ordinary life is good, I am very satisfied. Both of them knew that Han Bing had arranged for a beautiful colleague to seduce He Zhongliang. You are a very steady young man.
After Han Bing gave a compliment, he told He Zhanliang, next week the library will be rented out to a film crew for filming.
You can take a few days off. He Zhanliang nodded. It didn't matter to him.
There was not much difference between going to work and resting at home.
Han Bing suggested, it just so happens that I am going to visit a master in Savadi country.
I want him to help me make some business decisions.
If you have nothing to do, can you accompany me? It's not easy to meet such a person.
He Zhanliang had no interest in that kind of charlatan, and couldn't help but be curious. How could someone as capable as you believe in those superstitious people?
That's not the case. It's better to believe it than not to believe it. You are still young. If something exists, there must be a reason for it. Come with me.
I'm too busy with work, and I've always wanted to have a good talk with you, but I never had the chance.
This time I'll take a flight out in the morning and come back that night.
Han Bing hurriedly persuaded He Zhanliang with a cautious attitude. It seemed that he was very afraid of those things.
He Zhanliang didn't want to go, but faced with Han Bing's sincere invitation, he was embarrassed to refuse.
Han Bing saw that he was in a difficult situation, and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?"
You still don't trust me. Are you afraid that I will frame you? Don't worry.
If you get hurt, Shen Kaiyue will never talk to me again.
I really want to make friends with you.
After Han Bing said this, He Zhanliang felt embarrassed to refuse, so he nodded and agreed reluctantly.
Chapter 40 Want to be a housewife. While having dinner in the evening, He Zhanliang told Shen Kaiyue that Han Bing had invited him to visit Sawadika.
Shen Kaiyue asked worriedly, "Can you sleep well at night without me around?" He Zhanliang smiled and replied, "It doesn't matter if he doesn't sleep all night occasionally," and he said he would leave in the morning on a private plane and come back at night.
Shen Kaiyue asked again, "Do you want to go?"
I didn't want to go, but his repeated sincere invitations made me feel embarrassed to refuse.
You don't need to force yourself.
If you don't want to go, just tell him directly.
Forget it.
If he really wants to play tricks, if I reject him this time, he will think of other ways in the future.
Maybe he wants to seduce me with a foreign beauty.
I want to see what tricks he plays.
Shen Kaiyue glared at He Zhanliang and asked with a smile, "Can you stand the test?"
Must. He Zhanliang's confident assurance. Shen Kaiyue held He Zhanliang's hand, and comforted him with a bit of jealousy and heartache. "It's really hard for you to be with me.
You have to go through the test of beautiful women every day." He Zhanliang immediately became alert and asked cautiously, "Are you pointing at me?" "No. I really feel sorry for you."
Shen Kaiyue answered casually, but her expression seemed a little nonchalant.
He Zhanliang exclaimed, "Dr. Shen, you are now so hypocritical." Then he looked at Shen Kaiyue for a moment and asked cautiously, "Are you still willing to have a baby?" "Of course I am willing. I can still have children. I want to be with you."
Shen Kaiyue became shy before she finished speaking. He Zhanliang held her hand tightly and proposed excitedly, "After we get married, if we have a child, I will stop working and become a housewife."
"How about that?"
"I will take care of the child and wait for you to come home from get off work every day."
"Don't you feel wronged and bored? For a man who loves his wife and children, this is a very happy thing. How can it be boring? But it needs your consent.
After all, without financial income, I will have to eat your food and spend your money in the future, and I will also have to look at your mood." Shen Kaiyue couldn't help laughing out loud, her eyes full of doting comfort. "I won't give you a hard time, I will definitely love you well."
He Zhanliang flattered him humbly, "It's okay. You are under a lot of pressure at work, so it's normal for you to take it out on me when you come home occasionally. After I put the kids to sleep at night, I will take good care of you and do my best to satisfy you." "Hateful. Who do you think I am?"
Shen Kaiyue scolded him, but couldn't hide her happy and excited smile. After taking a shower, Shen Kaiyue returned to the bedroom, wearing a silky suspender nightgown, and went to bed, snuggling in He Zhanliang's arms. Her rosy complexion and tender appearance made He Zhanliang unable to help but praise excitedly, "Dr. Shen, you are becoming more and more charming."
"Then can't wait." After a while of intimacy, Shen Kaiyue's body was already hot. He Zhanliang opened the bedside table, but was stopped by Shen Kaiyue. "Don't use that, I don't want you to use it."
Looking at Shen Kaiyue's excited and eager expression, He Zhanliang understood that she didn't want to wait until after getting married to have children. "The wedding date is more than 3 months away, so it's not impossible for me to get pregnant now."
He Zhanliang closed the drawer with all his strength. He had been looking forward to this moment for a long time.
After holding the clouds and rain, Shin Kaiwa snuggled in Yi Zhongliang's arms, caressing his body curiously.
How come you are so strong now?
You don't look fat, but when you press on me, it feels much heavier than before.
I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time. Maybe I was too focused and didn't control my strength well. I'm not blaming you. As long as you're healthy, I don't mind. Shin Sayue's face was full of shyness and satisfaction.
2 days later, He Zhongliang took Han Bing's private plane to Sawadika. Han Bing also brought a few men with him, all of whom were tall and strong and looked like martial artists. Led by the locals, the group arrived at the master's villa, which covered several thousand square meters and had more than a dozen workers.
Several people approached an exquisite 3-story loft, and several bodyguards stayed outside waiting.
Han Bing took He Zhongliang in and sat in the main hall waiting, while the servant went to inform the master. He Zhongliang sat next to Han Bing and couldn't help muttering, "The master is quite arrogant."
You can't say that.
Han Bing reminded He Zhongliang seriously that it seemed that he admired the master very much. He Zhongliang didn't say anything else, and sighed in his heart, "If we compare the mind and strategy, I am definitely not as good as Han Bing. But such a shrewd big shot just believes in these weird things." A moment later, a thin old man in his 70s or 80s came to the main hall, supported by 2 young girls. Han Bing quickly stood up and saluted to greet him, and He Zhongliang also stood up. He Zhongliang's attention was focused on the 2 girls beside the master. They were beautiful and well-proportioned, like 2 snow lotuses that had just bloomed. Just based on the master's demeanor, He Zhongliang was certain that this old man was no serious person. The servant brought tea. Han Bing took it with both hands, drank it, and motioned to He Zhongliang to drink it as well.
He Zhongliang didn't think much about it and drank the tea.
Then he sat next to Han Bing and listened to him chatting with the master. 2 minutes later, He Zhongliang felt that there was something wrong with his hearing. He could only see Han Bing and the master open their mouths, but could not hear any sound. He rubbed his ears, but still could not hear anything.
Moreover, my head was buzzing and my vision was becoming blurry.
He tried to stand up, but his whole body was limp and he fainted on the ground. 2 servants came over and lifted He Zhongliang up, dragged him to kneel in front of the master, and one of them supported him on each side. The master opened his treasure box, and there were a lot of messy things inside. He picked up a long needle, coated it with black medicine, and prepared to pierce He Zhongliang's head.
Han Bing reminded, "Master, please don't hurt his life." The master assured confidently, "Don't worry. It will only make his temperament change drastically and his temper become violent. Even the people closest to him will not be able to stand him." Han Bing nodded. This was the result he wanted.
When He Zhongliang and Shin Kaiwa broke up, he stepped forward to protect Shin Kaiwa and took the opportunity to start over with Shin Kaiwa. Just as the master was about to take action, a group of local police rushed in from outside. They were armed with guns and had already controlled Han Bing's bodyguards outside. The leading police chief came to the master and was quite polite to him. He told him politely, "This is a private matter between Mr. Han and me.
You'd better stay away from it."
These people broke into the master's villa without permission and came to look for his guests, which made the master very unhappy.
But he is not stupid.
Even if he has some fame and power, he still has to consider who he is comparing with.
He didn't dare to put on airs in front of these local tyrants.
Since the sheriff gave him face, there was no need for him to refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. He quickly left with the help of his servants, leaving Han Bing and the unconscious He Zhongliang to the local police.
Chapter 41, Victimized Abroad.
Han Bing recognized the leading police chief. His name was Wang Hu. He used to be a prominent figure in the domestic underworld and had a lot of secret collaboration with Han Bing. He helped Han Bing do some shady things, and Han Bing gave him a lot of benefits. But his appetite grew bigger and bigger, and he even used the secrets he knew as a bargaining chip to get half of Han Bing's company's shares. Han Bing saw that this man was insatiable, totally out of control, and his appetite could not be satisfied. So they spent a large sum of money to hire a killer from abroad, and killed Wang Hu when he came to Sawadika for fun. This happened 2 years ago, and the news also reported Wang Hu's accidental death at that time. Han Bing didn't expect that he was not dead, but changed his identity and stayed in the country of Sawadika, and even got such a high position here.
"Boss Han, do you still recognize me?"
Wang Hu approached Han Bing and shot him in the leg. Han Bing screamed and fell to the ground in pain. Wang Hu tore off his clothes and pointed at the scars left by several gunshot wounds on his body.
"You were so cruel. You sent someone to kill me. But I was lucky.
I survived after being shot several times.
I know your power and connections in China. I can't defeat you if I go back.
So I simply changed my identity and stayed in this foreign country. I have been keeping an eye on your whereabouts through my friends in China, waiting for this day.
A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Wang Hu has already taken root here and even risen to the position of police chief.
Han Bing knew that he couldn't beat him here, so he just hoped to save his life.
As long as he could return to China alive, everything would be easy.
Han Bing showed weakness to Wang Hu. If you let me go back, I will give you any money you want.
I know your character. Once I let you turn things around, you won't give me another chance.
I'm afraid that no matter how much money I have, I won't be able to spend it. Han Bing had a bad feeling that he would not be able to escape today.
Holding his injured leg, he endured the severe pain and asked, "What do you want?" 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wang Hu counted the scars on his body and found 4 gunshot wounds in total. I'll give you these 4 shots if you're lucky enough to survive.
Then we'll be even. How do you say that?
Han Bing glared at Wang Hu angrily. At this point he had nothing to say.
The bullet I shot you in the leg just now also counts. If I shoot you 3 more times, we'll be even, right?
After Wang Hu finished speaking, he fired 3 shots at Han Bing's chest. Han Bing fell in a pool of blood and no longer responded. Wang Hu hesitated for a moment and continued to shoot at Han Bing until he had used up all the bullets in the gun. Then he apologized hypocritically, "Mr. Han, I'm sorry, I'm not good at math." Finally his revenge was successful. Wang Hu took a deep breath, but felt a little disappointed. He told the people around him, "Sell those outside to the underground factory."
The man turned and left, and together with several colleagues, he took Han Bing's bodyguards away.
Wang Hu approached the still unconscious He Zhenliang, squatted down and looked at him carefully for a while. He said helplessly, "I don't know who you are, but if you kill someone in my area, don't expect to get away alive." Wang Hu wiped the pistol he had just used to kill Han Bing, and then put it into He Zhenliang's hand. He Zhenliang opened his eyes and found himself sitting on a chair, handcuffed and shackled, and locked in a dimly lit, closed room. He tried to stand up, but his handcuffs and leg irons were connected together, preventing him from standing straight.
Fuck, where the hell is this? Han Bing, are you crazy? Do you really want to be so cruel?
He Zhenliang talked to himself. He thought Han Bing was framing him. His memory was still at the time when he fainted in front of Han Bing and the master after drinking the tea. In the monitoring room outside, Wang Hu saw He Zhenliang wake up, so he rushed out of the monitoring room with a few people. The door of the room was opened and Wang Hu and his men walked in. When He Zhenliang saw that it was a policeman, he guessed that he was framed by Han Bing and was detained in this foreign police station. Before he started to explain, Wang Hu asked, "Who are you to Han Bing?
Didn't you arrest me just because you took advantage of Han Bing? Why are you still pretending here?"
He Zhenliang was still muttering to himself when someone swung a baton and hit him in the chest.
Shouting, "I'm asking you a question, answer it quickly."
He Zhenliang coughed twice after being hit, and before he could catch his breath, he quickly replied, "We are just ordinary friends." He was afraid that if he spoke too late he would get hit again, as these people didn't seem to be merciful at all.
Wang Hu continued to ask, "Do you have any grudge against him?" He Zhenliang shook his head, "No." Then he took a deep breath.
His chest still hurt a little. The blow just now was really hard. There was no festival. Why did you kill him? And you fired several shots at him, wishing you could shoot him into a sieve. He Zhenliang looked up and glared at Wang Hu, not understanding what he meant by these words. The man who had just beaten He Zhenliang grabbed his hair and pressed his baton against his face, warning him, "You'd better tell the truth and don't waste our time." He Zhenliang tried his best to explain, "I didn't kill him, nor did I shoot.
I have never touched a gun."
You must have caught the wrong person. The evidence is irrefutable, and you still want to deny it. Wang Hu placed the pistol in the evidence bag on the table.
He Zhenliang shouted angrily, "What a mess! This gun has nothing to do with me. Why are there your fingerprints on it?"
Wang Hu glared at He Zhenliang and knocked on the table hard several times. He Zhenliang looked straight into his eyes and could feel that this man wanted to kill him. "You guys must know the truth better than me. Why are you pretending to be so serious with me? You don't admit it, do you?" Wang Hu also revealed his cards, and his attitude was very clear. He wanted He Zhenliang to admit that he was the murderer of Han Bing. With just a look from him, several of his men started beating He Zhenliang. He Zhenliang was handcuffed and shackled, and he had no way to fight back or escape. He could only curl up on the ground, trying his best to protect his head with his arms. Wang Hu confidently advised, think it over carefully.
This is not your country. Killing a foreigner is not a big deal.
He Zhongliang also found that these people were really ruthless and didn't care about his life or death. If he didn't cooperate, he might be beaten to death, and then everything would be over. Before he was seriously injured, He Zhongliang shouted, stop fighting.
I killed him.
Wang Hu signaled to others to stop, pulled He Zhongliang up and sat him on a chair, and dragged him back to the table. He Zhongliang lay on the table, breathing heavily, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and bruises all over his arms, thighs, and body. Fortunately, his muscles were strong enough to withstand the attack when he tensed up.
If someone was not in good physical condition, a blow from the club would probably break his bones.
Although he was in a lot of pain, he could still move, so his bones should not be injured.
Chapter 42, Unjustly Imprisoned. Tell me. Why did you kill Han Bing? Do you have any accomplices? Wang Hu continued to embarrass He Zhongliang. He Zhongliang replied helplessly, there is no accomplice. As for the motive for the murder, whatever you say is true.
Wang Hu smiled, threw a document in front of him, and ordered, sign these.
He Zhongliang picked up the document and was about to take a closer look when he was hit on the back again and was scolded, can you please stop wasting time? He Zhongliang ignored the pain and quickly signed a confession to save his life first.
Late at night, Shen Kaiyue was feeling restless at home. He Zhongliang has not returned home yet, and his phone is unreachable, even Han Bing cannot be contacted. Shen Kaiyue didn't take the matter too seriously. She was just worried that He Zhongliang wouldn't be able to rest well without her by his side.
Shen Kaiyue didn't sleep the whole night. After going to work the next day, she still couldn't contact the two people. She was hesitating whether to call the police. My colleagues started discussing a news headline, the city's richest man was murdered in Sawadika, and the murderer was someone they brought with them. Shen Kaiyue quickly opened her phone to check.
Han Bing was shot several times and was killed in Sawadee country yesterday.
The murderer was He Zhongliang, who has been detained by the Sawadee country police. Shen Kaiyue couldn't accept this news.
She was sure that those people had made a mistake.
He Zhongliang could not do such a thing.
She quickly called the police to verify the matter and soon received official confirmation that what was reported in the news was true. Domestic police have sent people to investigate the case, but this kind of transnational case is very difficult and slow to try and investigate. Shen Kaiyue was extremely anxious, but she could only wait patiently. He Zhongliang stayed in the police station all night and was sent to the most chaotic prison in Sawadika after dawn, where all the serious criminals were held. As long as it doesn't cause a large-scale riot, the prison guards will not stop fighting between individuals. The warden specially prepared an octagonal cage for the prisoners and held fighting competitions every night.
Just like the ancient Colosseum, many powerful people would come to watch, including some generals.
Because this kind of competition cannot be seen anywhere else, these prisoners do not care about life or death, so there is no need for any rules or protection. There are no rules or referees, and the fight ends when one of the fighters can no longer stand up. Once inside the octagon, the fighters may suffer bruises or even die if they are unlucky. After negotiations between the two countries, He Zhongliang was brought back to China for trial and sentencing, but the process was very slow. It is possible that the delay could be a year, a half, or even 3 or 2 years. Wang Hu sent He Zhongliang to this prison with no intention of letting him get out alive.
As soon as He Zhongliang entered prison, he was targeted by some gang leaders.
A young man like him with fair skin and handsome appearance is very useful. Some of them simply wanted to play with him and torture him for fun, while there were also people bribed by Wang Hu who planned to find an opportunity to take He Zhongliang's life. It is perfectly normal for foreigners imprisoned in this prison to be beaten to death or to commit suicide because they cannot endure the torture. He Zhongliang was taken to a room for a physical examination and was asked to take off all his clothes and stand with his hands on the table. A tall but effeminate man stood behind him, unable to help swallowing as he looked at his body. Distressed advice, it's a pity that a pretty boy like you is locked up with those prisoners.
They will cripple you tonight. They won't be as gentle to you as I am. He Zhongliang took a deep breath and clenched his fists nervously.
He quickly comforted her, relax, don't be afraid. This guy had a good impression of He Zhongliang and did not embarrass him. After checking his body, he reminded him, you are so strong, are you a martial arts expert? He Zhongliang answered truthfully, I'm not an expert, I just like to exercise. If you are good at fighting, you can ask the prison guards to let you participate in the fighting competitions at night. In order to protect the contestants so that they can compete in front of those big shots, the warden will provide single rooms for the contestants so that they will not be harassed by other prisoners. Although it is very dangerous to compete in the ring, it is at least fair. But if a foreigner like you is locked up in a cell with more than a dozen people, they are all in the same group. If you face them alone, you will definitely suffer a loss. Although this guy is weird and doesn't seem like a normal person, there is still some truth in what he says. Zhangliang knew that he was wronged, and if he wrongly accused others, he would not be allowed to leave here alive. If he died, there would be no way to continue the investigation, and if he was made a scapegoat, no one would ever know the truth. Zhangliang walked out of the room and was sent to the work area by the prison guards. This place is like a factory. Prisoners work during the day and return to their cells at night. The capable ones become the bosses, while the incompetent ones can only be slaughtered. Zhangliang noticed the eager eyes around him. The only advantage here was that there were no women. The people around him had ferocious and disgusting looks. Zhangliang had no chance to get excited or impulsive. He didn't know what would happen at night, and he estimated that he would suffer from insomnia again. In just one morning, Zhangliang was pushed from behind several times, reminding him to meet in the evening. These people have been locked up in prison for who knows how many years, and they have become depressed, and most of them are a bit perverted. Because it was working hours, they just had lewd smiles on their faces and occasionally took the opportunity to bump into Zhangliang, but did not dare to do anything too extreme. Although the prison guards don't care about their personal grudges and life and death, they can't delay their work, otherwise the prison guards will not be polite to them. The electric baton in their hands is not vegetarian. The strong current can make a strong man fall to the ground and twitch instantly. When I'm unlucky, I have vomiting, diarrhea, and incontinence. Zhangliang had not eaten or drunk anything since yesterday noon and was already extremely hungry and thirsty. He finally made it to lunchtime. When I was queuing up for food, I was constantly pushed and bumped by others. This is the treatment for a newcomer. The prison guards laughed at him but ignored him, condoning this bullying of the newcomers. Zhangliang was starving, but people kept cutting in line in front of him. He waited in line for a long time but was getting further and further away from the food window. When he was bumped and insulted by the two men, he could no longer bear it and started pushing and shoving the two men. The prison guard immediately noticed him, took out his electric baton and threatened him, "If you dare to make trouble, I will have you carried away." The two men stopped when they saw that they were ahead and did not dare to continue their behavior. Zhangliang did not dare to resist. Others could bully him, but if he resisted, the prison guards would definitely punish him. After a long wait, Zhangliang finally got his lunch. After looking around the restaurant, he finally found a table and sat down. There was only a thin guy sitting at the table. He looked friendly, or to be more precise, had a timid expression. Chapter 43: Disgusting Lunch. Zhangliang gave a friendly smile to the person sitting at the same table, and that person also smiled and nodded. It's not easy. I finally met a normal person. Zhangliang sighed in his heart. Then he looked at the food on the plate, which smelled bad and looked terrible. Zhangliang even wondered if there was any difference between the food before and after it was digested. He first drank a bowl of soup made of something unknown. It tasted like pot water, but at least it quenched his thirst. Zhangliang hesitated for a moment holding the spoon, but still forced himself to take a bite and almost spit it out. The smell made him conjure up images of vomit and excrement in his mind. He swallowed it with a painful expression, then stared at the food in front of him in a daze. He really didn't have the courage to take a second bite. He recalled the time when he was with Shinkaiwe, tasting the food she cooked and holding her in his arms. Thinking about it now, it was like being in heaven. He didn't know what she was doing. She must be very worried and anxious now. When thinking of Shinkaiwe, Zhangliang couldn't help but want to cry. It was like a child going on a long journey for the first time, feeling homesick. Eat quickly. You need to get used to the food here as soon as possible, otherwise you won't have the energy to work during the day. The skinny boy sitting at the same table advised Zhangliang. Zhangliang shook his head helplessly and let out a long sigh, as if he would never be able to accept these foods. The skinny guy suggested, "You are so strong, if you participate in the fighting competition tonight, you can get a reward and a sumptuous meal if you win. But if you lose, you will be seriously injured or disabled if you don't die, and your fate will be very miserable." Zhangliang began to waver. Rather than being tortured into a cripple, he might as well give it a try. Maybe there would still be a glimmer of hope. Suddenly someone slammed the table, and a tall, strong, bald man with a mouthful of yellow teeth came to Zhangliang with a few of his younger brothers. She spat a mouthful of thick phlegm into his plate, leaned in front of him, and comforted him with a lewd smile. It won't hurt so much this way.
I will come to you tonight. I'm not sure what position I will be in the queue. I will try my best to be the first to come to you.
Zhongliang originally thought that the food on the plate was disgusting enough, but he didn't expect that something even more disgusting would be delivered to his door.
The anger that had been suppressed for the whole morning could no longer be controlled.
He picked up the plate with both hands and smashed it hard on the disgusting face in front of him, knocking the bald man to the ground. The bald guy didn't expect that this newcomer was so bold that he actually dared to hit him. He wiped the food and his own thick phlegm off his face and was about to take action. The prison guard rushed over and shouted, "Don't make trouble. If you have any grudges, go back to your cell to resolve them at night." Under pressure from the prison guards, the bald man temporarily suppressed his anger and pointed at Zhongliang, threatening him, "I'm going to make you look good tonight. Just wait for me." Then he left angrily with his men. The prison guard pointed an electric baton at Zhongliang and warned him, "If you dare to cause trouble again, I will put you in solitary confinement."
Zhongliang knew that he was doomed tonight.
Although he was not afraid of anyone, he was still inexperienced. He had never fought with anyone before, and had only hit sandbags in the gym. When I returned to the cell at night, I faced so many ruthless guys. My 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, let alone dozens of hands. He mustered up the courage to ask the prison guard, "I want to participate in the fighting competition tonight."
The prison guard looked him up and down, then said jokingly with a smile, "You want to die quickly, don't you?"
Then he looked at Zhongliang's resolute expression and said, "Okay. I'll notify the higher-ups, just wait for the news.
Clean this place up." After the prison guard left, Zhongliang began to clean up the floor. The skinny guy also helped him clean up, squatted beside him and asked in surprise, "Are you really going to play the game?" Zhongliang asked back, "Didn't you just persuade me to participate in the competition?" "I'm just saying it casually. Once you're in the ring, life and death is a matter of a split second. If you get hit by a punch, you could be dead."
The thin boy had already felt the fear of facing death on behalf of Zhongliang.
Zhongliang asked curiously, "If I win every game, will they let me keep playing?" "No one can win all the time. We are made of flesh and blood. Even if we win a game, we are bound to get injured. When we face the next opponent, it will be difficult to win the game again. Killing one will cover my losses, and killing 2 will be a profit. Now that I have fallen to this point, I can't care less."
Zhongliang has already put his life and death aside. He has no other choice but to give it a try. The thin guy reminded him, "The highest winning streak record here is 18 games. The Prime Minister and several generals came to watch that game. It is rumored that if that person can win consecutive games, the Prime Minister may pardon him." Unfortunately, by the time of his last match, he was covered in wounds. He couldn't even lift one of his arms, and he was limping. He was like an injured old lion, unable to fight back. He was beaten to death on the ring by his opponent. Before he entered the ring, he knew he was doomed to die, and had almost no chance of winning.
His opponent was a newcomer, very strong and full of life.
But in order to leave here, he fought desperately, but in the end he could not escape the fate of dying tragically in the ring. Zhongliang didn't know how many games he could win in a row, and he might even be killed in the first game. But he saw hope. As long as he could be pardoned, he could leave here and return to Shinkaiwa. When he thought of Shinkaiwa, he was full of courage and fearlessness. As long as he could return to that woman, he was not afraid of anything. "Just do it, anyone who stands in my way will die."
Zhongliang worked all afternoon with a hungry stomach, and was often harassed by others.
He was too lazy to resist, as long as the other party did not go too far. He needs to conserve his energy, because if he is scheduled to go on the ring in the evening, it will be no joke.
Moreover, he found that his previous problems were now useful.
When he was weak, as long as he thought of women, his brain would secrete a large amount of dopamine. It was like taking stimulants, making him excited and full of power.
There are 3 games tonight.
The first 2 have been decided, but there is no suitable candidate for the finale, the 3rd game. The 3rd match was against a 15-game winning streak holder, a big guy weighing more than 300 pounds. He was a professional wrestling coach before he was imprisoned. He was reported and imprisoned for raping several of his female students. He is very strong in all aspects and has never suffered a serious injury. He has a good chance of breaking the prison's winning streak record.
If he exceeds 18 consecutive wins, it will definitely attract some big shots to watch.
Once those big shots are happy, who knows what decision they will make, anything is possible. But because he was so powerful, no one dared to challenge him. If no one takes the initiative to fight, the warden can only randomly arrange a poor guy to go to the ring. But as long as one side has no fighting spirit, the game will definitely not be exciting enough. The warden is most afraid that the rich people will not enjoy the show and it will affect their mood. Just when the warden was at a loss, the prison guard came to report that a newcomer wanted to participate in tonight's fighting competition.
The warden checked He Zhongliang's information.
Although he was a mediocre rookie, since there was no more suitable candidate, he agreed to arrange for him to die on the ring.
Chapter 44, Almost Losing My Virginity.
In the evening, He Zhongliang was sent back to his cell by prison guards. More than a dozen people stared at him with ill intentions, and the leader couldn't wait to get in front of He Zhongliang and look at his face and body carefully. This is a tropical region, and the locals generally have dark skin and thin bodies.
It is rare to find someone as fair and plump as He Zhongliang.
The prison guard saw what these people were up to, but did not stop them.
He nonchalantly said, "Take it easy. Don't let him not be able to work tomorrow."
After saying that, he left with a smile on his face, leaving He Zhongliang alone to fend for himself. The leader politely discussed with He Zhongliang, "Would you like to go to the bathroom and cooperate with me, or would you like my brothers to help me hold you down?" He Zhongliang knew that if these dozen people attacked him together, he would be unable to resist at all. Without saying a word, he turned and walked towards the bathroom.
The cell boss nodded in satisfaction and followed him into the bathroom. The people outside were a little disappointed.
They had been expecting to help the boss hold down this pretty boy so they could watch the fun.
He Zhongliang stopped, turned around and faced the boss of the cell, deciding to strike first. "Go over there and lean against the wall."
The cell boss reached out and pushed He Zhongliang, impatiently unbuttoning his pants. He Zhongliang treated him like a punching bag, just like when he was training in the gym, and suddenly threw a heavy punch. The boss didn't expect He Zhongliang to launch a sudden attack, and was caught off guard and was knocked unconscious. Lying on the toilet floor, shaking non-stop, in a semi-comatose state.
He Zhongliang nodded, expressing his satisfaction with his own skills.
It seemed that his usual training was not in vain. Although he had little actual combat experience, he had a strong physique after all. His reaction speed and explosive power were different from those of ordinary people, and his lethality was very great. The boss was lying on the ground in shock. He Zhongliang had no intention of saving him and just let him fend for himself. Then he wandered around in the toilet, making sure there was no way to escape and no tools to use. It seemed that he could only fight those people outside with his bare hands. After a few minutes, there was no movement in the toilet, and the people outside became curious. They called the boss twice but no one answered, so the two men took the lead and went into the toilet.
Seeing the boss lying on the ground, several people hurried over to check.
He Zhongliang took the opportunity to leave the toilet, rushed to the cell door and looked outside, but did not see a single prison guard. The guards don't care what the prisoners do in their cells at night. They drink and chat in the monitoring room, as long as they don't cause any big trouble. A few minutes later, everyone helped the boss out of the toilet, staring at He Zhongliang with fierce eyes. He Zhongliang leaned against the big iron door of the cell, unable to hide his panic, and clenched his fists in preparation for a fierce battle. He had little combat experience, and faced with so many people at the same time, he really didn't know how to deal with them. He would probably be knocked down by a barrage of punches, and then he couldn't imagine what was going to happen. He Zhongliang never thought that he, an ordinary citizen, would encounter such a situation.
"Come on."
At the boss's command, everyone rushed forward. He Zhongliang quickly punched out, knocked down two people, and then was thrown to the ground. Then countless punches and kicks came crashing down on him. He had no chance to fight back. He could only hold his head tightly and curl up on the ground.
After a few minutes, the group of people finally stopped, exhausted and panting. He Zhongliang was exhausted.
His arms were sore and weak, his whole body was numb, and he couldn't tell where it hurt and where it didn't hurt. He moved his body and sat on the ground with his back against the cell door. Fortunately, he was able to move and was not seriously injured. But I didn't have the strength to fight back, and even standing up was difficult. Thinking about what was going to happen next, I felt worse than death. I wanted to save your face and take you to the bathroom.
"But you idiot, hold him down." The boss ordered his men, "Go ahead. This guy's punch is really strong. I'm still dizzy. Let me take a break." He Zhongliang was pulled up by two people.
He waved his fists, but they were no longer effective. After being punched and kicked again, he completely lost the ability to resist. 2 people made him face the big iron gate and held his hands down, while 2 more people held his legs from below. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free, and no one paid any attention to his shouts.
A chilly feeling made He Zhongliang feel desperate, and his pants were pulled down.
I heard the people behind me shouting excitedly, "This butt is so white.
So fucking sexy."
He suddenly thought of the time when Shen Kaiyue examined his buttocks, which was completely different from now. He also wanted to be strong, but tears welled up in his eyes.
This feeling of humiliation was more terrible than death.
The boss stared at He Zhongliang's buttocks, and suddenly he felt something again. He pushed his subordinate who had taken off his pants away and said, "I'll go first." Then he unzipped his pants and spat on his hands.
"What are you doing?"
2 prison guards came to the cell door and knocked on the iron door twice with their batons. The person who was holding He Zhongliang down let go, and he quickly pulled up his pants, trying hard not to cry.
It was so fucking embarrassing. "Stand back."
The prison guard waved his baton a few times and drove the men back. Then he opened the cell door, let He Zhongliang out, and locked it again.
Although those people inside were unwilling, they did not dare to disobey the orders of the prison guards.
The prison guard looked He Zhongliang up and down and asked curiously, "The warden asked you to compete.
Can you still get on the ring in your current state?"
"Yes, yes, yes."
He Zhongliang nodded repeatedly.
He would rather be beaten to death in the ring than suffer such humiliation in the cell.
"Then let's go." 2 prison guards took He Zhongliang away and started chatting.
"He's definitely going to die if he goes up to the ring like this."
"Yes.
But he just went there to make up the numbers."
He Zhongliang turned around and glared at the people in the cell.
They stamped their feet in anger.
But facing the warden's arrangement, they dared not speak out. He Zhongliang was brought to the competition venue.
A tense and hot atmosphere hit him in the face, and he could even smell blood in the air. In the center is a ring surrounded by an iron cage. The seats around it are arranged in a stepped manner, layer upon layer, and are filled with well-dressed spectators.
These people are all dignitaries.
If they don't have enough financial resources, they are not qualified to watch this kind of game. They have power and status, and the biggest trouble in life is boredom. So they need some special performances to make them feel excited and stimulated. There were many elegant and beautiful ladies among them, who covered their eyes with their hands when they saw the bloody scene on the ring, as if they dared not to look, but they could not help but smile with an expression of excitement and anticipation. One of the 3 matches tonight has already been played, and the second match is now underway. Both of the 2 people on the ring are already bruised and battered, and now it depends on who can hold on to the end without falling down. But even if he wins this game, he will definitely die waiting for the game tomorrow night. With such a serious injury, it is impossible to recover the next day. And he will be sore all over, and it may be difficult to even move.
Chapter 45 I Hard-Earned Victory. He Zhongliang was taken to the waiting area next to the ring. He was very weak and hungry.
Seeing some fresh fruits and snacks in front of the audience, he drooled. He had only drunk a bowl of water and swallowed a small mouthful of food since yesterday. He had almost exhausted all his strength when he was beating and being beaten in the cell just now.
The prison guard was right. He went to the ring to die. A young woman sitting in the front row noticed He Zhongliang's pitiful eyes and his handsome face.
She rarely saw such a handsome prisoner in the competition, so she picked up a banana in front of her and gestured with a smile on her face, like a monkey playing with a zoo.
He Zhongliang quickly stretched out his hand, not caring about his self-esteem now. He had to replenish his energy first. Was he really going to die on the ring? He had to give it a try no matter what. The woman really threw the banana to He Zhongliang.
The man next to her took a look but ignored it.
He Zhongliang took the banana, peeled it and put it into his mouth in 2 bites.
If no one was watching, he would have wanted to eat the banana peel as well. The woman smiled at him.
The women of these nobles naturally had stunning looks.
Their figures were also graceful and charming. He Zhongliang stared at the woman from head to toe, and instantly had evil thoughts. His brain began to secrete dopamine. He did not restrain himself, and tried to let himself fantasize. He now needs these dopamine to excite himself, transform it into strength, and fight to the death in the ring. The woman noticed He Zhongliang's hungry eyes, and she picked up another piece of dessert. But the man next to her glared at her, so she didn't dare to throw it to He Zhongliang again, and put it back silently. The man didn't like He Zhongliang looking at his woman like this, and glared at He Zhongliang angrily. At this time, the second match was over, and one person was carried away. Although the other person won, his face was beaten beyond recognition, and he staggered and barely walked off the ring. His face will be so swollen the next day that he probably won't be able to open his eyes. He Zhongliang was brought to the ring by the prison guards and walked into the cage. There were several spots on the floor stained with blood. The first 2 matches were very tragic. He Zhongliang clenched his fists. With the help of a banana and the woman, he was now full of strength and extremely excited. He tried hard to transform his lust for the woman into a desire for killing, which could still play a big role in this life and death moment. Stimulated by a large amount of dopamine, he now feels like he has taken stimulants and temporarily does not feel hungry or tired. He Zhongliang's opponent walked out of the corridor and applause broke out at the scene. He is currently the prisoner with the most consecutive victories. They have won 15 games in a row and have not suffered any serious injuries. There is a good chance that they will break the record of 18 consecutive wins. The audience was looking forward to witnessing that moment. They were a group of people who had everything, but they were also a group of bored people. The top-notch food, drink, and entertainment were not exciting enough for them. As loyal fans of this kind of game, they are eager to see the winning streak records being broken again and again. The moment the 300-pound guy stepped onto the ring, He Zhongliang felt as if the floor was shaking. This guy was too big and was also a wrestling expert. He Zhongliang stared at him in amazement, not knowing where to start. The host briefly introduced the situation and record of both sides. When he mentioned the winning streak, the whole audience cheered. But when he mentioned the newcomer He Zhongliang, there was an immediate booing. The audience was not optimistic about this pretty boy, and felt that this match was boring and lacked suspense. Although He Zhongliang was also very strong, he had no competition experience. Moreover, he looked very weak when standing in front of his opponent. As the host announced the start of the competition, he quickly left the stage. He Zhongliang slowly retreated, while his opponent, with a confident smile on his face, approached him step by step, pushing him to the edge of the iron cage. It seemed as if his 16th consecutive victory was right in front of him and he was about to succeed. When there was no way to retreat, He Zhongliang took the initiative to attack, just like he usually practiced hitting a sandbag. After a set of combined punches, it cannot be said that it was ineffective, at least it made the opponent dare not attack easily. The big guy didn't expect He Zhongliang to have such strong explosive power and extremely fast reaction speed. He just lacks practical experience. If he plays in actual combat every day, he will not be at the current level in time. I wouldn't have had my pants pulled down in the cell, almost getting my anus broken and my butt bruised. If he had become more skilled in his footwork and some roaming tactics, and used his dodging and heavy punches to deal with the dozen or so prisoners, he would have had a chance to knock them all down. Although the big guy's movements were not as fast and flexible as He Zhongliang's, his defense was very good. His body was protected by thick fat and his arms protected his head. He Zhongliang was unable to hit his vital parts, but the audience began to get interested. They thought it was a boring and one-sided match, but unexpectedly, there was a bit of suspense. The big guy kept trying to grab He Zhongliang and bring him to the ground, but he dodged or struggled to break free time and time again. But as his physical strength was depleted, He Zhongliang began to sweat profusely. His stomach was empty and he needed to replenish his energy. His speed and strength were decreasing, and he was no longer as excited. As he retreated, he looked towards the audience, hoping to find a beautiful woman to stimulate him and cheer him up. At the moment he was distracted, his opponent seized the opportunity, pounced on him and picked him up. He Zhongliang's feet were freed, and his arms were also trapped. He had lost the ability to fight back. He felt difficulty breathing, and if this continued for less than 2 minutes, he would suffocate. Now only the head can move. He Zhongliang hits the opponent's face with his head. The opponent quickly dodges and meets the impact with his head. He Zhongliang hit his opponent several times, but it seemed that he didn't gain any advantage, as his opponent's head was big and hard. Was he going to be defeated just like that? He Zhongliang was unwilling to accept this. Even if he could survive and walk off the ring, being sent back to an ordinary cell would be worse than death. He Zhongliang felt like he was about to suffocate and his vision began to blur. He looked up and realized that he was about to die. Suddenly Shin Sayua's face appeared in the sky, and He Zhongliang was instantly filled with motivation and hope. He must not give up. He suddenly lowered his head and bit his opponent's ear, tearing it hard. The opponent let go of his hands and grabbed He Zhongliang's neck in pain. After he landed on the ground, he raised his leg high and hit his opponent's crotch. The big guy knelt on the ground with his legs tightly together, and pushed He Zhongliang out with force, and a piece of his ear was bitten off. He Zhangliang was really hungry and even wanted to eat his opponent's ear, but in the end he spat out the piece of meat in his mouth. Before his opponent could stand up, he rushed over with all his strength, jumped up and kneed his opponent in the face. Even if the opponent blocks with his arms, he will still be knocked down by the powerful impact. After he hurriedly got up, his head was still buzzing and his arms were shaking, no longer protecting his head.
He Zhangliang seized the opportunity and punched him hard on the chin.
His opponent fell down and was unable to stand up again.
He Zhangliang was breathing heavily, exhausted and starting to sweat. He Zhangliang won.
He no longer had to go back to the ordinary cell and could have his own single room.
And you can also get a reward, a sumptuous meal. Chapter 46, Investigating the Truth.
He Zhangliang was taken to a single room by the prison guards, and then a plate of food was brought to him.
This is food for human beings.
He Zhangliang sighed, and then began to eat heartily. After He Zhangliang had eaten and drunk his fill, he lay down and took a short nap but couldn't fall asleep.
Normal people don't have lustful thoughts when they are full, let alone his situation.
Without Shen Kaiwei by his side, he couldn't calm down at all, so he had to get up and practice boxing.
He didn't fall asleep until the early morning, exhausted. The next day, Wang Hu got news from He Zhangliang.
He had originally arranged for someone to kill He Zhangliang in prison, but now that he was locked up in solitary confinement by the warden, his people had no chance to do it. But he was not too worried, believing that He Zhangliang would not be able to play many games. The longest winning streak in prison was only 18 games. Once He Zhangliang lost the game and was seriously injured and sent to an ordinary cell, it would be easy to get rid of him.
He doesn't even have to make a move. Maybe he will die in the ring. It's common for people to be killed in the ring.
Han Bing's body was transported back to China, and Shen Kaiwei accompanied her daughter to attend his funeral. Han Bing had already made a will, and all his property would be inherited by his daughter and Shen Kaiwei. Han Shui was curious about why He Zhangliang wanted to kill Han Bing.
Shen Kaiwei guaranteed with her life that He Zhangliang must have been wrongly accused.
Han Shui believed her mother's words, and the two prayed that the truth of this matter would come to light soon.
Shen Kaiwei applied to visit He Zhangliang in the prison in Sawadika, but was rejected. She could only visit He Zhangliang after he returned to China. But when can he return to China? The procedure is very complicated and lengthy. If there is any link that does not cooperate, it will be very difficult. That night, He Zhangliang won his 19th consecutive victory, breaking the prison's winning streak record.
And he has never suffered a serious injury, so he converts a lot of dopamine into a desire to kill on the court. Even if he is sent back to an ordinary cell now, he is capable of dealing with those dozen people and will not be stripped of his pants again. The Prime Minister of Sawadee country, who was a big fan of this game, also came to watch the game.
If He Zhangliang was a local, the Prime Minister would definitely pardon him.
But because he was a foreigner, they simply admired him and didn't take any special care of him. After 24 consecutive victories against He Zhong, the Prime Minister could no longer restrain his admiration for him. He arranged for someone to escort him to the Prime Minister's office and invited him to have dinner together. During the meal, the Prime Minister promised to send He Zhangliang back to China in the next 2 days. However, He Zhangliang has been charged with murder and will still be imprisoned after returning to China. He Zhangliang claimed that he was wronged, but the Prime Minister could do nothing about it. He had no right to interfere with the trial He Zhangliang would face after returning to China unless He Zhangliang was willing to give up his identity and voluntarily join the Sawadee nationality. Of course He Zhangliang was unwilling to do that, as there were people in the country he couldn't let go of.
The Prime Minister can only guarantee that the police here will provide valid evidence as the basis for trial. He Zhangliang knew that he was framed and the evidence was definitely fabricated. Moreover, he had seen the interrogation methods of Wang Hu and others, and he could not trust the police here at all. He asked the Prime Minister if he could arrange for someone to help him investigate the case through the local police. The Prime Minister asked, "Do you have any clues yourself?" He Zhangliang replied, "I am not sure who the real murderer is, but I know where to start the investigation." After hesitating for a moment, the Prime Minister told He Zhangliang, "I will send a few people to assist you and give you 1 night. You can go anywhere and investigate anyone without any hindrance. Whether we can find evidence or not, we will deport you back to your country tomorrow. We will not interfere too much in this case." "No problem." He Zhangliang put down his chopsticks and set off in a hurry. After standing up, I inadvertently noticed the beautiful woman next to me. She was just a waitress serving guests, but she was as beautiful as a flower, with a round figure with soft lines and a warm luster. The colorful fabric fits his graceful figure perfectly, outlining his charming curves. His every move is graceful, gentle, and dignified. He Zhongliang couldn't help but sigh in his heart, good girls are all taken over by people like you. At the same time, he was also attracted by this feminine charm, and a large amount of dopamine began to stimulate him again. The Prime Minister saw the lust in He Zhongliang's eyes and said with a smile, "You must have been penned up in prison." Then he ordered the girl, "Take him upstairs and serve him well." The girl gently took He Zhongliang's arm and wanted to take him to the guest room upstairs. He Zhongliang admitted that he was shaken and extremely eager in his heart, but he still rejected the Prime Minister's kindness. It is important to do the right thing. If I can't find effective evidence, I will spend the rest of my life in prison after returning to my country. The Prime Minister arranged several people and a car, and they will all follow He Zhongliang's arrangements tonight. In addition to cooperating with him in the investigation, these people were also there to keep an eye on him and prevent him from escaping. The car was parked outside the master's villa. He Zhongliang was knocked unconscious in his home. I believe this case must be related to him. There are security guards at the door of the master's villa, and you cannot see the master without an appointment. He Zhongliang didn't bother to talk nonsense with anyone, and just punched the security guard in the liver, forcing him to squat on the ground, sweating profusely from the pain and unable to stand up. He Zhongliang left a message, "Don't move, take a deep breath." Then he took the lead and broke into the villa. The other servants quickly stepped aside and dared not step forward to stop him. He Zhongliang put his hand on a servant's shoulder and asked politely, "Can you take me to see the master?" "Yes, yes, yes." The servant nodded in fear and led the way. After He Zhongliang and those people walked away, the security guard dared to call the police. The servant brought He Zhongliang and others to the bathroom door and said tremblingly, "The master is taking a bath inside." He Zhongliang kicked the door open, and inside was filled with mist. The master was leaning in the wooden bathtub. Two young girls were also naked, trimming the master's nails and giving him a massage. When they saw someone breaking in, the two beauties were so scared that they quickly covered their bodies. The master suddenly opened his eyes and stared angrily at the person who broke in. After seeing that it was He Zhongliang, his eyes became terrified again. "You two, get out now." He Zhongliang instructed the two beauties, as their naked appearance was too distracting. The two beauties grabbed the towels, wrapped themselves up, and ran out of the bathroom. Chapter 47 Return to her. He Zhongliang grabbed a wooden chair, sat down next to the wooden barrel, and stared at the master's wrinkled skin. He teased, "Can you still stand up? You occupy two girls every day, you are such an old man with no shame." The master carefully looked at the people standing at the door, then fixed his eyes on He Zhongliang's face and asked cautiously, "Aren't you in prison? Why did you come to see me? A great immortal like you should have great powers. Didn't you figure out why I would come to you and why?" He Zhongliang took out a pedicure knife from the toolbox next to him, then took the master's hand and trimmed his nails. The master tried to break free, but his strength was of no use against He Zhongliang. "Don't move. This knife is too sharp and my skills are not that good. I'd be sorry if I hurt you." He Zhongliang warned him, and grabbed his wrist with a little force, which made the master grimace in pain and dared not move again. "Master, I will be deported back to my country tomorrow. Can you help me calculate what my fortune will be like in the second half of my life after I return home?" The master stared at the knife in He Zhongliang's hand, moving around his fingertips, and trembled with fear. The trembling answer, I don't know." "Then let me tell you, I will be thrown into prison and will never get out for the rest of my life. Master, can you give me some pointers and help me resolve this difficulty?" He Zhongliang placed the blade between the master's nails and looked up at him. The murderous look in his eyes made the master tremble uncontrollably. But he still lied with a glimmer of hope, "This matter has nothing to do with me, I really can't help you." Before the master could finish speaking, He Zhongliang pulled out his nails by the roots, and the master screamed in pain. But the pain was not over yet. He Zhongliang then picked off the nail of his other finger, and the blood instantly dyed the bathtub red. When He Zhongliang inserted the blade into the third nail gap, the master ignored the pain and quickly stopped screaming. "I'm telling you, I know everything. It was Wang Hu who killed Han Bing and deliberately framed you." He Zhongliang stopped hurting him and asked seriously, "Who is Wang Hu?" "The sheriff who arrested you." It turned out that he was the one who cried thief. He Zhongliang murmured to himself, and then asked the master, "Can you help me prove my innocence?" The master stared at the knife in He Zhongliang's hand, trembling with pain. He wanted to cry but had no tears, so he shook his head helplessly.
Then there's no point in keeping you.
He Zhongliang grabbed the master's head and pressed the knife to his neck.
The master felt like he was halfway to the gates of hell at this moment, and screamed in fear, I can help you, I can prove that you are innocent. He Zhongliang slowly loosened his hand, leaving a deep knife mark on the master's neck.
Angry rebuke, you old fool, stop playing tricks on me, okay?
I don't have the patience to play games with you. The master confessed honestly, I was worried that I would be implicated in the future, so I secretly saved the surveillance video of that day in case of emergency. At least it can prove that I am not the murderer.
Where is the video? In my room.
He Zhongliang pulled the master out of the bathtub and urged him to get the evidence.
The master held his injured hand and asked, can you let me put on my clothes first? You still have some shame.
He Zhongliang picked up a bath towel and threw it at the master, go. The master didn't dare to waste time, and quickly put on a bath towel and led the way. In the master's room, He Zhongliang saw what happened and asked about the transaction between Han Bing and the master. Although Han Bing had no good intentions, He Zhongliang was not very happy when he saw his tragic death, and his mood was complicated. He Zhongliang saved the video and left with the evidence. As soon as they walked out of the house, they met Wang Hu and several policemen rushing over. The master finally saw his savior and quickly reminded Wang Hu, he has evidence of your murder. Then he turned around and ran to find someone to treat his wounds. He Zhongliang ignored him. He was no longer important now. Wang Hu regretted not taking action earlier. He should have killed He Zhongliang when he was at the police station. He raised his gun, and the person next to He Zhongliang also pulled out his gun and confronted the police. At such a close distance, with both sides having guns, neither would dare to shoot.
Wang Hu asked loudly, who are you? How come you have a gun?
In this country, except for police officers and people doing special jobs, it is impossible for ordinary people to own guns. It just so happened that the people around He Zhongliang today were the ones doing special work. They showed their special certificates, and Wang Hu knew that they had no right to interfere with what the people holding these certificates did no matter what. Wang Hu put down his gun, nodded politely, and stepped aside without daring to stop him. He didn't expect He Zhongliang to have a chance to turn things around, so he should make plans for himself. Once the truth is revealed, the police of both countries will not let him go. Although Wang Hu put down his gun, he kept holding it tightly, ready to fight to the death at any time. Both sides had guns, stared at each other cautiously, and slowly retreated. He Zhongliang took those people away, and Wang Hu turned to look for the master. After returning to the Prime Minister's office, He Zhongliang produced the evidence and the Prime Minister immediately called the highest commander of the police station to arrest Wang Hu. When Wang Hu was trying to sneak across the river in the middle of the night, he was intercepted by the water police and was shot dead on the spot by the police in a fierce gun battle. The next day, He Zhongliang returned home with a clean record. After Shen Kaiwei heard others discussing the matter in the clinic, she saw the news and learned that He Zhongliang was innocent and had returned home safely. She was so excited that she cried. Just when she was in a panic and didn't know where to go to meet He Zhongliang, He Zhongliang pushed open the door of the clinic and came to her. Although he had an untidy beard, he looked healthy and stronger. Shen Kaiwei was stunned for a moment, and without caring about the people watching, she threw herself into He Zhongliang's arms. She stroked his face with tears in her eyes and asked distressfully, can you sleep well at night without me these days? He Zhongliang sighed deeply. He had thought that he would never see this woman again. Now he could finally hold her in his arms again. He felt so happy that it was a little unreal. I haven't slept much these days. Can you sleep with me for 2 days and 2 nights after we get home? Stick out your tongue so I can see it. He Zhongliang smiled and stuck out his tongue. Shen Kaiwei nodded with satisfaction, well, not bad. Then say hello to the boss and leave work early. After they returned home, He Zhongliang was going to the bathroom to take a shower, and Shen Kaiwei took the initiative to ask him, do you need my help? Looking at Shen Kaiwei's excitement, He Zhongliang smiled and teased, usually when I ask you to take a bath with me, you always refuse. Why are you so proactive today? I miss you. I thought I would never see you again. Shen Kaiwei hugged He Zhongliang's neck, unwilling to separate for even a second. Thinking of the torment she had endured these days, she couldn't help but shed tears. He Zhongliang looked at Shen Kaiwei's face. The double hunger of emotion and desire made him eager to get this woman. He hugged Shen Kaiwei tightly and caressed her soft body, uncontrollably using some force and savagery. Shen Kaiwei was also very eager, so she didn't mind. After a passionate kiss, she smiled happily, but couldn't help complaining, your beard hurts me. He Zhongliang gently stroked her lips, his eyes full of love and affection. Then he picked her up and rushed into the bathroom.
Chapter 48, A Short Absence Makes You Love Me.
It was not until nightfall that Shin Kaiwei got up, dressed, got out of bed and cooked dinner, looking listless. The two of them spent the whole day in bed, and Shin Kaiwei had never been so crazy before.
After getting out of bed, my legs felt weak and I couldn't help but complain, "You are too strong. Don't be so unrestrained in the future."
He Zhongliang also got dressed and got out of bed, hugged her waist and explained, "I haven't seen you for such a long time that I am like this, and judging from your reaction, I thought you wanted it." Shin Kaiwei stroked He Zhongliang's face and sighed helplessly, "I missed you too much, so I couldn't control myself. It's all my fault today, I will be more careful in the future."
"It's okay, I like you like this.
But I don't have as much physical strength as you do, and I'll feel tired for the next few days." He Zhongliang smiled and teased, "You can't drink much, but you still drink too much."
"But I just want to drink today." Shin Kaiwei threw herself into He Zhongliang's arms with a shy look on her face. "Let's eat first and replenish our energy." He Zhongliang picked her up and walked towards the kitchen.
When the two of them were having dinner, He Zhongliang finally tasted this familiar flavor again and said excitedly, "The food you cook is still delicious.
I can't get enough of it in my lifetime." "Then let's make a promise to meet sooner in the next life.
Don't wait until I'm in my 40s before you show up." He Zhongliang sighed helplessly, "Fate is something that only counts when it happens neither too early nor too late."
Shin Kaiwei nodded, "That's true."
Then he asked expectantly, "Han Bing left all his property to my mother and me.
Han Shui is still in high school and can't take care of it.
I don't have the energy to deal with those messy things."
"Are you interested in doing business? Are you willing to take over his company?" He Zhongliang hesitated for a moment and reluctantly reminded, "Didn't we agree on this? After we have a child, I will be a housewife." Shin Kaiwei smiled and said teasingly, "You are really ambitious."
Then he sighed, "It's okay if you don't yearn for those fame and fortune.
An ordinary life is more down to earth."
If Han Bing hadn't founded the company and gained so much wealth in just a few years, we wouldn't have come to this point. Shin Kaiwei recalled that she and Han Bing had a happy time in the first few years of their marriage. She couldn't feel it when Han Bing was alive, but once he passed away, she couldn't help but miss his kindness. Seeing Shin Sayue's red eyes, He Zhongliang asked with concern, "After all, you are a couple.
Han Bing's death makes you sad, right?"
Shin Kaiwei did not answer, but her eyes were already filled with tears. Han Bing felt sorry for many people, but he always loved them very much.
He Zhongliang was also a little sad about Han Bing's death.
Although he always wanted to do bad things, he couldn't bear to hate anyone who was good to Shin Kaiwei. After dinner, the two went back to the bedroom to rest early. He Zhongliang held Shin Kaiwei in his arms, enjoying the happiest moment.
He could finally sleep soundly tonight. At around 8 o'clock, Shin Kaiwei discussed with He Zhongliang, "Turn off the lights and go to bed. Isn't it too early? Why don't we wait a little longer?"
He Zhongliang stared at Shin Sayue's eager eyes, and both of them were ready to make a move.
"But you're already very tired today." Shin Kaiwei looked a little embarrassed.
She wanted it but felt it was too frequent.
"A little absence makes new love better. Don't worry too much today."
Shin Kaiwei couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, with an expression of excitement and anticipation. In the next few days, He Zhongliang began to work on the property left by Han Bing.
Han Shui is still in school and doesn't have time.
She is still young and cannot make decisions on many things. Shin Kaiwei didn't want to worry about those things, so she had to entrust He Zhongliang to handle them.
The tens of billions of wealth made He Zhongliang a little shaken.
He could put it in his own pocket with just a little trick. Moreover, the people around him were frantically trying to please him, hoping to take advantage of the opportunity to get a piece of the pie.
Money is such a temptation. He Zhongliang couldn't help but sigh.
When a person obtains wealth that does not match his ability, he will be controlled by money and led by desire.
He Zhongliang didn't want to lose his way. He didn't need so much money. As long as he had Shin Kaiwei, it was enough.
That woman is his greatest wealth in life, and being able to grow old together holding her hand is more important than anything else. After transferring all his property to Shin Kaiwei and Han Shui, He Zhongliang planned to be a housewife and believed that Shin Kaiwei would not treat him unfairly.
2 months later, He Zhongliang and Shin Kaiwei held their wedding.
Although they have a huge fortune, their wedding was very low-key because they were both second marriages.
They didn't invite many people.
Next was the honeymoon trip that the two had been looking forward to.
After careful discussion, they decided to go to Australia for vacation.
Han Bing has a property there, which has now been transferred to Shin Sayue's name. It is a large villa built in the mountains, and the surrounding several thousand square meters are private territory. The seasons there are just the opposite of those in China, and it is very quiet. You can take a walk in the woods to enjoy the beautiful scenery, or go boating and swimming in the lake.
It was a sunny afternoon, and He Zhongliang and Shin Kaiyue were walking by the lake. He Zhongliang took Shin Sayue's hand and suggested, "Let's go swimming in the lake." "I dare not, I can't swim."
Shin Kaiyue instinctively stepped back and wanted to escape.
"I will protect you." "Then I wouldn't dare."
Looking at Shin Sayue's panicked expression, He Zhongliang did not force her. After all, in such a wild environment, who knows if there will be accidents that are beyond their control.
"Then let's go back to the villa and I'll teach you how to swim in the swimming pool, okay?" "But I don't want to learn,"
Shin Kaiyue said casually, and then looked at He Zhongliang's expectant expression.
Smiling, he asked, "Do you just want me to go in the water with you?" He Zhongliang nodded, "Yes." "Oh well." Shin Kaiyue reluctantly agreed. Chapter 49 Honeymoon.
He Zhongliang had been splashing around in the swimming pool for a while. Shin Kaiyue, wearing a pink bikini, came out of the house and stood by the swimming pool with a shy expression.
He Zhongliang stood in the middle of the swimming pool, staring at Shin Kaiyue in amazement.
It was the first time he saw Shin Kaiyue dressed so sexily. Shin Kaiyue slowly sat down on the edge of the swimming pool and carefully placed her legs in the pool. Even though the water in the pool was only up to her chest, she was still very scared and didn't dare to go in the water by herself. He Zhongliang came in front of her, causing waves on the water surface, which hit the edge of the swimming pool and Shin Sayue's legs. It made her even more scared.
People who can't swim would feel a little dizzy when seeing the waves. She changed her mind and didn't want to enter the swimming pool.
Just as she was about to get up and leave, He Zhongliang hugged her.
"Where are you running to?"
Shin Kaiyue put her hands on He Zhongliang's shoulders. It was the first time she rejected this man. "I'm scared, I don't want to go in the water." He Zhongliang naturally refused to let go and consoled her, "You look so beautiful in this bikini."
"It would be a shame if you didn't go in the water."
Shin Kaiyue explained helplessly, "I don't want to wear this either, but I can't find a decent swimsuit in the room. I can't just wear nothing."
"That's fine.
You have nothing to be afraid of in your own home.
This is not a public swimming pool."
Shin Kaiyue hugged He Zhongliang's neck and gradually became less nervous after feeling his body temperature.
He Zhongliang negotiated gently, "Okay, I'll carry you down." "Wait a moment."
Shin Kaiyue quickly requested and began to breathe deeply. He Zhongliang looked at her nervous expression and teased with a smile, "You are not diving, you can breathe normally after coming down." Then he scooped up some water, gently poured it over her, and caressed her body.
Shin Kaiyue was frightened and instinctively leaned back.
She tried her best to adjust her breathing and calm herself down.
After a moment, he finally nodded reluctantly.
He Zhongliang picked her up and just turned around. Shin Kaiyue quickly requested, "Don't go in, don't go so deep."
He Zhongliang could feel that she couldn't help trembling.
It seemed that she was really afraid of water. There's no such thing as depth in a swimming pool.
The sides are the same depth as the inside. He Zhongliang gave a reminder, but did not go inside.
He stopped and put Shin Kaiyue down. Shin Kaiyue felt a little dizzy and couldn't stand still in the water. She held He Zhongliang's neck tightly with her arms. Her body tilted in the water and she closed her eyes and thrashed around in fear. In fact, she wanted to beg He Zhongliang not to let her go, but she was too scared to open her mouth to speak. He Zhongliang held her waist with both hands, fixed her in place, and let her step on the instep of his feet. After the water surface gradually calmed down and she was able to stand steadily, she dared to open her eyes and stare at He Zhongliang's face.
He Zhongliang kissed her forehead and comforted her gently, "Take a deep breath and don't be so nervous. I will protect you."
Then he put his arms around Shin Sayue's waist and used a little force to make her feel more secure.
A few minutes later, Shin Kaiyue finally calmed down.
Her feet touched the ground, one arm wrapped around He Zhongliang's neck, and the other hand began to paddle in the water, happy like a little child. Seeing that she was not so scared anymore, He Zhongliang smiled in disgust with her, "Let me teach you how to doggy paddle." Shin Kaiyue quickly requested, "But you can't let go."
"Don't worry.
I can't bear to let go."
He Zhongliang held Shin Sayue's body with both hands, letting her float naturally on the water. Half an hour later, He Zhongliang asked her, "Are you tired?"
Shin Kaiwei was having a lot of fun and shook her head. It's okay, not too tiring.
He Zhongliang didn't dare to let go for even a second, and she absolutely wouldn't allow it.
I'm tired, let's take a break. He Zhongliang brought Shin Kaiwei to the edge of the swimming pool, put his hands on her waist, and lifted her up to sit on the edge of the swimming pool.
Staring at her belly, I asked curiously, "We've been trying for more than 2 months, and you have no reaction at all? What's the reaction?"
Shin Kaiwei blurted out, faced He Zhongliang's eyes, and looked at her belly again. I reacted immediately and answered shyly, "I'm not sure, it seems like."
Anyway, that.
Then she held He Zhongliang's face, kissed the corner of his mouth, and said excitedly, "After our honeymoon, we will go back and check.
It should be almost pregnant."
He Zhongliang became even more excited and carefully touched her belly. "Can you feel it?"
"You don't have to ask in such detail. I can't explain it to you. You'll know after we get back and check it out." He Zhongliang guessed with a smile on his face, "Then I will seize the opportunity of this honeymoon. If you are really pregnant after returning, will I not be able to touch you for a long time?"
Shin Kaiwei shyly comforted him, "It's not that absolute.
Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any injustice."
He Zhongliang couldn't wait to jump out of the swimming pool and carried Shin Kaiwei into a heart-shaped bathtub next to it.
There is only a small amount of water in it.
Half a month later, the two ended their honeymoon and returned to China to go to the hospital for a detailed examination. Shin Kaiwei became pregnant, and He Zhongliang completely gave up on entering the society to work. He started to study cooking, serving pregnant women and taking care of children early on.
At night, when Shin Kaiwei and He Zhongliang were chatting in bed, she couldn't help but praise him. "It's rare that you are so unmotivated. In fact, you can start a company and be a boss. I am willing to support you."
He Zhongliang stared into Shin Kaiwei's eyes and said seriously, "You say one thing and mean another.
You obviously want me to stay by your side and accompany you. I'd rather you do what you want to do. Taking care of you and the child is what I want to do most."
Accompanying a pregnant wife and a child in their growth process is the most precious experience in a man's life. But some men don't know how to cherish and choose to escape, while some are forced by life to work hard.
I am very lucky. I treat my career as a hobby. Every minute of my life is my hobby. Shin Kaiwei couldn't hide her happy smile.
She put her arms around He Zhongliang's neck and teased, "Now that you have found a way to fight dopamine overdose, do you plan to leave me and find a younger and more beautiful woman?"
He Zhongliang deliberately asked seriously, "Are you deliberately looking for trouble?"
Shin Kaiwei nodded, her expression and tone full of tenderness.
"I have a feeling about you. It's like my dream in my previous life to meet a woman like you. It finally came true in this life. So I will cherish this fate. I believe that we will live happily together until old age.
But I am more than 10 years older than you, and I will definitely leave this world before you."
You are being too absolute. The average life expectancy of women is longer than that of men.
In our village, there are many cases where the old men have passed away and the old ladies have lived on their own for more than 10 years.
I may die early, but as long as you are healthy, you should consider finding another old man. What nonsense are you talking about? Shin Kaiwei raised her hand and almost slapped He Zhongliang. It was the first time she was so mean to He Zhongliang. He Zhongliang looked at Shin Kaiwei's serious expression and smiled and teased, "Why are you like Han Bing, a little weird?" "I was just joking. Life, old age, sickness and death are not something we can control with a joke." "Then I won't let you say that." Shin Kaiwei issued another stern warning. He Zhongliang stroked Shin Kaiwei's face and comforted her, "When you are 100 years old and I am over 80 years old, we will go to another world hand in hand and start a new life, okay? You are in such good health, you should live longer than 80 years old." Shin Kaiwei caressed He Zhongliang's body and guessed seriously, "Why would you want a bicycle? It's not easy for a man to live past 80. In fact, there's probably not much fun after 70. Looking at He Zhongliang's expression, Shin Kaiwei pressed her body against his and asked, "Is the fun you're talking about that kind of thing?" He Zhongliang moved closer to Shin Kaiwei and pretended to be curious. "I don't understand what you are saying." Shin Kaiwei's hands slowly moved. Then she stared into He Zhongliang's eyes with a rare charming look. "Don't you really understand?" He Zhongliang took a deep breath, his heart was already filled with joy. Chapter 50, The Scumbag is Released from Prison.
Shin Kaiwei is now in the early stages of pregnancy, but she still goes to work as usual every day. She plans to stop working 2 days before her due date. This morning, a woman came to the clinic to see Shin Kaiwei. She is Shin Kaiwei's younger sister, and her name is Shin Kaiyun. She is quite pretty, but unfortunately she is love-brained and has bad luck.
She married a scumbag named Wang Wei.
2 years after giving birth to twin sons, Wang Wei gradually became tired of her and started looking for other women outside. He showed no remorse after being discovered, and the conflict between the couple became more and more intense. Until the man came clean, not only did he have another woman outside, but he was also abusing her. Shin Kai-yun tolerated it for 2 years for the sake of her 2 children, hoping that her husband would come back for the sake of the 2 children.
But Wang Wei had no intention of repenting at all.
Shin Kai-yun had no choice but to tell her sister about her experience. At that time, Shin Kai-wei had not divorced Han Bing, and Wang Wei also worked in Han Bing's company. Wang Wei was a scoundrel with extremely improper behavior, and often did some shameful things in the company. Han Bing knew it very well and had long disliked him, but because of this relationship, she had never had the nerve to pursue him. When Shin Kai-wei told Han Bing about her sister's experience, he warned Wang Wei to be more restrained. Wang Wei obeyed on the surface, but he was not convinced in his heart. After half a year of peace with Shin Kai-yun, he started to behave dishonestly again and abused his wife again. This time Shin Kai-yun didn't want to endure it anymore and asked for a divorce from him. Although Wang Wei has no interest in Shin Kai-yun anymore, he doesn't want to lose Han Bing as his backer. Once he divorces Shin Kai-yun, Han Bing will no longer be his brother-in-law, and he will never be able to take advantage of him again. He used the fight for child custody to threaten Shin Kai-yun, making her afraid to divorce. As a mother, she was reluctant to let go of either child. But faced with Wang Wei's bad behavior, life became unbearable and he had to ask his sister for help again. After receiving a call from her sister, Shin Kai-wei went to her house immediately and saw obvious wounds on her sister's face. Wang Wei was still drinking without any fear, so Shin Kai-wei went up to him angrily and rebuked him. Wang Wei was afraid of his brother-in-law Han Bing and did not dare to do anything to Shin Kai-wei. But he didn't want to be scolded by Shin Kai-wei in vain, so he once again vented his anger on Shin Kai-yun. In front of Shin Kai-wei, he insulted his wife and wanted to hit her. Shin Kai-wei naturally could not allow him to do this, and when the 3 of them were pulling each other, Wang Wei was too manic after drinking, and accidentally put his elbow on Shin Kai-wei's face, causing her mouth to break. Wang Wei calmed down immediately after seeing that he had injured Shin Kai-wei. He knew that he had gotten into trouble and was very scared, but he pretended to be calm and sat down to continue drinking. Shin Kai-wei glared at him, stopped arguing with him, and left with her sister and 2 nephews. Let them live in their own homes first. When Han Bing returned home that night, he saw the scars on Shin Kai-wei's face. Although the corner of her mouth was only slightly broken and not serious, half of her face was swollen. It was the first time that Han Bing saw Shin Kai-wei being wronged like this. After asking the reason, he looked angry and became unfriendly to his sister-in-law and 2 nephews. Han Bing's power was not that great at the time, but it was more than enough to deal with Wang Wei. Wang Wei has always been dishonest and has taken advantage of the company many times. Han Bing knew his character and knew that he could not resist the temptation of money. So he deliberately gave him a chance and let him take charge of a big project involving a large sum of money. Wang Wei fell into the trap and embezzled a large sum of money from the company. Han Bing had secretly arranged for someone to collect evidence and directly called the police to arrest him. Due to the huge amount, Wang Wei was sentenced to 7 years in prison. After Wang Wei was imprisoned, Shin Kai-yun applied to the court to dissolve her marriage with him and remarried with her 2 children. My current husband's family is not well off, and he is not good looking, he is just an ordinary working class. But he is honest, otherwise he would not accept 2 sons from someone else. Shin Kai-yun and her husband don't earn much money, and they have 2 sons in elementary school and a daughter in kindergarten. But there is not much financial pressure, because Shin Kai-wei has already promised her nephews that she will bear the cost of buying a house and some major expenses in the future. Although Shin Kai-yun felt embarrassed to take advantage of her sister, she also knew that that little money was nothing to her sister. Everything in his life was back on track, but just 1 year ago, Wang Wei was released from prison. He had just been released from prison and had not had time to look for Shin Kai-yun. Han Bing arranged for someone to warn him, giving him only 1 day. If he showed up in the city the next day, he would be made to disappear. Han Bing is already the richest man in the city. Wang Wei knows his current power and means, and he has no qualifications to compete with him. Although he felt a little aggrieved, he had already been in prison for 7 years just because he accidentally hit Shin Kai-wei. Han Bing was actually still holding a grudge for this incident, which made him feel helpless, but he dared not speak out. The next day, I packed my bags and went to work in other places. Just a few months ago, Wang Wei rushed back from another place excitedly after seeing the news that Han Bing had been murdered. Under the pretext of visiting the children, he often harassed Shin Sayun's family. He had no feelings for the two children at all, and just wanted to embarrass Shin Kai-yun and force Shin Kai-wei to help his sister pay to settle the matter.
Wang Wei was tall and strong, and he had a scoundrelly air.
Shin Sayun's current husband didn't dare to fight him, and he didn't have the courage to fight him to death. Shin Kai-yun had no choice but to turn to her sister for help again. This afternoon, Shin Kai-wei brought her sister to meet Wang Wei in a cafe and asked him what he wanted to do. Wang Wei got straight to the point with Shin Kai-wei. I accidentally touched you back then, and Han Bing framed me and put me in jail for 7 years. After he was released from prison, he was kicked out of the city.
Now that you have inherited his property, do you want to make some compensation to me?
Shin Kai-wei also expected that he wanted money. Since she had made an appointment to meet him today, she also planned to spend some money to settle the matter. She didn't want her sister's family to be harassed by him again.
How much are you going to ask for? 100 million a year. I've been in jail for 7 years, and you give me 700 million. Don't even ask me to leave this city. I can even emigrate abroad. Shin Kai-wei asked in surprise, you are crazy about money. Do you know how much money 700 million is? Wang Wei just said it casually.
He wanted so much, but he also knew that Shin Kai-wei would not give it to him.
If you think it's too much, we can bargain. We can discuss it.
Then he stared at Shin Kai-wei, smiled and praised, Big sister, you have maintained yourself very well. There is no change from more than 10 years ago, and you are becoming more and more charming. Shin Kai-wei glared at him and felt annoyed with him. He even shamelessly suggested, look, Kai-yun has started a new family now, but I'm still alone, and Han Bing is gone too.
How about we just get along?
I don't want a penny, and I promise to be devoted to you.
Shin Kai-yun couldn't bear to listen any longer and couldn't help cursing. How shameless are you? My sister is married.
Even if she wasn't married, she wouldn't fall for a scumbag like you.
Wang Wei slammed the table and yelled, did I fucking talk to you?
He didn't know much about Shin Sayue's life, nor did he know he Zhangliang.
Wang Wei's uncivilized behavior attracted curious glances from other customers in the cafe. It seems that you are not sincere in talking.
Shin Kai-wei stood up and left with her sister. Wang Wei shouted at her, why don't you bargain for it?
If not 700 million, 70 million will do. How about 7 million?
Shin Kai-wei took her sister out of the coffee shop, not wanting to face Wang Wei's greedy face again.
Chapter 51 Helping Sister-in-Law.
He Zhangliang started his life as a housewife ahead of time, responsible for buying groceries and cooking, and waiting for Shin Kai-wei to come home. In the afternoon, Shin Kai-wei took her sister home. When he Zhangliang heard the door open, he was still wondering why he got off work so early today. But after seeing his sister-in-law, he realized that it was her family member who had come to visit. In fact, his sister-in-law was several years older than he Zhangliang. He Zhangliang had seen her twice.
Her temperament was not as outstanding as Shin Sayue's.
But her facial features were impeccable. Although her figure was a little out of shape, she was still a good-looking woman.
He Zhangliang came out of the kitchen wearing an apron and greeted everyone enthusiastically.
The sister-in-law looked at He Zhangliang, who was tall, handsome, and young.
He didn't smoke or drink, and didn't have any bad habits.
He waited for his wife to come home from get off work every day and doted on her in every way.
I couldn't help but sigh to my sister, we are both women, how come you are so lucky? Both of your husbands loved you so much.
Although Han Bing divorced you, he still cared about you very much and left you with a fortune that you can't spend in several lifetimes.
He Zhangliang saw that the two of them looked worried and asked, what's the matter?
Shin Kai-wei replied helplessly, Sayun's ex-husband is back and deliberately harassing their family's life.
He Zhangliang had heard of Wang Wei.
When his mother-in-law came to his house, she talked to him about those past events. Both the mother-in-law and the father-in-law like He Zhangliang very much. Every time they see the son-in-law, they are very enthusiastic and chat with him endlessly.
He Zhangliang guessed, did he come back to fight for the child?
Shin Kai-yun said with disdain, only a good man like you would care about the child.
A scum like him only cares about money.
My sister and I met him today, and he asked for 700 million yuan.
He was simply crazy about money.
He knew I wouldn't give him that much, so he made fun of it on purpose to embarrass us.
Shin Kai-wei looked at He Zhangliang, not knowing what to do.
Later he changed his words and asked for tens of millions.
Who knows which of his words are true?
Shin Kai-yun complained angrily and looked at He Zhangliang, asking expectantly, my man is too honest, and he definitely can't beat Wang Wei.
You are so strong, can you beat Wang Wei? He Zhongliang smiled and said, I can beat him to death. You can't beat someone to death. Isn't that a crime? Just teach him a lesson so that he won't dare to harass me again. He Zhongliang glanced at his innocent sister-in-law and told her helplessly, it's against the law to teach him a lesson. Besides, that kind of person will never change his bad habits. It's definitely useless to teach him a lesson. In fact, I don't mind giving him money. I just think of it as spending money to get rid of the trouble. I'm just afraid that he will never stop pestering me. No matter how much money I give him, he won't be satisfied. The problem won't be solved. He will keep pestering me. It's too annoying.
Shen Kaiwei expressed her concerns, and He Zhongliang held her face in his hands, leaned in front of her and praised, you are right, that kind of person should not be spoiled, otherwise he will definitely take advantage of you and make further demands. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of ambiguity. Usually, as soon as Shen Kaiwei entered the house, the two of them would start to show affection. Shen Kaiyun sighed and turned her head to the side, saying, I'm going to the bathroom.
Shen Kaiwei smiled and blamed, can you please not show your affection in front of others? He Zhongliang turned around and saw his sister-in-law walk into the bathroom. He then hugged Shen Kaiwei in his arms and said with a smile, while she is not here, let your husband kiss you. Stop messing around. Let's go to the kitchen.
Shen Kaiwei refused with her mouth, but a happy smile appeared on her face.
He Zhongliang asked excitedly, let's go to the kitchen to make out. I'll go to the kitchen and help you prepare dinner.
Shen Kaiwei tilted her head and glanced at the bathroom. Before her sister came out, she quickly kissed He Zhongliang. When the three of them were having dinner together, Shen Kaiyun received a call from Wang Wei, saying that he would go to her house to see the child tonight.
Shen Kaiyun asked angrily, you are not welcome in my home, what are you trying to do by falling to the ground? You know what I want. Discuss it with your sister. She has so much money. If she lets a little slip through her fingers, it will be enough for me to spend for the rest of my life. Shen Kaiyun hung up the phone angrily and looked at Shen Kaiwei with an embarrassed expression. Shen Kaiwei looked at He Zhongliang and discussed helplessly, what should we do? Give him money?
He Zhongliang replied nonchalantly, all our money is yours, so of course you have the final say.
Shen Kaiwei felt a little disappointed.
She hoped that He Zhongliang could give her some advice at this time instead of making sarcastic remarks.
He Zhongliang looked at her lost expression and quickly comforted her, okay. You don't have to worry about this matter, leave it to me. I will go to meet that Wang Wei tomorrow. Let's see what kind of person he is.
Shen Kaiwei was worried that He Zhongliang would suffer a loss, so she quickly warned him, don't fight him, he is quite tall.
Don't worry. I don't dare to fight him. I'm afraid that if I kill him with one punch, I will have to go to jail. Shen Kaiwei and her sister looked at He Zhongliang with half belief and half doubt, not knowing whether he was joking or bragging.
At this time, Shen Saiyun's cell phone rang again. It was the honest husband who called and told her that Wang Wei was knocking on the door at home, harassing them under the pretext of watching the child.
Shen Saiyun's family also called the police, but even if the police came, they couldn't do anything to him.
He didn't hurt anyone, he just annoyed people, and they could only persuade and mediate. But for a despicable person like Wang Wei, he will turn a deaf ear to any reason you give him, and nothing anyone says will work. After Shen Kaiyun hung up the phone, she was no longer in the mood to eat and went home in a hurry. He Zhongliang comforted her, it doesn't matter a little while.
I'll take you home after dinner.
Although Shen Kaiyun didn't know whether He Zhongliang could cure Wang Wei, she felt a little more at ease knowing that there was finally a man to support her. After dinner, Shen Kaiwei also wanted to go along, as she was worried that He Zhongliang would suffer.
What's the point of you going there to deal with that kind of scoundrel?
He Zhongliang joked that he didn't agree to let Shen Kaiwei go with him, so he sent his sister-in-law home.
More than 20 minutes later, the two arrived at Shen Saiyun's door.
Wang Wei was squatting at the door smoking, leaving cigarette butts all over the floor, and the corridor was filled with smoke. When he saw Shen Kaiyun coming back, he stood up by holding onto the wall.
She complained aggrievely, why did you come back just now?
I squatted at the door for more than half an hour, and my legs are numb.
Your husband didn't open the door for me. What do you two mean? Don't you want me to see my son?
Shen Kaiyun reminded excitedly, you don't have custody of the children.
They have nothing to do with you anymore.
Bullshit. I don't care about your messed up power. Those two guys are my children, and no one can change that.
Then take them away.
I'll give you custody of both children. Wang Wei knew that Shin Kaiyun was just speaking in anger and that he didn't really want a child, and Shin Kaiyun was reluctant to give up the child. They both knew what the other was thinking, but Wang Wei dared to sacrifice the happiness of the two children, but Shin Kaiyun did not dare to do so. She could not bear to let the two children live with Wang Wei without a mother.
Chapter 52, Setting Up a Trap.
Wang Wei seized Shin Kaiyun's weakness of not wanting to part with her children and promised in all seriousness, "Okay. Give me the custody of them, and we will each live our own lives and not disturb each other."
You don't even have a decent job, how are you going to raise your children? Don't worry about that.
You don't need to worry about the three of us begging on the street.
Shin Kaiyun was so angry at Wang Wei's unreasonable behavior that she was speechless. She looked at He Zhongliang beside her helplessly. Wang Wei also stared at He Zhongliang. After looking him up and down, he questioned Shin Kaiyun, "What do you mean? You found a helper to deal with me. I have been through all kinds of situations. I am not afraid of any number of people you can find. I'm not an outsider, I'm her brother-in-law."
He Zhongliang introduced himself politely and faced Wang Wei with a smile. Wang Wei suddenly realized and couldn't help but praise, "Although Shin Kaiyun is much older than you, she has maintained herself very well, no worse than a young woman in her 30s.
And she has so much property, you are really good. You have both money and beauty, you are rich." Wang Wei had an envious expression and was eager to make friends with He Zhongliang.
He guessed that He Zhongliang was the same kind of person as him.
"Don't talk nonsense, she is not like you." Shin Kaiyun saw what Wang Wei was thinking and couldn't help but remind him. When a man is talking, you should stop interrupting him.
Wang Wei now focuses his attention on He Zhongliang, fantasizing that he can gain something from him.
He Zhongliang comforted his sister-in-law, "Go home soon." Then he politely invited Wang Wei, "Let's find a place to talk."
Wang Wei saw that He Zhongliang had a kind face and guessed that he was just a smooth-talking pretty boy and not that cruel. Besides, he was not afraid of those wearing shoes because he was barefoot, so he promised not to harass his ex-wife's family today and happily followed He Zhongliang away.
He Zhongliang took Wang Wei to a high-end KTV.
Wang Wei had been here before and knew that the owner was a woman named Su Meng. Moreover, she had an affair with Han Bing many years ago, and with Han Bing's help, she was doing very well in society. Even though Han Bing is no longer around, this woman is still very successful in both the underworld and the white world.
Wang Wei had met Su Meng twice.
He had originally wanted to make friends with her by leveraging his relationship with Han Bing. But Su Meng had never looked at him straight in the eye, never taken him seriously, and now she would not remember him at all. He Zhongliang took Wang Wei to a luxurious private room and ordered the highest consumption for food and drinks without even looking at the prices.
Wang Wei looked at He Zhongliang in surprise, his eyes full of envy and jealousy. This was the life he longed for.
Extravagance, spending money like water, and living a life of luxury, this is the most handsome way for a man to behave.
Wang Wei sighed in his heart.
After a while, 7 or 8 scantily clad beauties with curvy figures walked in and stood side by side in front of the two men.
He Zhongliang asked casually, "Why are there only so few people? I'll call a few more people in right away." Just as the waiter was about to leave, Wang Wei couldn't help but persuade him, "That's enough. Brother, you're spending too much. These girls are pretty good, we can just pick one each."
"No need to choose, they are all with you."
He Zhongliang told Wang Wei, then waved his hand, "You guys want it, go and accompany Brother Wang."
Wang Wei was so nervous that he was restless. Although he had been out fooling around before, it was the first time for him to enjoy such treatment while being accompanied by such a beautiful woman. Surrounded by a group of beauties, he was a little too busy. Since being put in prison, he has been living like an ascetic. At this moment, he couldn't believe it and felt like he was dreaming.
He excitedly expressed his gratitude to He Zhongliang, "Brother, you were so kind. Having money means having courage. Let me toast you first." As soon as the words fell, the beautiful woman beside him took the initiative to pour wine for the two of them. He Zhongliang took a small sip and Wang Wei drank it all in one gulp. He was in an extremely excited state and would not allow himself to drink even in small sips. Seeing that He Zhongliang only took a small sip, he smiled and said ingratiatingly, "Brother, just do whatever you want." Then he told the beauties, "You don't have to surround me, go over there and accompany my brother." He Zhongliang waved his hand, refusing the beauties to approach him, and pointed at one of them and said, "Go out and ask Su Meng to accompany me." The woman blinked and turned to ask the other sisters, "Is there another sister named Su Meng here?" The other people thought the name sounded familiar, but they had no impression of it. They all shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know this person. Suddenly someone remembered and shouted, "Isn't our boss's name Su Meng?" The others laughed and joked, "A handsome guy is looking for a singing girl, not our boss. Why don't you go get the boss?"
He Zhongliang told them seriously, "I'm looking for your boss, go and call her over."
Several beauties immediately put away their smiles and asked cautiously, "Handsome guy, are you kidding me? Do you know our boss?" Wang Wei also quickly persuaded him, "Brother, we are out here to have fun. Don't cause trouble. We can't afford to offend the boss here. Go quickly."
He Zhongliang urged a beautiful woman with a serious expression. The beauty looked at her sisters, and had no choice but to go out and inform them.
The remaining beauties and Wang Wei couldn't laugh anymore. Wang Wei was a little scared and wanted to leave.
But he didn't want to be laughed at by He Zhongliang, so he could only pretend to be calm and continue chatting with the beauties. I had already made up my mind that if something unpleasant happened later, I would immediately cut off my relationship with He Zhongliang and find a way to escape. A moment later, the manager walked into the private room with several backstage security guards.
Judging from He Zhongliang's spending, he was a distinguished guest.
They would not use force on the guest before they understood the situation, but just wanted to make sure whether the guest was deliberately looking for trouble.
"Do you know our CEO, Su?"
The manager was quite polite to He Zhongliang because he was not sure about the other party's background.
He Zhongliang nodded. "What's your name, sir?" After the manager inquired about He Zhongliang's identity, he went outside the private room and made a phone call. After a while, Su Meng walked into the private room and saw He Zhongliang.
She sat down next to him and greeted him enthusiastically, "Oh my god.
It's really you. Why did you suddenly remember to look for your sister? Then send the manager and the security guards away." Wang Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief and took the initiative to stand up and greet Su Meng.
Su Meng glanced at him, and for He Zhongliang's sake, she said a few perfunctory words and ignored him.
Wang Wei also knew his own limitations, so he sat back and continued drinking and singing with the others without disturbing He Zhongliang and Su Meng.
This luxurious private room also has a separate small room with excellent sound insulation.
Su Meng took He Zhongliang into the small room. Wang Wei turned around and watched the two of them enter the room.
He shook his head in envy and couldn't help but sigh, "This guy is too awesome.
He can get any woman.
This really broadens my horizons.
There are always people better than you. I have lived my whole life in vain.
Compared to him, I am nothing." Fortunately, he has a beautiful woman by his side, which makes him smile and have a lot of fun.
Chapter 53. Let the scumbag pay the bill. Su Meng and He Zhongliang walked into the room, closed the door, and the room instantly became quiet.
Su Meng came up to He Zhongliang, put her arms around his neck, and said gently, "I never thought you would remember me and come back to see me.
It makes us feel warm."
He Zhongliang gently pushed Su Meng away and sat on the sofa with a smile.
Su Meng saw that He Zhongliang didn't mean that, so she put away her charming ways, sat opposite him and asked, "Are you still with Han Bing's ex-wife?"
"I heard that Han Bing left all his property to his ex-wife and daughter." He Zhongliang told the truth, "Yes, Shen Kaiwei and I are already married."
"You are really good.
You have done a great job in making both money and beauty.
Have you expected this day to come?" Su Meng looked at He Zhongliang with an incredible expression.
He Zhongliang didn't want to talk about this, and said straight to the point, "The man outside is my sister-in-law's ex-husband. After serving several years in prison, he kept harassing his ex-wife's family. He knew Shen Kaiwei was rich and would not stand by and watch his sister being harassed. He just wanted to extort money on purpose, but a scoundrel like him would definitely go further after tasting the sweetness.
I don't want to indulge him. Can you arrange someone to help me solve this matter? You are quite smart. You know that you have to fight fire with fire to deal with such people." After Su Meng praised him, she stared at He Zhongliang and asked with a smile, "What benefits can I get from helping you solve this problem? Just tell me a number. Money is not a problem."
He Zhongliang generously assured that he and Shen Kaiwei did not care about money, but they did not like being threatened.
"I don't want your money."
Looking at Su Meng's affectionate peach blossom eyes, He Zhongliang knew what she was thinking. He shook his head and said helplessly, "You are not short of men.
Why do you keep staring at me? It's a problem."
Su Meng's expression was also helpless. "I don't know either, maybe it's a psychological effect. I always miss what I can't get, but I just can't let you go."
"Then just pretend I didn't say anything. I'll figure out how to handle this myself." He Zhongliang stood up and was about to leave. "I didn't say I wouldn't help you."
Su Meng quickly stopped He Zhongliang, threw herself into his arms and hugged his waist, praising him in surprise. You are so strong now.
Do you work out regularly? He Zhongliang nodded, yes. If you use up a lot of energy, you won't be so impulsive. Is your problem still not healed? It's much better now, not as hard to control as before. When He Zhongliang and Su Meng looked into each other's eyes, they couldn't help but feel very eager physically.
But he was already used to this feeling of impulse and could control it well. Su Meng stared into He Zhongliang's eyes and sighed, I really want to see you having a seizure. He Zhongliang held her in his arms, stroked her back, and said seriously, I treat you as a friend, this is the maximum limit between us.
Su Meng rolled her eyes at He Zhongliang and said, Are you scratching my itch?
Then tell him, I will help you with this matter.
If I need funding for a new project in the future, I will ask you for help again.
He Zhongliang agreed immediately, no problem.
Su Meng expressed doubt, Do you have the final say on Shin Saiyue's money?
You may not understand my position in the family.
On the surface, I am a housewife.
In fact, I am deeply loved by Shin Saiyue. As long as I ask, she is willing to give me anything.
It's just freeloading. What are you showing off for?
He Zhongliang lowered his head in shame.
There was nothing wrong with what Su Meng said.
This was actually the case.
Su Meng asked curiously, You are so strong, are you so good at that? That's why Shin Saiyue obeys you and does whatever you say. He Zhongliang was too lazy to explain, so he just continued to nod and couldn't help laughing out loud.
I think you two are both the sultry type. Su Meng made a joke, and then assured He Zhongliang, Don't worry.
I won't take advantage of you.
If I need to borrow money from you in the future, just treat it as your investment. We are in a cooperative relationship, and I won't use your money for nothing. It doesn't matter, I trust you. He Zhongliang's words warmed Su Meng's heart.
In this cannibalistic society, it is not easy to have a trustworthy friend. She hugged He Zhongliang's neck again and tenderly said, Don't be so old-fashioned, okay?
A good friend can also be a confidant. Some things are known only to heaven and earth, you and me, and will never be heard by your wife. He Zhongliang gently pushed Su Meng away and said seriously, Stop messing around and get down to business. Seeing that He Zhongliang didn't understand romance, Su Meng glared at him and patted him hard on the chest, You don't have to worry about this, go back and coax your wife.
He Zhongliang smiled and flattered, Thank you, Mr. Su. The two walked out of the small room.
Wang Wei was so engrossed in playing with the beauties that he didn't notice them at all.
He Zhongliang looked at Wang Wei dancing with joy and was completely let go.
After Su Meng sent He Zhongliang away, he immediately arranged for his men to deal with Wang Wei's matter.
He Zhongliang returned home at around 9 o'clock.
Shin Saiyue stood up from the sofa and walked quickly to him. Why are you back so late? He Zhongliang looked at Shin Saiyue's steps and teased with a smile, Your belly is not obvious now, but you already feel like a pregnant woman when you walk.
It's just your psychology. I don't think I've changed.
Shin Saiyue hugged He Zhongliang's waist and confided in him, When you are not at home at night, I feel empty inside.
I am not used to it at all. Are you blaming me, a housewife, for failing to fulfill my duties? I went out because of your sister's matter. It's really not easy for a man to stay at home and eat soft rice without earning any money. He Zhongliang picked up Shin Saiyue, walked to the sofa and sat down, caressing her face and kissing her. Shin Saiyue turned her face to the side, gently pushed He Zhongliang away, and asked curiously, Have you been drinking?
And you smell of perfume.
He Zhongliang pretended to be horrified, It's over, I'll just take a shower when I get back.
Shin Saiyue looked He Zhongliang in the eye with a smile on her face. She believed in this man, but she was also somewhat worried. When a person cares too much about another person, it is inevitable that they will be suspicious. He Zhongliang smiled and explained, I took Wang Wei to a high-end KTV and ordered several thousand yuan worth of foreign wine, and I just drank a sip of the wine. He even found several beautiful girls to accompany him, and he was having a great time. But when it comes time to pay the bill, she probably won't be able to smile anymore.
You teased him on purpose, will he come to cause trouble for you? Shin Saiyue was worried that Wang Wei would retaliate against He Zhongliang later.
Don't worry. I know the owner of the KTV. She will definitely teach Wang Wei a lesson. To deal with that kind of gangster, you have to find a bigger gangster to deal with him.
You know that kind of social person. Shin Saiyue thought that He Zhongliang stayed at home every day and didn't recognize anyone except his relatives. He Zhongliang couldn't help but start to show off, I also know the Prime Minister of Saudi country.
If Wang Wei doesn't know what's good for him, I will trick him out of the country and make him disappear from this world.
Don't go out and take risks again.
I won't let you go to such a dangerous place again.
Shen Kaiyue hugged He Zhongliang's neck tightly and gave him a serious order. He Zhongliang smiled and reached out to gently stroke Shen Kaiyue's face.
Even though we meet every day, I still can't let go of her.
Chapter 54, Give Wu Wan a Punch.
Wang Wei and 7 or 8 beauties were having so much fun that they lost their minds. They were drinking, singing, and interacting with the beauties.
They were too busy at all.
The music suddenly stopped and the room became quiet.
The time was up and the beauties left the room one after another.
The waiter came in with the bill and asked Wang Wei whether he wanted to pay the bill or continue spending.
Wang Wei glanced at the small room behind him and said, "Go find my brother to settle the bill.
The gentleman who came with you has already left.
You have been spending money alone."
After hearing what the waiter said, Wang Wei suddenly sobered up.
He had a bad feeling. "I'll go out and look for him, and I'll be back soon." Wang Wei took out his cell phone and walked out of the private room, pretending to call He Zhongliang. In fact, he didn't have He Zhongliang's cell phone number at all. He just wanted to get away quickly.
As he walked to the door of the private room, he found several men blocking the door, and he realized that he had been fooled by He Zhongliang. He slowly retreated back to the private room, sat on the sofa, and began to call Shen Kaiyun, hoping to contact He Zhongliang.
It's already midnight, and Shen Kaiyun won't answer his call at all. Several men walked into the private room and stood in front of Wang Wei.
The leader sat next to him and put his hand on his shoulder.
"What's up, bro? The total cost is 22,000. How are you going to pay? Is it so expensive?"
Wang Wei picked up the bill on the table and his eyes widened in horror. The drinks alone cost more than 10,000 yuan, and we called so many beauties.
Add it all together, don't worry. We won't charge you a penny more.
Wang Wei quickly explained, "It's my brother who's treating us today, I don't have that much money with me."
Who pays is a matter between you two. As long as someone pays the bill, you can ask him to come back and pay the bill. If he could come back to pay the bill, he wouldn't run away. He's just playing a trick on me." Wang Wei muttered in panic, then begged, "Can you please just keep the money for now and come back to settle it when I have enough money? What do you think? If everyone is like you, how can we continue to do business?
We might as well just close the shop." The man had a serious expression and a fierce look in his eyes. Wang Wei knew very well that He Zhongliang and the boss here were deliberately making trouble for him.
He didn't want to beat around the bush and came straight to the point. "I don't have that much money, you guys decide. Then we'll have to call the police."
When Wang Wei heard that they were going to call the police, he quickly pleaded, "Please don't call the police.
I know your boss has a lot of connections. I just got out of there not long ago and I really don't want to go back in. Then find a way to get the money together to settle the bill. I am a lone man, and I usually work part-time to make ends meet. If I eat well, the whole family will not be hungry. I really don't have any savings at all. You always have parents and relatives and friends. I have offended them all a long time ago, no one will help me. Brothers, you have such a big business, you don't need this little money, just treat me like shit and let me go. We are also working for the boss. Such a big business is not ours."
Wang Wei begged with a playful smile, "Brother, can you tell your boss that I know what she means?
I promise that I will never harass my ex-wife's family again. Don't force me this time. I really don't have any money. What a mess. What does your matter with your ex-wife have to do with our boss?"
The leader was getting impatient.
Wang Wei didn't want to explain anymore.
He hung his head, picked up the unfinished foreign wine on the table and took a sip. After putting down the bottle of wine, he collapsed on the sofa, looking like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water.
"Anyway, I have no money, you guys can do whatever you want. I accept the defeat."
The man looked at Wang Wei and asked with a smile, "We can call the police to solve it, or we can lend you money."
"The minimum loan amount is 50,000. Do you need it?"
Wang Wei knew it was a loan shark and thought he would never be able to pay it back with his own ability. But he has no other choice now, no one will lend him money except loan sharks. After thinking for a while, Wang Wei had no choice but to agree to borrow high-interest loans to solve the problem at hand. Wang Wei was taken to a room, and after filling out the contract, he was left with only more than 20,000 yuan out of the 50,000 yuan loan. With more than 20,000 yuan in his account, Wang Wei completely forgot about repaying the loan after he walked out of the KTV.
Take a taxi and go straight to the Bath City. The next morning, Wang Wei went directly to the clinic to find Shen Kaiyue.
He promised that he would never harass his ex-wife again and hoped that Shen Kaiyue could help him pay off the loan shark.
Shen Kaiyue called He Zhongliang.
Half an hour later, He Zhongliang and Wang Wei met outside. As soon as Wang Wei saw He Zhongliang, he complained with a playful smile, "Brother,
You really hurt me last night.
I spent more than 20,000 yuan, how can I pay the bill? They forced me to borrow 50,000 yuan in high-interest loans. After deducting last night's consumption and the first installment of interest, there are only about 20,000 yuan left. I will definitely not be able to pay it back when the repayment date comes.
For your family, that little money is nothing. Can you help me pay off the loan shark?
I will never dare to harass your sister-in-law again." He Zhongliang stared at Wang Wei for a few seconds and told him seriously, "I will only give you this one chance.
I will pay back the 50,000 high-interest loan for you.
But if you dare to appear in front of Shen Kaiyue and her sister again in the future, I can take out 500,000 or even 5 million and find someone to kill you."
I won't dare to get close to them again. Wang Wei nodded repeatedly.
He knew that He Zhongliang was different from the soft-hearted Shen Kaiyue.
Wang Wei didn't dare to provoke such a man.
He only dared to act rogue with women. If he encounters a real tough guy, he knows to stay away and dare not provoke him.
He Zhongliang approached Wang Wei and punched him in the abdomen.
Although he did not use his full strength, Wang Wei was in so much pain that he could not stand and could not withstand the punch at all. He Zhongliang helped him sit down on the side of the road and comforted him calmly, "Take a deep breath and adjust yourself, and you'll be fine." After a while, Wang Wei's expression was no longer so painful, and it seemed that he had recovered.
He Zhongliang asked seriously, "I spent 50,000 yuan to punch you, do you have any objection?"
No opinion."
Wang Wei shook his head, looked at He Zhongliang timidly, and quickly lowered his head. "Please don't force me to take action again.
I'm really afraid that I might kill you by accident.
Even if I kill you, I might be able to settle it by spending some money.
But there is no deep hatred between us, so there is no need to go to that step." After He Zhongliang finished speaking, he patted Wang Wei on the shoulder.
Wang Wei nodded quickly, but dared not say anything.
After He Zhongliang turned and walked away, Wang Wei raised his head and glared at his back angrily, muttering softly, "Fuck, Shen Kaiyue is such a bitch, all the men she finds are fucking unlucky for me."
After sitting for a few minutes, Wang Wei slowly stood up and left, holding his abdomen. Chapter 55: Encountering a Cellmate. In the evening, Shen Kaiyue returned home and He Zhongliang had already prepared the meal. Shen Kaiyue came to the dining table and asked anxiously, "Did Wang Wei cause you any trouble?"
"Even if I lend him 200 guts, he still wouldn't dare to cause trouble to me."
"Don't worry. He probably won't harass your sister again in the future."
He Zhongliang held Shen Kaiyue in his arms and couldn't help but touch her belly.
"Nothing has changed now, what are you always touching?"
Shen Kaiyue smiled and blamed him, but did not stop He Zhongliang's behavior.
She liked being touched like this. "Hurry up and sit down to eat." He Zhongliang pulled out a chair for Shen Kaiyue. Shen Kaiyue sat down and looked at the sumptuous dinner. He Zhongliang was seriously reminded, "It's just the two of us. Don't prepare so many dishes in the future. Don't you think we've both gained weight recently? It's normal for you to gain weight."
"I don't feel any change in myself."
"I can tell you've gained some weight. And you can't finish all the food in one meal. There's always a lot left over.
You can eat a little of each, and I will clean up the rest at home tomorrow.
I can cook it again when you come back in the evening." Shen Kaiyue blamed her distressfully, "Then won't you have to eat leftovers every day?" He Zhongliang said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter.
I think they are all the same, it doesn't affect the taste."
"That won't work either. We can't keep eating leftovers from the previous night.
You doctors are too particular.
As long as the food doesn't spoil, it's fine. People of our generation used to eat leftover food and never got sick." He Zhongliang acted disapprovingly, then noticed Shen Kaiyue's serious expression.
I quickly comforted him, "Dr. Shen, I will definitely control the amount of food I eat in the future and try to finish every meal.
I blame you for secretly eating all the leftovers and not leaving any for me.
I can't bear to let you eat the leftovers."
He Zhongliang deliberately put on a pretentious expression, then couldn't help but asked with a smile, "Do you think that if the baby in the belly hears our conversation, will he want to persuade us not to show our affection?" Shen Kaiyue also smiled and asked, "When you were in your mother's belly, could you hear your parents' conversation?"
He Zhongliang recalled carefully for a moment, then shook his head helplessly, "Not to mention when I was in the womb, I don't even remember what it felt like to sleep in my mother's arms."
Did I sleep by myself after I was born? How is that possible? Don't you need milk?
He Zhongliang continued to smile and shook his head. I don't know, I can't remember at all, it seems that I have never eaten it.
When I'm in confinement, I'll let you taste it. Maybe you'll remember it.
Shen Kaiwei teased, lowering her head shyly and laughing. He Zhongliang raised the corners of his mouth and stared at Shen Kaiwei, who was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. She just calmed down, looked up and exchanged glances with He Zhongliang, and couldn't help laughing again. He Zhongliang reminded him seriously, it's best to carry the child on your back when the time comes, so that he won't see me.
I'm afraid he will have a problem with me.
Shen Kaiwei gradually put away her smile and shyly comforted him, it's okay. You can secretly eat a few bites while he is sleeping.
He can't finish it anyway. What if it's twins or triplets? Maybe there won't be enough to eat. I don't want to have so many children. Besides, I'm already an older mother.
Shen Kaiwei didn't finish his words.
He didn't want to say anything that would make people worry. He Zhongliang held her hand and asked worriedly, are you still nervous?
Shen Kaiwei replied calmly, no, I am a doctor myself.
And I have already given birth to a baby, so there is nothing to be nervous about.
He Zhongliang stared at her face and asked curiously, did you report the wrong age when you applied for your ID card? You look only a few years older than me.
You don't have to be so talkative. I don't mind my age, as long as you don't think I'm old. I like you, age has nothing to do with it.
After dinner, the two of them cleaned up and went to bed early.
Before going to bed, Shen Kaiwei suddenly asked He Zhongliang, have you named the child?
He Zhongliang had never thought about this matter before, and said casually, you are well educated, you can come and get it.
What kind of literacy is needed to pick a name? It's not like you can't read.
He Zhongliang smiled and suggested, I think it would be a good idea to use the combination of the parents' surnames to name the child.
Shen Kaiwei blurted out, call her Shen.
No, if it's a girl, it wouldn't be a good name to call her that.
Boys can't be called like that. Shen Kaiwei smiled and patted He Zhongliang's chest, knowing that he was joking on purpose. Then he suggested, actually, if it's a girl, the name Lotus would sound pretty nice. He Zhongliang nodded, it sounds nice, but a little bit rustic. Besides, the name should just be easy to pronounce.
There's no need to deliberately show off your knowledge. It would look weird if you deliberately use words that you don't see often.
We'll talk about it later. I'll do whatever you say. I don't want to bother with the name.
He Zhongliang stood up and turned off the lights, then hugged Shen Kaiwei from behind and gently stroked her belly.
Good night.
Shen Kaiwei's mouth corners turned up, her face full of happy smiles.
After Wang Wei got the 20,000 yuan, he was too lazy to find a job. Play mahjong every night, and then go to the bath city to have fun. Half a month later, Wang Wei had spent all the money.
I came to the bath city in the middle of the night and lay down in the rest hall after taking a bath.
I only had a few dozen yuan left in my pocket and dared not order any service.
I had to save this little money for tomorrow's meal.
He has hands and feet and is in good health.
In fact, he can support himself by doing anything. But because of the relationship between his ex-wife and Shen Kaiwei, he always wanted to get something for nothing. Once a person has an idea and feels that he has a chance to achieve it, he will think about it day and night and will not be willing to give up. Although he knew that He Zhongliang was not someone to be trifled with, Wang Wei still muttered in his heart, you must be careful to take risks to achieve wealth and honor.
Thinking about what to do next.
Or fantasizing about getting a fortune from Shen Kaiwei and living a life of ease for the rest of his life. But he was alone and weak, and he didn't have a very smart mind or courage. After thinking about it, he realized that he had no other choice but to act like a rogue. Just when Wang Wei was frowning and thinking so hard that he had a headache and was about to fall asleep, suddenly someone patted his thigh. Wang Wei opened his eyes suddenly and saw a man sitting next to him. He was in his 20s, not tall and thin, with a shifty look.
Greeted Wang Wei cordially, Brother Dawei, what a coincidence. Do you still remember me? Wang Wei was stunned for a few seconds, then showed an excited expression, little lazy.
Your hair has grown longer, I almost didn't recognize you.
When were you released? It's just been 2 months since I came out. Wang Wei and the young man were cellmates, both of them were smooth talkers with no real skills. When they were in prison, they got along well and had a good relationship. Chapter 56 Birds of a Feather. After a few simple greetings, Wang Wei asked curiously, isn't your hometown in another province? Why did you come all the way here? Why didn't you go back to your hometown? Lazy said helplessly, "What's the point of going back? Even my family doesn't like me.
I'd rather stay with those two big brothers."
You were arrested for participating in a robbery. Are you planning another big case? Wang Wei's casual joke made Lazy's face suddenly change. He realized that he had said something he shouldn't have said, and quickly explained with a smile, "I was just joking, don't take it seriously." Lazy also forced an awkward smile and asked casually, "Brother Dawei, where did you make your fortune? Don't you have a rich woman to enjoy your life with?" He knew Wang Wei's character well.
Apart from his good looks and the ability to please women, he had no other abilities. "If I were your age, maybe I would still have a chance.
Now I am nothing, let alone a rich woman. I can't find any woman without spending money. As long as you have money, women are everywhere. But I have no money. I have no money at all." Wang Wei began to complain about his current terrible situation.
A moment later, two middle-aged men walked into the lounge.
Lazy looked up and quickly said goodbye to Wang Wei.
"My brother is coming, let's talk again when we have a chance."
Then he stood up and walked towards the two men. The two men are cousins. The elder brother is called Wang Hongxiang.
He is 47 years old this year, of medium build and plain appearance. The younger brother is Lu Jinbao, 35 years old, slightly taller than his older brother and slightly better looking. Both of them came from remote mountain villages to work. They were not well educated but were ruthless and quick-witted. They committed murder when they were young and have not returned to their hometown for more than 10 years.
Now both of them are using fake identities and wandering around in society.
This time they chose to come to this city because they were planning to do a big business. They planned to rob a gold shop. As for the cities and locations where the crimes were committed, they were chosen randomly, so that it is not easy to be caught.
After the two men lay down, Lazy also came over and lay next to the two elder brothers. Wang Hongxiang turned around and asked, "Who are you chatting with? Do you know anyone here?" Lazy quickly replied, "My former cellmate, we just happened to meet and chatted for a while." "Don't talk nonsense. Do you remember how you got in last time? If you weren't so loyal, I wouldn't play with you this time." After Lu Jinbao gave a few reminders, he looked back at Wang Wei and asked Lazy, "Who was that person?"
Brother Dawei has no background, he just has a good appearance and is good at pleasing women.
Now he is old and not doing well, he is worried about his livelihood.
He was just bragging to me that his ex-wife's sister inherited tens of billions of dollars. He wanted to extort money so that he could live comfortably for the rest of his life. But he ran into a ruthless person and almost got trapped. When Wang Hongxiang and Lu Jinbao heard the amount of tens of billions, they looked at each other and looked at Lazy with surprised expressions.
Lazy quickly explained, he said that, he must be bragging. "Hundreds of billions, I only graduated from elementary school, I don't even have any idea about that number."
Lu Jinbao muttered to himself, "A few months ago, the news said that the richest man in this city was killed overseas, leaving behind tens of billions of dollars in assets.
But the specific information was not made public. Could it really be such a coincidence?"
Wang Hongxiang looked at Lazy and said to Lu Jinbao excitedly, "Maybe this guy is really lucky. If so, this opportunity is rare.
You can consider it." Lu Jinbao understood what his cousin meant.
If Wang Wei was telling the truth, with the detailed information he provided, kidnapping and extorting a billionaire would be much easier than robbing a gold shop.
He turned to Lazy and asked, "Do you have that person's contact number?" Lazy shook his head. "Go get his contact number.
We'll find a chance to talk to him tomorrow and find out the truth."
Lazy nodded, understanding what his elder brother meant, and quickly got up to find Wang Wei.
The next day, Wang Wei found a job that was paid daily, but he left after working in the workshop for just 1 hour. His hand speed was too slow and he could not keep up with the pace of others. After leaving the workshop, he cursed angrily, "Fuck, if you were so capable, you should just be a donkey.
What's the point of wearing a human skin? Damn, this is not a job for a human being." After having a good meal at a small restaurant, Wang Wei had spent all his money.
In the afternoon, he returned to his rented room and fell asleep. When night fell, Wang Wei sat on the bed in a daze. He had woken up long ago, had finished half a pack of cigarettes, and was worrying about dinner.
Lazy called him. Half an hour later, Wang Wei arrived at the address Lazy told him, an old residential area. After knocking on the door a few times, Lazy opened the door and invited Wang Wei in. He lives here with his two older brothers, and wine and food are already prepared on the table.
2 boxes of beer, a few plates of cooked food, plus peanuts and cold dishes, a very cost-effective side dish.
Lei Zi introduced Wang Wei and the 2 older brothers to each other.
After the 4 of them sat down and had a few drinks, they began to treat each other like brothers.
It is easy for people with similar tastes to find common ground.
The atmosphere was almost set, and the 2 elder brothers, Lei Zi, could tell that Wang Wei was in a very bad situation and was not a decent person. So they pretended to be very casual, treating it as a joke, and began to inquire about what they were concerned about, the information about the billionaire. Wang Wei could tell that the other party was testing him, and he could also tell that the 2 brothers Lei and Zi were ruthless people, so he roughly guessed their intentions. It just so happened that he had the desire but not the courage to do it, and now that someone was helping him, he decided to take the risk and try to take a big gamble. I told the truth, the rich man who was killed abroad a few months ago was my brother-in-law. I offended him and was framed and imprisoned for 7 years. After I was released from prison, he threatened me again and I fled to another place to make a living. Fortunately, God has mercy on him. His life was too short, and now he can't do anything to me.
His property was left to his daughter and ex-wife.
This is true. I know exactly where his ex-wife works and where she lives.
Lei Zi asked curiously, so you 2 are so close? After all, you are her brother-in-law, so didn't she help you?
Bullshit. Her sister and I divorced a long time ago, and it was a very unpleasant quarrel.
Now she treats me like an enemy.
She wants me to disappear from this world.
The 2 children are my own.
All right. Lu Jinbao persuaded Wang Wei to stop complaining, poured him a glass of wine, raised his glass and said directly,
"You're a smart man, you should be able to guess what we do.
If you plan to join us, let's work together to make a big deal, and you won't have to worry about the rest of your life. If you're not interested, we won't force you, let's drink this glass of wine and go our separate ways."
Chapter 57 Kidnapping and Blackmail. Wang Wei held the cup and hesitated for a moment, then asked worriedly, "Are you sure about doing this?"
Although he is greedy for money, he is timid and doesn't want to be imprisoned again.
Moreover, if he is imprisoned again, the rest of his life will be basically over.
Even if he can survive until he is released from prison, it will be meaningless at such an old age.
Lu Jinbao comforted him, "As long as you can provide accurate information and address, it is not easy to deal with a woman. After we get the money, we have a way to leave. Enjoy the rest of your life abroad, and there is no need to come back and take risks in the future."
Wang Wei nodded, thinking about living a life of ease and comfort for the rest of his life, enjoying fine wine, delicious food, and beautiful women. This kind of life is too tempting. But when he thought of He Zhongliang, he quickly reminded him that woman found a gigolo, who is also a ruthless character. And he knows people in the underworld, so he is not easy to deal with.
We are not going to fight him head-on. We just need to seize the opportunity to control that woman and leave as soon as we get the money.
It's useless for him to know more people. Wang Hongxiang confidently comforted Wang Wei, saying that he couldn't wait to take action. It seemed as if countless money was waving at him, making him restless. Wang Wei took a deep breath, clinked glasses with a few people, and agreed with a firm look, "Okay, I'll follow you."
After finishing their drinks, they began to discuss the details of the plan.
A few days later in the morning, Shen Kaiwei had just walked out of the community when she was followed by a van. Wang Wei was in the car and told his accomplice, "It's this woman." The van drove to a spot not far in front of Shen Kaiwei and stopped by the roadside. When Shen Kaiwei passed by, Wang Hongxiang and Lu Jinbao quickly got out of the car, put a cloth bag on Shen Kaiwei's head, and pulled her into the car.
Lei Zi stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Shen Kaiwei had never experienced such a thing before, and asked nervously, "What are you doing? Who are you? Just shut up, or I'll kill you." Shen Kaiwei heard a fierce warning and a big hand pinched her neck. She knew that she was weak and could not fight against 2 strong men. He didn't dare to speak or resist anymore. He guessed that it was a kidnapping and prayed in his heart that these people were only after money. The van left the city and drove into the village 2 hours later. Wang Wei and others rented a farmyard here. There are not many people in the village anymore, most of the young and middle-aged people have gone to work in the city. There are only a few elderly people left in the village, and many houses are empty. After the van stopped, Wang Hongxiang and Lu Jinbao got out, and each of them carried Shen Kaiwei into the yard. After a moment, Shen Kaiwei curled up in the corner on the Kong, trembling with fear. Lu Jinbao and Wang Hongxiang were standing at the head of the Kong wearing masks, while Lei Zi and Wang Wei were outside the room. Lu Jinbao reached out and pulled off the cloth bag on Shen Kaiwei's head.
Shin Kaiwei looked at the two strange men in front of her in horror. Wang Hongxian looked Shin Kaiwei up and down and exclaimed, "No wonder her ex-husband left all his money to her. This woman looks really good. Her body is also very attractive. She doesn't look like a person in her 40s. Then he couldn't help but get on the bed and touch her. Shin Kaiwei pushed him away and shouted, "Don't touch me." Lu Jinbao reached out and pulled Wang Hongxiang down, persuading him, "Let's do business first.
With money, you can find any woman you want."
Then he told Shin Kaiwei directly, "We know you have plenty of money. You can't spend it all anyway, so just think of it as supporting us brothers." Shin Kaiwei was too lazy to beat around the bush and asked directly, "How much do you want? We heard that you have tens of billions of assets. How much do you think is appropriate?" Lu Jinbao and Wang Hongxian looked at each other. It was the first time they faced such a wealthy man, and they didn't know how high a price to ask for. Those assets are not liquid funds. "Are you willing to go with me to transfer the assets of the stock and real estate company to your name?" "Of course not. That would be like walking into a trap. We just want cash." Lu Jinbao smiled and asked expectantly, "How much cash can you give us?" Shin Kaiwei asked expectantly, "Shall I go to the bank to get it for you?" Wang Hongxiang warned loudly, "You wish. Don't even think about leaving here until we get the money. Let your family pay to redeem you. Can I ask my husband to withdraw $2 million for you? Is your life worth only $2 million? Wang Hongxiang questioned angrily and raised his hand to slap Shin Kaiwei. Shin Kaiwei put her hand out to cover it, and quickly explained, "I also want to give you more money, but you only want cash, and my husband can't withdraw too much money. For some large transactions, we need to go to the bank at the same time. It seems like you are quite scheming, always on guard against that pretty boy, right?" "What do you mean by pretty boy? Are you talking about my husband He Zhanliang?" "Nonsense, do you still have several men?" "My husband is not that interested in money and has no personal savings." "Bullshit. There is no man who doesn't love money." Lu Jinbao advised Wang Hongxian, "All right. Stop talking about these useless things. Too large an amount will easily arouse suspicion. Just ask for 2 million. "What? She only wants 2 million. She's a billionaire." Wang Hongxian felt that 2 million was too cheap for Shin Kaiwei. Lu Jinbao winked at him and he immediately stopped complaining. "Find the phone from Shin Kaiwei's bag, ask Shin Kaiwei to unlock it, and call He Zhanliang." He Zhanliang was mopping the floor at home when the phone on the table rang. He went over to pick up the phone and saw that it was Shin Kaiwei calling. "Dr. Shin, why did you think of calling me during work hours?" A man's rude voice came from the phone. "Who is your Dr. Shin?" "You are He Zhanliang, right?" "Yes, it's me. How did Shin Kaiwei's phone end up in your hands? Who are you?" "You don't have to ask anything. If you want your rich wife to return home safely, prepare 2 million in cash immediately. We will contact you again. If you call the police, be prepared to collect the body of your cash cow." Fuck, there are still people in this society who dare to kidnap and extort. He Zhanliang was amazed in his heart. Then he quickly advised, "Money is not a problem, you must not hurt her. Can you let me say a few words to her?" "What bullshit, if you don't want her to die, go and prepare the money." After Wang Hongxiang finished speaking, he hung up the phone, took out Shin Kaiwei's SIM card, and never used this phone again. He Zhanliang called again, but Shin Kaiwei's phone was turned off. "Grass!" He Zhanliang roared angrily, not daring to waste time, and rushed to the door. He rushed to the clinic first to make sure Shin Kaiwei really didn't come to work, and then went directly to the bank to withdraw money. He had no plans to call the police for the time being. If anything happened to Shin Kaiwei, catching those people would be of no help. I hope those people are only after money and don't want to harm the lives of the hostages. Chapter 58: Raising Money for Redemption. He Zhanliang felt that ordinary people did not have the courage to commit kidnapping and extortion, and it was almost impossible to succeed in the country. Powerful people did not need to take risks, and only desperate people would fight to the death. He and Shin Kaiwei lived a low-key life and had no enemies, so it was even less likely that they would be targeted by those desperate criminals. After much thought, He Zhanliang felt that Wang Wei was the most suspicious. He guessed that he couldn't do this kind of thing alone, so he must have asked someone for help. He Zhanliang rushed to the bank to withdraw money, but because the amount was too large, he needed to go through various audits. He also had to cooperate with the staff's arrangements and investigations. He Zhanliang didn't want to waste time with them. He turned around and left the bank and called Su Meng directly.
Where are you? I'll come find you right away. At home, come over.
The voice Su Meng expected came from the other end of the phone.
20 minutes later, He Zhengliang rang the doorbell.
Su Meng opened the door and stood in front of He Zhengliang in a bathrobe, posing in a sexy and provocative manner, just like when they first met.
He Zhengliang rushed into the room, grabbed her shoulders and asked excitedly, I need your help. Come on then.
Su Meng reached out to untie the ribbon around her waist and threw herself into He Zhengliang's arms. He Zhengliang quickly tied the ribbon for her and held her shoulders. I'm telling you something serious.
It's a matter of life and death.
Shen Kaiyue was kidnapped.
The kidnappers just called me and asked me to get 2 million yuan before contacting me.
I was afraid they would hurt Shen Kaiyue, so I didn't dare to call the police. Help me raise 2 million right now, and then use all your connections to secretly investigate this matter. I suspect it has something to do with Wang Wei, so we can start the investigation from him.
Su Meng said somewhat disappointedly, I thought you finally got it and knew how to enjoy life.
It turns out that you were still doing it for that old woman.
He Zhengliang grabbed Su Meng's shoulders and shook her. Are you going to help me or not? Be gentle. Can't I help you? But 2 million is not a small amount.
He Zhengliang saw Su Meng was a little hesitant, and immediately promised her, after this is over, no matter what the result is, I will pay you back 20 million. When Su Meng heard the 20 million, her eyes widened instantly and she was so excited that she couldn't speak.
The current environment is not good and it is not easy to make money.
Investing 2 million and multiplying it tenfold in a short period of time is simply too cost-effective. He Zhengliang thought Su Meng thought it was too little, so he blurted out, 200 million, I'll give you 200 million after the job is done.
Don't be so excited, let's just say 20 million. 200 million is too much, I'm afraid you can't make the decision. Su Meng didn't want to go too far with He Zhengliang.
Giving him a tenfold return was already very good. He was afraid that He Zhengliang would regret it later if he asked for 200 million.
Just sit down and calm down. I'll arrange for someone to collect the money and send it over right away.
Su Meng pulled He Zhengliang to sit on the sofa, picked up the phone, hesitated for a moment, and asked curiously, is it possible that Shen Kaiyue is testing you? He Zhengliang replied impatiently, she is not as cunning as you. We are already married and have not signed a prenuptial agreement.
All her assets belong to us as a couple. Why is she testing me now? That's true. Su Meng nodded, and then reminded carefully, think it over carefully. If anything happens to her, all her property will be yours. Are you sure you want to save her?
He Zhengliang stared at Su Meng and asked seriously, which side are you on?
Of course I agree with you. With so much wealth, are you really not tempted at all? Faced with Su Meng's questioning, He Zhengliang was too lazy to make any explanation and just stared at her seriously. Okay, I understand.
Su Meng got up and called to arrange for someone to raise money, and used all his connections to investigate Wang Wei's whereabouts. After everything was arranged, Su Meng returned to sit next to He Zhengliang, patted his shoulder and comforted him, don't worry. They are after money, and they won't kill anyone.
Then he stared into He Zhengliang's eyes and couldn't help but move closer. He Zhengliang sensed Su Meng's thoughts, stepped back to keep a distance from her, and asked, you want to take advantage of the situation, right?
Su Meng angrily patted his chest and scolded him, you don't understand romance.
That old woman is so fascinating to you. Can you please stop calling her old? She's only a few years older than you.
He Zhengliang was slightly displeased, as he didn't like others calling Shen Kaiyue an old woman. But because he had something to ask of Su Meng, he didn't feel comfortable getting angry.
Su Meng looked at He Zhengliang's expression and couldn't help wanting to laugh.
She said helplessly, you two are really enviable.
I don't know how you two got together.
Let's wait a few decades and see if you can still be so loving. He Zhengliang sighed deeply.
He was worried about Shen Kaiyue's safety and didn't want to talk much.
There's no point in worrying.
I'll get you something to drink.
Su Meng said something to comfort her, then stood up and left.
An hour later, Su Meng's people brought a travel bag with 2 million in it.
As for Wang Wei, he had disappeared long ago, and there was no trace of him in the entire city. He Zhengliang was sure that this matter had something to do with him, so he called Shen Kaiyue's cell phone, but it was still turned off, making him feel uneasy. Until noon, Su Meng discussed with He Zhengliang whether to go out for dinner or eat at home.
I don't want to eat. He Zhengliang sat on the sofa, too lazy to think about eating. I can't not eat. Su Meng is still trying to persuade.
He Zhongliang's cell phone suddenly rang. A call came from an unfamiliar number. He signaled Su Meng to be quiet and answer the phone quickly.
A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. When will the 2 million be ready?
He Zhongliang recognized that it was the kidnapper and calmly told him, "The money is ready and in my hands now."
How can I give it to you? What? You're ready, so soon? Wang Hongxiang looked at Lu Jinbao beside him with a surprised expression. He put down his phone and asked in a low voice, "Is it too little?"
Lu Jinbao looked serious and signaled him to hurry up and make the deal without talking nonsense.
Wang Hongxiang began to tell He Zhongliang the transaction method and location. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hongxiang complained, "Did that woman lie to us? Didn't she say that it was troublesome for her husband to withdraw money? How come it was ready so quickly?" "It doesn't matter. We don't plan to let her go. Let's get the 2 million first. We have to eat a fat man all at once.
After we have the money, we will smuggle her abroad and then slowly make a deal with her family. She likes to play, so we will play with her slowly." Lu Jinbao comforted Wang Hongxiang, and the two of them and Wang Wei were in another room.
Lei Zi was in Shen Saiyue's room watching her.
A few minutes later, Lu Jinbao and Wang Hongxiang walked into the room where Shen Kaiyue was imprisoned.
Lu Jinbao asked Lei Zi to go out and arranged for him and Wang Wei to get the money.
Wang Hongxiang sat on the Kong, staring at Shen Kaiyue with lustful eyes.
Chapter 59, Money and People. Wang Hongxiang assured He Zhongliang on the phone that as long as he received the money today, he would let Shen Kaiyue go home tonight. He Zhongliang was carrying his travel bag and was about to pay the money. Su Meng asked worriedly, "Are you really not going to call the police? What if they take the money and don't release you?" He Zhongliang sighed, "For Shen Saiyue's safety, I can't do anything. This is an unfair deal. I can only pray that they are thieves with moral integrity and keep their word." Su Meng reminded, "Given Shen Saiyue's worth, they won't get much ransom. Since they are taking such a big risk, I don't think they will let her go easily." He Zhongliang calmed down and became curious. "If they don't let me go and want to continue trading with me, aren't they afraid that I will call the police? And the longer it takes and the more transactions we make, the easier it will be to find out. It's very difficult to get away with this kind of case in China. Maybe they just want to get some money as soon as possible and continue to blackmail after fleeing abroad. People are greedy, let alone those who commit crimes for money. They will never give up Shen Kaiyue, the cash cow, easily." He Zhongliang agreed with Su Meng's words, and then asked expectantly, "They want to take Shen Kaiyue out of the country, they definitely don't dare to go through the formal channels. Can you help me check what illegal channels there are for leaving the country?" Su Meng answered awkwardly, "I do have connections, but the underworld has its own rules. If you bring the police to arrest them all, how can I survive in the future? Who would dare to deal with me?" "Don't worry, I won't call the police. I'll pretend to be a stowaway, just put me in." "That's too dangerous. Do you know how many people there are on the other side?" Su Meng was worried that He Zhongliang would not be able to deal with those people, would not be able to rescue Shen Kaiyue, and would get himself implicated. "Don't worry, as long as I find them, this game will be over. Hurry up and find someone to investigate." He Zhongliang promised Su Meng, then left with his travel bag. Su Meng picked up his phone and started contacting his friends on the street. He Zhongliang came to a busy shopping mall in the city center, and then received a call asking him to run to the vegetable market. "I went to several places, all of which were crowded and lively." Finally, he asked He Zhongliang to sit on a bench by the roadside. Lei Zi observed him from a distance for a few minutes, called him and asked him to put his travel bag on the chair, and then he left quickly. He Zhongliang followed the other party's instructions, put down his travel bag and walked away quickly. Wang Wei, who was lying in ambush nearby, took the opportunity to appear, took the travel bag on the chair, turned around and ran in the opposite direction to meet up with Lei Zi. Lu Jinbao received a call from Lei Zi, saying that he had received the money and everything went well, and the two were on their way back. After he hung up the phone, he excitedly told Wang Hongxiang, "It's successful, we will try to leave as soon as possible." Then they called their contacts to help them smuggle out of the country. Lu Jinbao walked out of the room with his cell phone, leaving Wang Hongxiang alone to look at Shen Kaiyue. He sat down on the Kong again, looking her up and down with lustful eyes. Shen Kaiyue negotiated expectantly, "Now that you have received the money, you can let me go back." Wang Hongxiang smiled and consoled him, "Don't worry, we will definitely send you back to the city when we leave, don't worry. I hope you keep your word. When I go back, I will just treat it as a loss to avoid disaster. I will definitely not call the police and pretend nothing happened." It's best if you think so. Wang Hongxiang approached Shen Kaiwei, took Shen Saiyue's hand, and couldn't help but praise, "It's good to be rich. How do you maintain yourself? You are still so popular in your 40s. Shen Kaiwei shook his hand away and warned loudly, "I've given you all the money, what else do you want to do?" Wang Hongxiang was too lazy to pretend and threw himself on Shen Kaiwei. "I want the money and I want you too. I want to see what's different about you and why you are so valuable." Shen Kaiwei refused to cooperate with him and fought back desperately. After Wang Hongxiang tried to be pushed away several times, he clenched his fists in anger and shouted, "You deserve a beating, don't you?" At this time, Lu Jinbao returned to the room and saw the two people pushing and shoving on the Kong. He impatiently persuaded them, "What are you doing? Can you do business first? I have already agreed with them that we will board the ship tonight. Go and prepare some food. When they come back, eat and drink enough and take turns to sleep. At night, cheer up and go to the dock to take a boat to leave." Wang Hongxiang slowly backed away, and after getting off the Kong, he felt unwilling. "I'm anxious to try what this rich woman tastes like." Lu Jinbao laughed and teased, "Just forget it. You can't do it without taking medicine." Wang Hongxiang stared at Shen Kaiwei. "I have a feeling for this woman, it should be about the same. I guess this kind of woman is more exciting than those who cost a few $100s. Go cook, and we'll talk after we're full. They look the same even without clothes, and she can still wear gold trim." That's not necessarily true. Maybe there's something hidden in the cave. The two men looked at Shen Kaiwei and teased her with obscene expressions. "Don't be violent with her. I like this woman. Let me have enough of her first." After giving some instructions, Wang Hongxiang reluctantly left the room. Lu Jinbao sat at the head of the Kong and continued to tease, "I heard that you have a gigolo, right? He is young, strong, and handsome. I advise you not to count on him. Men like young and beautiful women. After a few years, when you are old and ugly, he will definitely abandon you. Actually, you and my brother are about the same age, and I think you two are a good match. Why don't you two live together, and we will be a family from now on?" Shen Kaiwei had a bad feeling. She glared at Lu Jinbao and agreed casually, "Okay. Send me back. I'll treat you to dinner. I think you are saying one thing and thinking another. You must look down on people like us, but you happen to fall into our hands. Do you think it's fate? If kidnapping is fate." Shen Kaiwei didn't finish her words. She was too lazy to argue with him and turned her head away, not wanting to face him. "You are indeed quite a charming woman. This is the first time I'm interested in a woman in her 40s. Lu Jinbao stared at Shen Saiyue's face and couldn't help but praise her, then he reached out and touched Shen Kaiwei. Shen Kaiwei pushed his hand away with force, and he instantly looked fierce. He glanced at the door and suppressed his anger. It was not the time to relax yet, and he was not in the mood for that moment. He planned to wait until the situation was safe, and then he would properly train Shen Kaiwei and make this woman obedient to him. "Don't try to escape. Just wait in the room. Don't force me to do anything. Do you hear me?" Lu Jinbao pointed at Shen Kaiwei and warned her. The murderous look in his eyes was frightening. Both he and Wang Hongxiang were cruel and ruthless people. Shen Kaiwei nodded but didn't dare to say anything. As long as he didn't use force, Shen Kaiwei didn't want to anger him. Lu Jinbao turned around and went out, locking the door from the outside. Shen Kaiwei looked at the wall helplessly, praying that these people would let her go after receiving the money. Although she could see that these two people had bad intentions, she still hoped that they would keep their word. Then I touched my belly and couldn't help shedding tears. Chapter 60, Putting Learning into Practice. He Zhongliang returned to Su Meng's home. The money had already been sent, and all that was left was to wait patiently. He sat on the sofa and clenched his fists. It was easy to dodge an attack but hard to guard against an arrow. He had all his strength but nowhere to use it. Su Meng comforted him, "Don't worry. I have already made arrangements. As long as they escape tonight, we will be able to find them." He Zhongliang was worried that Shen Kaiwei would be abused, but he didn't dare to say it out loud, fearing that good things would not work and bad things would come. He didn't even dare to think about it, and he was furious. "I can't wait to find those people and deal with them using the most primitive and violent methods. Eat first. If you really run into those people at night, you'll have to have the strength to deal with them." He Zhongliang looked at Su Meng and nodded to express his gratitude. Then he stood up and walked to the dining table with her. Lei Zi and Wang Wei came back in the afternoon, and they opened their travel bags and looked at the money inside.
The four of them were stunned, as they had never seen so much money before. Lu Jinbao excitedly told a few people, "This is just our first income, it will be more and more in the future, that woman is a billionaire." Several people were dancing with joy, unable to imagine how luxurious their future life would be. They were so overwhelmed by money and desire that they completely ignored the dangers they would face.
Several people started to eat and drink. Except for Lei Zi, who couldn't drink because he had to drive, the other three drank a lot. After eating and drinking, Lu Jinbao asked Lei Zi to watch at the door of Shin Saiyue's room while the other three wanted to sleep for a while. Wang Hongxiang couldn't fall asleep after lying down, and after drinking, he became even more concerned about Shin Kaiyue. He suddenly got up and asked, "Where are our bags?" Lu Jinbao knew that he was looking for the aphrodisiac in the bag, so he advised him, "You should forget about drinking since you drank so much. Even the medicine may not work. Don't worry about it, I'm going to sleep with that bitch now." Wang Hongxiang's attitude was very firm. Lu Jinbao was too lazy to argue with him, and pointed outside with a smile, "It's on the table outside, go find it yourself." Wang Hongxiang walked out of the room, found a backpack on the table outside, and took out a bag from it. There are several kinds of medicines in it, including Chinese and Western medicines with various effects, just in case of emergency. When they have colds, bumps, and bruises, they try not to go to the hospital, and take the right medicine themselves. Wang Hongxiang flipped through the folders twice but didn't see the little blue pill he needed, so he was too lazy to look for it anymore. Carrying the bag, he walked towards Shin Saiyue's room. Lei Zi saw his eldest brother coming over and greeted him excitedly, "Brother Wang, I'm not sleepy, no need to replace me. Who the hell is going to do it for you? You come to sleep with a rich woman." Wang Hongxiang pushed the door hard and ordered Lei Zi, "Open the door quickly." "Brother Wang, are you okay after drinking so much? How about I take your place? I'll do it as soon as I say it." Lei Zi opened the door and couldn't help but tease. "Get the hell out of here. You're not even as good as me when you're my age." After Wang Hongxiang entered the room, he turned around, slammed the door shut, and threw the bag onto the Kong. He fiercely warned Shin Kaiyue, "Don't refuse a toast and then drink a penalty. If you cooperate with me and make me happy, maybe I won't have to take the medicine. If you force me to take the medicine, I will torture you to death." Shin Kaiyue took a look at the transparent plastic bag, which contained capsules and tablets of various ingredients. Those medicines can cure diseases, but medicines are poisonous. Some medicines with special ingredients cannot be taken at the same time. In mild cases, it will cause physical discomfort, and in severe cases, it can be fatal. As a doctor, Shin Kaiyue knows the effects of these drugs and also understands their dangers. She didn't want to use her professional knowledge to harm others, but being forced to this point, she had no choice but to put her knowledge into practice. Wang Hongxiang stumbled onto the Kong and rushed towards Shin Kaiyue. Shin Kaiyue quickly stretched out her hand to block him. Wang Hongxiang raised his fist and roared, "I don't want to play with you. If you don't cooperate, I'll beat you to death." Shin Kaiyue looked at him with his eyes wide open and a ferocious look on his face, and she knew that he could do what he said. Shin Kaiyue didn't dare to confront him, and comforted him gently, "It's not that I don't want to, but you are obviously not in the right state now. The more anxious you are, the less likely it will work. This is a psychological problem. It happens when two people lack communication." Wang Hongxiang thought about it and it seemed to be the case. It was because he was in a hurry to get things done every time after paying that things became less and less useful. Seeing that Wang Hongxiang was not so fierce anymore, Shin Kaiyue complained, "You guys are full and satisfied outside, and no one cares about me." Then he discussed with a smile, "Give me something to eat, and I'll drink with you, okay? Once you calm down and relax, you'll slowly get back to the feeling. Once your body is in good shape, you won't need to take medicine anymore. When you smile, you immediately become charming and charming." Wang Hongxiang touched Shin Saiyue's face, then touched himself, and said excitedly, "It seems that there is really a reaction." Shin Kaiyue was afraid that he could not control himself, so she quickly advised him, "More haste, less speed, don't be anxious. I will drink and chat with you, don't put pressure on yourself, you can only reach your best state when you are completely relaxed." Is this true or false? Wang Hongxiang was half believing and half doubting, but also showed an expectant expression. Then he slapped his thigh and said, "I'll trust you just this once." Then he got off the Kong and staggered out of the room. Shin Kaiyue quickly found the capsules and pills she needed from the bag. Lei Zi was sitting outside. When he saw his elder brother coming out, he smiled and asked, "You finished so quickly. Bullshit. I haven't even started yet. Wang Hongxiang cursed and was too lazy to say anything more.
No one cleaned the table, so he dumped the leftovers onto a plate and picked up 2 pairs of chopsticks. Then he picked up 2 bottles of beer in one hand and rushed back to the room.
Fuck, is this so ceremonial?
Lei Zi muttered with a smile on his face. Wang Hongxiang put the things on the Kong, opened the beer with chopsticks, and handed a bottle to Shen Kaiwei.
Shen Kaiwei took the beer and asked, "Where's the cup? What should I drink with?" "Just blow into the bottle. I think you're really good at it."
Wang Hongxiang flirted with Shen Kaiwei with a lustful look on his face.
"No, if I drink like this, I'll start burping all the time. Can you give me a cup?"
Shen Kaiwei tried to ask gently, but she was extremely nervous. If this man didn't fall for it, she would be finished.
So many cock things.
Wang Hongxiang pinched Shen Kaiwei's chin and shook it twice with an impatient expression.
But he still got off the bed and left the room again.
Shen Kaiwei took the opportunity to pour the powder from several capsules into Wang Hongxiang's beer bottle. In less than 2 minutes, Wang Hongxiang returned to the room with a cup and slammed the door shut.
He threw the cup in front of Shen Kaiwei and said unhappily, "Are you satisfied now?" "Thanks."
Shen Kaiwei poured herself a glass and held it up without saying anything. Wang Hongxiang picked up the bottle and drank it in big gulps. He drank half a bottle in one gulp, then looked at the beer in his hand.
He blinked and asked in a vague and curious way, "What does this beer taste like? Why is it so bitter?" Shen Kaiwei took a sip and quickly agreed, "Yes. Beer is so bitter, what's so good about it?" Wang Hongxiang took another sip, but still felt the taste was wrong. After thinking for a moment, I comforted myself, "Screw it, I won't die from drinking anyway." Then he told Shen Kaiwei, "If you drink it in big gulps, it won't be bitter anymore." Shen Kaiwei nodded and picked up the wine glass again.